rise.
Devil May Cry, a series that has revolutionized the hack and slash genre, a name synonymous with fast-paced, interesting, and stylish action, simultaneously revolving around great challenge and replayability, technique, ability, style, fun. All of these things describe Devil May Cry, but these words don't even begin to touch the surface of the mythos that these games have created. This series has had its ups and downs, some great highs and some deep lows. Today I want to journey into the series, explore every one of its caverns, and inspect every detail. I want to figure out what keeps this series alive 20 years after its first installment. From a game that started with unassuming origins, all the way to a 2019 release that pleased fans and exceeded expectations. This is a long video, just like my other ones, and I'm here to give my obligatory note that you can skip around with the chapters listed below. I have a couple more notes to fire off before we get into the video proper, so let's get those out of the way now. The main things that I'll be talking about in this video are all the canon-recognized pieces of media for the Devil May Cry series. This is according to the Devil May Cry wiki. I went by this list because it was really the only true one I could find outside of fan discussions. I will not be talking about semi-canon or non-canon material here. This means that I'll be playing all 5 mainline Devil May Cry games and the DMC reboot and its DLC. I'll also be talking about the Devil May Cry 5 light novel, the unfinished Devil May Cry 3 manga, and the Devil May Cry animated series. Though, because of copyright reasons, the Devil May Cry 3 animated series section, which comes in the middle of the video, will be relegated to the Patreon. For the first 3 games in the series, I played and captured all footage from the Devil May Cry HD collection on PC. I had some trouble capturing audio from these cutscenes because there's a common bug that causes the audio to be out of sync with the video. With that, I'd love to thank Gamer's Little Playground for letting me use his footage from the first 3 Devil May Cry games for the cutscenes. As for the other games, I played the Devil May Cry 4 Special Edition on PlayStation 4, the DMC Definitive Edition on PlayStation 4, and Devil May Cry 5 on PlayStation 4. A lot of the allure of these games is their replayability. Going back through a Devil May Cry game on a harder difficulty to give yourself more challenge, or even taking on its hardest difficulty, Dante Must Die, is a selling point for a lot of fans. That being said, I will be judging these games and mostly talking about their normal difficulties. This is the base option that most games are presented with. That doesn't mean that I didn't play any of these games on their harder difficulties like Son of Sparta or Dante Must Die. I'm just going to be limiting a lot of my talk to the normal difficulty for this video. Boss and enemy mechanics change with the higher difficulties, so creating extra sections or adding on to each section to differentiate between the hard boss mechanics and the normal ones would make this video double the length it already is. That being said, this video will contain spoilers for Devil May Cry 1 through 5, DMC Devil May Cry, the Devil May Cry 3 animated series, Devil May Cry 5 Before the Nightmare, and the DMC 3 manga. Devil May Cry was not a beast I was prepared to take down. I was nervous to take on this Goliath of a series, and once I got into the project, I realized that the depths I had imagined only got deeper. But it was an amazing experience, and playing through all of these games in 2021 was so fun and rewarding. Where did Devil May Cry start? Why is it so special? Where is it now? I'm going to be answering all of these questions and more today. Hi Dad, it's me, your favorite son, and today I want to talk about Devil May Cry. Devil May Cry didn't start out as the first title in a new series. It was originally planned to be a sequel in another Capcom series. In 1999, gamers would get their first hint at a PlayStation 2 Resident Evil title. Capcom's Shinji Mikami wanted Resident Evil director Hideki Kamiya to create another entry in the Resident Evil series. Kamiya wanted to make a cool and stylized action-adventure game, and Resident Evil writer Noboru Sugimura created a scenario based on this. Further and further into the exploration of these ideas, Kamiya felt that the theme of coolness did not fit in with the world of Resident Evil. They felt that they were straying too far from the series' horror roots, so they decided to make the game independent from the series at all. This was Devil May Cry. The game was developed by Team Little Devils, which was a group of staff members from Capcom Production Studio 4. During the rewrites to change the game from the next Resident Evil entry to Devil May Cry, Kamiya decided to change the story to a world full of demons, taking great inspiration from the Italian epic poem Divine Comedy. The team took a trip to Europe where they spent 11 days in the UK and Spain doing research on environments. They took photos of things like Gothic statues, bricks, and pavements for texture use. Originally named Tony, the main character's name was changed to Dante. Dante was based on the main character from Buichi Terasawa's manga series, Cobra. Kamiya was focusing in on the cool factor. He wanted Dante to appear as a cool character and gave him a long trench coat and made him a non-smoker, those being things he considered cool. He also made him wear red because that's the traditional color for a heroic figure in Japan. Kamiya perceived Dante as someone you would want to go drinking with, and someone who wasn't a show-off but would pull a ridiculous, mischievous joke to endear people to him. He gave Dante this feeling on purpose with the intention of making him feel familiar to audiences. The cast of characters was mostly unchanged aside from names, and the appearance of the main character's mother and father were written out of the story. Major gameplay elements of the game were inspired by a bug found when test playing Onimusha Warlords. Kamiya discovered that in Warlords, enemies could be juggled and kept up in the air when slashing them repeatedly. This ended up becoming the series staple that allows players to juggle enemies with swords and gunfire. Late in the development of the game, it was changed to a mission-based progression, moving away from the open-ended nature of the Resident Evil games. Kamiya also said that the difficulty of the game was intentional, and called it his challenge to those who played light casual games. This will be incredibly important moving forward. In November 2000, Devil May Cry was revealed to the public. It was finally released in Japan for the PlayStation 2 on August 23, 2001, and in North America on October 16, 2001. Let's play the game, shall we? Devil May Cry begins with a text scroll. It tells us of a war between the human world and the underworld, 2,000 years ago. A knight from the underworld stood up to the legions of demons and took them on alone. Afterwards, he resigned to the human world and continued to preserve harmony until his death. The legendary Dark Knight, Sparta. After this, we see a woman jumping down to a street. She's in front of a business called Devil May Cry. We're also introduced to our main character, Dante. Devil May Cry is his business, where he takes contracts to hunt demons. The woman crashes into Dante's shop on a motorcycle. We quickly learn that Dante lost his mother and brother to evil 20 years ago, and that he's the son of the legendary Dark Knight Sparta that we saw in the opening scroll. The woman attacks Dante and throws her bike at him. He decides to reveal his true power, and she realizes that he really is the son of Sparta. She tells him that she's not his enemy and that her name is Trish. She came to seek Dante's help to put an end to the underworld. She tells Dante that 20 years ago, the emperor of the underworld, Mundus, was resurrected. Dante's father sealed those same powers away so long ago. Now, Mundus is trying to attempt to regain control of the human world. There's a gate on Mallet Island that he's been preparing to open. Trish and Dante head there together. Once they get there, Trish immediately splits from Dante and we get our first control of the game. This whole cutscene was pretty short and set up the narrative that we'll be running with for most of the game. You're going to see me talk a lot about gameplay and mechanics here because the first entry in the series doesn't do a whole lot to establish lore or characters just yet. It has small and brief moments, tidbits of information that begin to peek through and develop an aura of mystery about the whole world that we're in, but this won't be expanded upon fully until the later games. This first game is all about the play, so don't be surprised if that's a lot of what we focus on in this first section. Devil May Cry is first and foremost an action-adventure game. It has a dynamic camera system that is mostly fixed, but will switch to different angles as you move around a room. Its structure, as I noted in the development section, is based on missions. The game in total is broken into 23 missions, and each one is pretty short. There are multiple types of missions to get into, but our first one I'll be calling a puzzle mission. Puzzle missions are the basic layout of find an item and bring it to X or open a door by doing X. They're pretty straightforward and usually serve to introduce you to new enemies and give you lots of secrets to collect along the way. These puzzle missions did start to get a little old about halfway through the game. There's a bit of fatigue with going to find items and placing them in slots, but it wasn't anything draining, just a slight nitpick. This first mission sees Dante trying to gain access to a room that he needs a rusty key to open. There's only a few rooms accessible here, and after we've collected all of the red orbs we can, Dante grabs the key from an unmoving puppet, bringing it to life. These haunted puppets are one of the most common enemies we'll see in this game. Devil May Cry, if anything, is all about its combat. With time, we'll be introduced to a multitude of weapons, but in the beginning, Dante only has a sword called Force Edge, and 2 handguns called Ebony and Ivory. We can use triangle to attack with our equipped melee weapon and square to attack with our ranged weapons. There's a downward slash that can be used after jumping, and some other attacks that can be unlocked through upgrades, but Devil May Cry is pretty bare bones. This would be just the beginning of these systems, and they wouldn't become fully fleshed out for a bit, so Dante is slightly limited in this entry. There's still ample room to choose different approaches to each scenario, though. Dante can juggle enemies and hit them with a barrage of bullets, or he can pull off a massive combo by slashing repeatedly. The other system that this game introduces is Devil Trigger. Dante has a meter under his health bar that represents his Devil Trigger. This meter is filled by attacking enemies, and when activated, it gives Dante access to more powerful abilities. He also can do more damage and regain health in certain situations. Dante makes his way through the castle and we complete our first mission, landing me a Devil Hunter rank of C. Every entry of Devil May Cry has a ranking system. It's a staple of this genre of video games, and the ranking is based on how fast you completed the level, how much damage you took, and how stylish your delivering of damage was. Whenever Dante does damage at all, he gets a combo rating that starts with D for dull and goes all the way up to S for stylish. These can be tricky to pull off with Dante's limited attack palette, but it's not impossible. I am not particularly good at these types of video games, so you're going to see lots of B's and C's up there, folks. This mission ranking also gives you red orbs. These are the game's main currency and can be used to buy items or power-ups for your weapons. Each game in the series would also include blue orbs, which upgrade your maximum health, yellow or gold orbs, which bring you back from death in some form, purple orbs, which upgrade your max Devil Trigger, and white orbs, which refill your Devil Trigger gauge. In most entries, you can gain blue orb fragments, which, when 4 are collected, form a full blue orb. Other entries would introduce purple orb fragments as well. Dante ventures through the castle, making his way deeper into the labyrinth and fending off hordes of puppet monsters. Eventually, he finds the Staff of Judgment and unlocks a pathway into another section of Mallet Island. Entering the cathedral, Dante sees an item floating atop the dais, the Pride of Lion. To earn the Pride of Lion, he must complete a trial, which consists of getting shocked on a bridge, killing a few floating skulls, and running back. As he goes to take the Pride of Lion, he is confronted with a magma rock spider named Phantom. He notes that he sensed more power than what Dante seems to hold, and slashes at Dante before he jumps out of the way. We are confronted with our first boss fight. Devil May Cry is known for its difficulty. It's kind of the name of the game at this point. These games aren't unbeatable on their normal setting. They aren't even Dark Souls level hard, whatever that means. But the casual fan can enjoy a playthrough on the normal setting and be challenged by most of the tougher enemies thrown at it by the game, and a more seasoned veteran can challenge themselves further by venturing into the game's higher difficulty settings, hard mode and Dante Must Die mode. As I said before, this genre of games has mostly eluded me, and I'm not particularly adept at them. I was a little nervous venturing into this series, as some of the entries are particularly known for their high difficulty. The first 3 missions, so far, went off without a hitch, and I was starting to think that it was all just hype. But when I got to this boss, I realized what everyone had meant. Phantom is not a hard boss by any stretch of the imagination. His mechanics are simple once you figure them out. When you're at a distance from him, he'll shoot you with a beam attack that can do some pretty rough damage. If you get too close, he'll slash at you with one of his legs or attack you with his pincer. Every once in a while, he'll summon pillars of magma that shoot up from the ground. You can only attack him from the top or when he's opened his pincer, since most of his body is covered in this rocky shell. It seems pretty straightforward, but this boss teaches you everything you need to know about this game and series, and it does it by throwing you into the thick of it. Trial by Fire. This game was not only a challenge by Kamiya to his audience in 2001, it was a challenge to me 20 years later. This would be my trial by fire, and my fear of losing in this game, although unwarranted, stemmed from various attempts to play these games as a kid. Over time, I would learn to love the challenge and venture further into the realms of difficulty. On my first playthrough, I was trying this boss over and over again, having a pretty rough go of things. But there was a moment when it clicked. Boss fights in Devil May Cry aren't just slugfests, they require strategy, thinking, and quick reactions. But they also aren't puzzles, there isn't just one solution. The boss fights in this game are so amazing because they reward a ton of player agency. They give the player the ability to choose how they want to go about the fight, and they offer many avenues for the player to do so. I was constantly switching things up when fighting Phantom. At first I thought, this is the first boss, maybe I should rush in, attack head on, because this just seems like one of those types of games, and it kind of is, if you make it that way, but you don't have to. Eventually, I realized I was better off conserving my health, giving myself a distance between me and Phantom, and striking when the moment arose. But I was still being too greedy. I was overindulging myself in the damage. I had to use Devil Trigger more. Everything was a mistake on my part, and not the game's. And that's what makes this experience so rewarding. Each time I died, I realized there was something I hadn't tried yet, or something that I did wrong. I was frustrated, but I was frustrated at myself, not at the game. Eventually, after 6 or 7 tries, I killed Phantom, and it clicked. Not during the boss fight, but after. Most of the rest of the bosses in the game would be a breeze on normal difficulty because the whole game just made sense in that moment. Each boss had a way to be killed. It had multiple ways to be killed. It just required me to think critically and be light on my feet. This is what Devil May Cry is all about. Its difficulty doesn't arise from a place of cheap shots and tricks, it's a trial by fire. And when you burst through those flames, unshaken and ready to move forward, it feels amazing. There would be many moments of triumph in my journey with this series, moments of sheer will breaking through the bounds of difficulty, but this was the first. Dante kills Phantom and gains the Pride of the Lion, a small tablet with a symbol of a lion. This grants him access into a different part of the castle now. Here, he finds an abandoned bedroom and a decorative sword, which he uses to free an object called a melancholy soul. This grants him access to another section of the castle. Like I said before, there were a lot of these fetch quest puzzle missions, and I'm hesitant really to call them puzzles because it's mostly just finding a singular item that will let you advance further. A lot of these items didn't matter in the overarching story of the game, and their use was ambiguous at best. I think this was a missed opportunity to provide some more world building and lore to the universe that we are playing in. Instead, we get a menagerie of random items that must be placed to activate mechanics throughout the castle. I'm willing to give this complaint a pass though, as this was the first entry in the series, and you can see the team was still working out exactly what Devil May Cry would be at this point. It started out as a fluke, spawned from an idea for another series, and then extrapolated upon by a random glitch in Onimusha Warlords. Devil May Cry really does feel special because when looking at its history, it was quite a freak accident that we even got the game that we did. Devil May Cry could have been something entirely different. Before Dante gains access to the sewers, he steps outside onto the balcony through the abandoned bedroom we saw earlier. In the courtyard, Nello Angelo, a powerful Dark Knight demon, appears and begins to attack him. We have our second boss fight. This fight with Nello Angelo was pretty simple, and I ran through it on my first try. The knight will slash attack you and mostly moves around at a leisurely pace when he's not trying to hit you. Sometimes he'll block your downward slashes from above, but if you can hit him and get behind him, you can get off a pretty good combo. Every once in a while, he'll teleport away from you and shoot some easily telegraphed balls of energy that aren't hard to dodge. I found great success in this fight by using Air Raid, an ability that I got by spending red orbs. This allows you to jump into the air while in Devil Trigger mode and stay flying while shooting bolts of electricity at your targets. It was incredibly useful and comes in handy quite often. Once you get the knight's health low enough, he teleports to another section of the courtyard, and you fight him some more with mostly the same abilities. He does this once more, finally ending the fight atop the parapets of the castle. When he's defeated, he dissipates into a purple and blue energy and flies away at the sight of Dante's amulet. After this, we get our first timed mission. With the Melancholy Soul in hand, we can now make it down into the sewers, but the Melancholy Soul is fading and we only have 3 minutes to get down there. We're also introduced to the Shadow Cat enemy. These guys can be pretty annoying. They can't take melee damage when in their shadow form, so you have to hit them from a distance until they open up. Once they reveal the orb at the center of their mass, you can deal direct damage to them. After you deal enough damage, they explode. Not only does this game have great boss fights, which test your ability, strategical thinking, and reaction speed, but they also have great general enemies as well. The enemies that are introduced are incredibly well paced throughout the game. Just as you begin to get used to one type of enemy, the game can tell, and it throws a new one at you. You can't use the same strategy as before because this definitely isn't a one-size-fits-all experience. You have to switch things up constantly and try new tactics when faced with new foes. This furthered the whole idea that Devil May Cry is all about, which is synergy and really trying new things. Whenever I would play hack-and-slash games like God of War, for example, I would always find one ability that I could exploit, whatever worked best and did the most damage. I would carry through the rest of the game and take it to victory. But here, you can't do that. The game doesn't give you a lot to work with as far as abilities and combos, but it wants you to use every tool in your arsenal to solve the crisis that you're currently in. This game is the antithesis of exploiting moves. Sure, was my go-to move the air dive with Ifrit? Yes, and I used it quite often. But there were just certain enemies that it didn't work against, and when I would try to use this go-to move on them, I realized that I was fighting an uphill battle. I was making the game harder on myself just because I was comfortable with it. So when I tried something new, like using the shotgun on the Sin Scissors, for example, I realized that this made these fights way smoother and much less frustrating. The point is, there's always a way around the situation you're in, you just have to try and step out of your comfort zone. Dante makes it with the Melancholy Soul to the sewer entrance. He finds a guiding light, a key that drains the power of whoever holds it. We get another sort of timed mission where we have to make it back to the destination while the key slowly drains our health. Once we solve this puzzle, we gain access to the rooftop, and Dante realizes Phantom is not dead. We have to fight him again, and I'm not sure if it's because I had powered up at this point, or just knew the game mechanics better, but this was 10 times easier than the first fight. This fight almost exists to show you that you've leveled up and figured out how to play the game. Devil May Cry, like I said before, is all about learning how to play it. It's about working within the bounds of the system that you're given. Fighting Phantom a second time after defeating another boss and hordes of new enemies, it makes you feel recharged. You get to see how far you've come, and for me, it was almost an I got this moment. It's a moment within the game that's showing you the system you're working within, and it just kind of all clicks. Dante smashes Phantom through the glass ceiling of the cathedral, and he's impaled at the bottom. Trish sees this and realizes Dante's true power, almost a look of fear in her eyes. Dante heads out of the cathedral and finds a mechanism that controls the drawbridge from the castle to another part of the island. He lets the drawbridge down and moves out. While in this room, we find the grenade gun, a grenade launcher that can replace our dual handguns. There are many different weapons in Devil May Cry, and they all function pretty differently. The two handguns allow you to fire them in the air, slowing your descent slightly. They're all about movement and doing a bit of damage from afar, poking the enemies at a distance. The shotgun can be used to deliver some bigger damage when you're up close, and works particularly well against enemies like the Sin Scissors. You can also damage groups of enemies that are close together. The grenade gun is the other end of this spectrum. It's slow to fire and does a bunch of damage. It would become particularly useful in some specific boss fights, which we'll talk about once we get to them. Grenade rolling can be very useful, and the grenade gun can take out smaller, lesser demons with one hit in some cases. I found use in all three of these weapons, and they were all distinct. That's one of Devil May Cry's strengths. Its weapons are unique. This first entry in the series may not have a lot in the way of choices, and its arsenal leaves a bit to be desired, but unlike some of the later entries, well, one of the later entries, the options it does give you are actually genuinely different from each other. They have their uses and will change and affect the gameplay of your playthrough. There are two other ranged weapons in the game, Nightmare Beta, which I did not get to in my first playthrough, and didn't use very much when I did, and the Needle Gun, which we'll get to talking about in a bit. Dante makes it across to the other section of the island, and we're introduced to some new enemies. Blades, which are small, lizard-like creatures that have shields. These enemies are kind of annoying because they like to attack in packs, usually with a larger version helping them out. They go down pretty quick with some evasive maneuvering and well-timed usage of the shotgun. Dante finds two doors with different colored shields, and a door with a slot for spears. We solve a puzzle netting us a new devil arm called Ifrit. Like I said before, from here throughout most of the game, I would use Ifrit. Ifrit is a pair of gauntlets that is the physical embodiment of the demon god of the same name. They do up-close, hard-hitting damage and have some good movement. As I upgraded the gauntlets, they would allow me to deal meteor blast damage from afar and do some devastating uppercut attacks. I just enjoyed this style of play much more than the sword Alistair. I felt like getting in some quick big shots, dodging, and then running away was much more suited to my playstyle than the sword. As Dante leaves the area, he is assaulted from the air by our new foe, Griffin. This is our fourth boss fight of the game. Griffin will assault us with red balls of energy from the air, which can be dodged with a well-timed jump. Every few attacks, he'll fly toward you and drop a barrage of these red energy balls, which can be dodged pretty easily as well. When he gets close, he'll try to jump on top of you and charge you with his head. In the air, he can be damaged easily with the grenade gun, and when close, you can do devastating attacks with Ifrit without taking much damage. This fight was pretty easy, but I enjoyed the mechanics and found it fast-paced. After Griffin is defeated, he flies off toward the Colosseum. Dante makes it further into the island and finds a chalice that he needs to open the door forward. He is confronted again by Nello Angelo. This fight is similar to the last one, albeit a little harder due to the new area that we're fighting in. He's got similar moves, but a little faster and a little more hard-hitting. I beat him on my first try with the assistance of Ifrit and the grenade gun. Nello Angelo again dissipates into energy and flies away. Dante gains access to the chalice and places it on a dais, gaining him further entry into the island. Dante travels through the caves on the island and finds a crashed ship half submerged in the water. We get our first experience of underwater levels in the game. Devil May Cry features only a few sporadic underwater levels, and they were a low point for me. The controls are awful, having you move the camera before you can move forward. Once you get used to the underwater dash that you're given, you can traverse a little easier, but this doesn't change the fact that if you want to change directions, you have to stop and course correct before moving forward. There's a button that can be used for quick turning, but it's not great if you need to fine-tune your movement. Add on to this the fact that enemies appear underwater, and we've got ourselves an annoying level sandwich. This is where the needle gun comes in. The only time the needle gun can be used is underwater. You can't melee attack enemies, so you have to just swim, turn your camera so that you're aiming in their direction, and mash the shoot button. I just wasn't a big fan of this because not only were the controls bad, it just felt odd. There also wasn't challenge, considering the enemies didn't do a ton of damage, so defeating them didn't feel like a win. I just felt like I wanted to get out of the water as soon as possible. Plus, putting the whole thing in first person makes this feel like a weird Japanese arcade game. Luckily, there aren't that many underwater sections in the game, and once we get out of here, we reach the top of the ship. Dante activates the ship, and it begins to move. He has to pass a trial to open the doors of it, though, and the trial is protecting the ship itself. Griffin returns, and as the ship sails the water, we have to fight him. Now this was kind of a difficult fight. Griffin flies around the ship, shooting red waves of energy at you, but while this is happening, you have a small bird of sorts tethered to you. It's constantly diving away from you and slingshotting itself back. Every time it hits you, it shoots up into the air, and sometimes making contact will do damage. You can destroy the thing with some accurate hits, but for the first part of the fight, it can be incredibly annoying, and Griffin can actually bring it back. The easiest way to beat the fight is to get Griffin to land and just attack him over and over with Ebony and Ivory while dodging his minimal wave attacks. Eventually, Griffin goes down and escapes again, and Dante finds the Staff of Hermes inside the ship's main room. The ship capsizes when he removes the staff, and we get some more underwater levels again. Eventually, Dante gets out of the ship and heads back to the main part of the island. He enters one of the shield doors and weaves through a labyrinth of passageways. Eventually, Dante finds a set of spears that will gain us entrance into the Colosseum. The Colosseum opens and Dante enters. As he steps on the center platform, Griffin arrives again, and this is our final battle with him. This final battle with Griffin is pretty simple. Griffin flies above us and shoots his signature red energy balls down at us that now fire out waves of projectiles. He'll charge at us again and try to swoop down when he's in the air. He'll also fire vertical waves of energy that can be easily dodged. The grenade gun does wonders here, and Griffin takes so much damage from it, even when he's in the air. Griffin goes down on the center platform, and just as his body is rising into the sky, a dais falls down and crushes him. He tells Dante that he knew that his power was more than that of Sparta, but he could not let him live because Griffin is an agent of Mundus. Griffin calls for Mundus, asking for the power to finish Dante off. Mundus finally appears before us in the sky, and he tells Griffin that he's failed him. He is not worthy, and Mundus calls down a barrage of lightning to finish off Griffin. He then disappears in the sky. Trish appears, and Dante says that Mundus killing his own agent was heinous. Dante realizes that Mundus was the one that killed his mother and brother. He also says that his father was courageous and fought for the weak, and that he will continue his father's legacy by doing the same. This is our first real inclination of motivation and character in Dante. Dante wants to avenge his mother and brother. He wants to carry on the legacy of his father and destroy Mundus. The motivations are pretty simple in this first entry, and the game doesn't spend a ton of time on characterization, but we'll get there, trust me. I mean, we're halfway through the game and we just now figured out basically why we're here or even doing this. Dante enters the underground beneath the Colosseum and finds the Wheel of Destiny, a round plate that will take him to the beginning land according to the prophecy inscribed on the altar. He places this medallion in the bridge that gives him access back to the original castle and first part of the island that he visited. When he enters, we're introduced to a new enemy type, the Plasmas. These are forms of energy and sometimes copy the forms of their opponents. They fire out beams of electricity and charge at you pretty quick. The human form versions also multiply when you kill one of them. This is a good time to talk about the enemies of Devil May Cry. This game has a ton of different enemies that it introduces, 11 different lesser demons to be exact. These demons are revealed and used throughout the game to control its pace. Like I said before, just when you're feeling comfortable, the game introduces a new thing for you to contend with. A couple of hours into the game, you've gotten used to the marionettes, to the point where you know how to deal with them, and introducing 20 of them at a time just isn't a big deal. And introducing new enemies throughout a game's playtime isn't anything new, and probably wasn't anything new for 2001. But the consistent pace at which Devil May Cry does it is what makes it special. They're normally introduced one at a time as well. You're given a one-on-one battle with this new demon to try and figure out its moves and mechanics, but you won't just do it in one fight. You'll do it across the next couple of times you encounter them, through the course of the game. Dante ventures back to the cathedral where we fought Phantom for the first time. Now the room is dimly lit by these purple pools on the ground. As Dante inspects one of them, he finds a strong surge of evil coming from it. At this moment, Nightmare emerges from the pool of water, and we have our next boss. Nightmare was an interesting boss fight. I like its mechanics a lot, and it felt like it constantly had me on my toes. There's a lot of different things to manage, and you're constantly trying to keep multiple things in the forefront of your mind. When you're in the main room with Nightmare, he'll look just like a blob. When he's in this form, he'll send small larvae at you that will do small damage. He'll also send encapsulating pools of sludge at you, and if you get caught in them, you're sent into another realm where you have to do a previous boss fight over again. In this first form, you'll have to kill Phantom, along with some Sargosas, these floating skulls. This isn't entirely bad, as doing this optional boss fight will put some big damage on Nightmare. The only way to damage Nightmare when you're in the main room with him is to activate the lights by hitting these switches. After that, you can't damage him directly until one of his 2 orbs are opened up. You can do this by damaging him with one of your guns. Once he does this, you'll have a brief window to get some big damage in, which I capitalized on by using Ifrit's uppercut attacks. Keep in mind that while this whole thing is going on, Nightmare is firing tons of energy bolts and projectiles at you that do huge damage. This whole fight can be a bit overwhelming, worrying about the light, getting damage on Nightmare, dodging his projectiles, and not getting sent to the other realm, but it was incredibly satisfying when I finally beat it. You see, each boss in Devil May Cry felt fair. It felt like they gave me the mechanics, and they showed me the tools that they were working with. And even on harder difficulties, when I died, I felt like it was my fault. I felt like there was something I hadn't tried yet, something I hadn't learned, and if I just tried harder or switched up my strategy, I'd be able to get it. This is fantastic for a difficult game because I felt like I wasn't working against the game, I was working with it. Eventually, Nightmare goes down and Dante heads through the castle, venturing back to the spot before, where we activated the challenge for the Pride of the Lion. On his way, he has to fight Nightmare again, and it's a similar fight. Not much has changed, except that if you get sucked into Nightmare's portal, you have to fight Griffin instead of Phantom. At the bridge, the sky is darkened and crackling with lightning, and the bridge is broken into pieces. Dante places the Staff of Hermes in its spot, and 2 portals appear. Dante enters a mirror world, and the environment becomes distorted and flipped. He enters the same puddle that Nightmare appeared from and finds it to be a portal to the underworld. He's in an upside-down version of the castle, crawling on the roof now. He enters the gate and finds himself in the depths of the underworld. The design of these last few levels are great. The entire game's environments have been impressive. They were incredibly detailed for its time, with even small props like books and candles lining the rooms. Every room looked like it had life, and a reason to be there. No physical space was wasted. Dante meets back up with Nello Angelo for one last time. This final battle against him is the culmination of the previous 2. He's shooting summoned swords at us, using his versatile moveset, speed, quickness, and blocking our attacks. It can be a pretty hard battle, but using the knowledge that we've gained from the last 2 fights, we can make quick work of it. Nello Angelo is finally defeated, revealing himself to be the possessed brother of Dante, Virgil. Mundus took him under his control, and with his dispelling, we gain his amulet, which happens to look like ours. Joined with ours, it creates the Devil Sword Sparta. This replaces our sword Alistair and carries over most of its moveset while gaining the advantage of upgraded reach and damage. In the underworld, the walls are made of a veiny black goo and throbbing red doorways block our paths. Multicolored snake enemies crest the walls and threaten to drain our entire health bar. Dante finds Trish captured and being held in the underworld. Dante goes to help her and we have our final Nightmare boss fight. Like I said before, fighting multiple forms of a boss in this game was always bizarre. I would expect the next form to be so much harder than the last. I was always surprised because each form was miles easier. The conclusion that I came to still stands here. We've learned more about the enemy, how to better fight them, more efficiently and smooth. We've also gained power-ups along the way, more health, more Devil Trigger. Nightmare goes down, but before we finish him off, Trish reveals herself as an agent of Mundus. We get rid of Nightmare's final chunk of health, and the roof of the cavern begins to collapse. At the last second, Dante decides to save Trish from the falling rubble. She asks him why he decided to save her, and he says that she looks like his mother. He laments that she looks like her, but she'll never have her life. Dante walks off, and Mundus tells Trish that she's failed him. We haven't talked about Dante's character a whole lot in this game, and that's because there hasn't been a lot of development to that character. This ending section of the game is where we'll see the little amount that this game does have. Before we can get to that, Dante has to escape the underworld in a set time limit. He has to activate the heart at the center and open the final gate to Mundus's throne. When he arrives in the throne room, he sees Trish is being held captive by Mundus, hanging on the wall. Mundus fires bolts at Dante and tries to finish him off, but Trish returns his earlier favor and jumps in front of the beam for him. This enrages Dante, and he activates the full power of his lineage, the power of Sparta. His eyes turn red, and Mundus breaks free from his statue, showing his true form. Mundus and Dante fly to the heavens, a boundless void of space and begin their final battle. In this battle, you're using Dante in his Sparta form. He's completely changed to look like his demon father with huge wings and adorned armor. There's 2 phases to this fight, the first being the flying phase. Dante is moving slowly towards Mundus and firing projectiles. Mundus has a barrier around him, created by these 4 blue stone balls. You have to shoot them and get rid of them before damaging him. The easiest way I found to deal with this phase was to destroy the shield and then use my Devil Trigger on him, which in this form turns you into a huge dragon and does a ton of damage to Mundus. This part of the fight isn't terribly difficult, but each of Mundus's attacks do a ton of damage. He can cut your health bar in half before you even touch him. It's an expertly designed fight though, because Mundus is at the center of the screen, and so are the parts that you need to damage, the shield orbs. But Dante is constantly forced to the edge of the screen, because Mundus is always firing multiple types of projectiles at you. Small orbs that shoot little bolts of energy, and beam attacks that sweep across the screen, huge boulders and pieces of rubble, and multiple beams of energy directly from Mundus himself. It's pretty difficult to avoid damage, and moving to the edge of the screen is the easiest way, but that makes it difficult to attack the middle. You have to pick your points to do damage, and pick your moments to run. Finally, Mundus goes down, and we have to fight him again on the ground. Mundus is in a central pool of lava. We can damage him from afar, and he'll send a barrage of projectiles at us, summon his ball turrets, summon lava pillars from the ground, and even physically try to punch Dante. It's a pretty difficult fight, but shooting him with the grenade gun will do a bit of damage to him, and once Devil Trigger can be activated, we can do a ton of damage by firing projectiles in that form. Mundus is finally defeated, and I can't help but love the grandiosity of this battle. A lot of boss battles in Devil May Cry will follow this same form, but I love fighting all-powerful beings, gods that tower above the player. It's such an interesting trope that always turns things up a notch and makes it feel much more grand. Dante is back in the cathedral, and Trish lies dead on the ground. Dante laments Trish's death, and there's a line here that's kind of become a meme.
I should have saved you. I should have been the one to fill your dark soul with light.
Now, even though it's delivered in a hokey way and it feels kind of out of place, this is about the only characterization for Dante we'll get in this game, other than him being cool. You see, this whole game, Dante has been the cool guy. He's run around defeating demons with a smile or a brooding smirk. He laughs in the face of evil, and that's how he was designed. In later games, we'll see this cool factor turned up to 10, and that's what makes Dante interesting. He's kind of a badass. As Kamiya said, he was designed to be a guy you'd want to hang out with. But here, we reveal what's at Dante's center. He wanted to save Trish. Even though she was bad, even though she was against him, he wanted to be able to fix her, to change her for good. Not just because she was a woman who he journeyed here with, but because she reminded him of his mother. Maybe Dante has a savior complex, or maybe he's trying to make up for the death of his mother with this woman. We can't be sure just yet, but this will be the starting seed of Dante's character for the rest of the series. Somber and broken, Dante leaves his mother's amulet and his father's sword with Trish's body, a part of his mother and a part of his father. We have one final mission to escape Mallet Island before it collapses. We're timed, and we venture back through the levels that we've completed, trying to make our way out as fast as we can. When in the sewers, Dante realizes that Mundus is not dead. He has made his way into the human world. Mundus is an amorphous blob made of eyes and hands, hellfire and disgusting tendrils. He's crawling quickly towards Dante, and no matter what Dante does, he can't seem to defeat the demon. Finally, he hears the voice of his mother telling him it will be all right. Trish shows up and she gives Dante her power, enabling him to provide one final Devil Trigger-powered shot at Mundus and sending him back to the underworld. Dante and Trish embrace, realizing that they may not be able to make it out of Mallet Island alive. Dante says, "Devils never cry," and a plane collapses through the roof, providing them a way out. I thought this was pretty random the first time I played through this game, but when I went back through on hard mode, I realized that this plane is sitting in one of the first rooms you visit, right in plain sight. Dante and Trish escape Mallet Island before it implodes and fly off into the sky. We flash forward and we're back at Dante's business. Trish is working there with him now, and they've changed the name to Devil Never Cry. They get a new job and head out. I love the ending for this game. It's filled with promise and intrigue. Dante and Trish working together, ready to take on the world. Devil May Cry can be a little dated when looking at the newer entries in the series, but I feel that playing this game first provides a very basic and needed ground for the series to move forward from, and when it was released it fulfilled the same purpose. It's a little bare bones, and compared to later entries, Dante doesn't have a ton to do, but as a starting point it's perfect. The later entries in the series have some wonderful stories that we'll be diving into and some great characterization and development, but this entry is pretty void of all that. Outside of maybe 2 scenes, there's not a ton of development, as the team were just getting started on what they wanted to accomplish. The enemies and environments, though, are top-notch, and Mallet Island itself is a place that I won't soon forget. Its rooms and caverns are detailed and interesting, filled with little secrets and things for you to find. The demons of Mallet Island are interesting, and you can tell that time and effort went into designing each one of them. One of the great features of the HD collection is its inclusion of the vault, which has tons and tons of concept art and promotional imagery. I love Devil May Cry, and I feel like it was the kickstart to this entire journey that I was about to go on. It properly prepared me for what was to come. On release, the game was met with critical acclaim and great sales. By 2006, it had sold 1.1 million copies and would end up beloved by fans. Devil May Cry started a legacy. It's the beginning to a long journey that would span 2 decades. Some critics would cite its difficulty as unnecessary and that it was only there to prolong the game. I obviously greatly disagree with this, as I think that the difficulty was integral to the entire experience. Devil May Cry is about growth and challenge, and not just for the characters, but for the player. Especially in 2021, the game provided me something that I don't find often. It pushed me out of my comfort zone a little, and the game is a completely different beast on hard mode. I beat the game on normal and ventured into hard to challenge myself, but I can't say that I ever made it to Dante Must Die mode, a mode which is rewarded to the player after they beat it on hard. Those levels of difficulty were just a little too masochistic to put myself through. Yet. With the success of Devil May Cry, Capcom definitely wanted to make a sequel, but they might have moved on a little too quickly. Devil May Cry 2 began development around the time that localization had begun on Devil May Cry for the West. The game began development without even notifying Hideki Kamiya or Team Little Devils. The game was developed with almost an entirely new team, and by the tail end of development, Capcom was not happy with what had been done so far. Hideaki Itsuno had been brought on to direct the game, the previous director having not been identified. Itsuno had developed many fighting games for Capcom and joined development near the end. There isn't a lot of information on the development of Devil May Cry 2 online that I could find. We do know that Itsuno was brought onto the team with about 4 months left in the development cycle. Itsuno said the game wasn't even close to being finished, and he was brought on to basically course-correct the shortcomings of the project. The game was being touted and marketed as much bigger and larger than Devil May Cry 1. Tsuyoshi Tanaka, one of the game's producers, had stated that the environments were 9 times larger than the first game. This design philosophy would be Devil May Cry 2's undoing, and one of the larger reasons why it doesn't work very well. The team also decided to include a second playable character, Lucia, after complaints that the first game didn't let you play as Trish. I'll be transparent, I wasn't a big fan of this game, and I'm about to get pretty deep into why. So if you are a fan of Devil May Cry 2, I'm sorry for what I'm about to do to you. Devil May Cry 2 opens with a voiceover, telling us again about Sparta and his battle that sealed away the demons. We see our new female character, Lucia, looking at an artifact sealed away in a glass case. It's a coin, and it rolls on the floor as Dante pops through the ceiling to save her from some puya. She takes the coin and says, "Until next time," before leaving. Dante walks up to the map in the museum, and we begin our first mission. First off, I will say that I like the upgraded character model for Dante in this game. It's one of the very few things that I do like. The added detail makes him feel a little bit more real, and his angular features are pleasing to look at. Though I don't enjoy the pause screen art for Dante, as it looks weird and ghoulish. He looks like some starved wraith or something here, and it's just ugly. Dante pops off of a cathedral roof and we start collecting orbs again. All of our favorites are back with similar systems. Red orbs for currency, green orbs for health, blue orbs for health upgrade, and purple orbs for devil trigger upgrade. Dante encounters his first enemies hanging about a bridge, and these are the Finis demon type enemy. Another thing I do enjoy about this game are enemy designs. I think this is an area where all Devil May Cry games excel. They thrive in making their demons grotesque, interesting, and unsettling. The Finis demon is no stranger to that. They are corpses that are wearing cages with blades coming out of their hands. This moment is where things start to get rocky, though, our first combat encounter. Devil May Cry is all about combat, as we've established before. Its fluidity determines almost exclusively its quality. You expect smooth combos, challenging battles, and being able to juggle enemies with well-timed attacks. Pulling these things off, defeating a hard enemy or boss, or executing a super long combo can feel great. When you're in the throes of it, it can feel heart-pumping, almost an adrenaline rush. Devil May Cry 2 does not have this feeling. It is slow, it's chunky, it feels like you're slicing through pudding, not water. You can no longer pull off quick combos and juggle enemies to your delight. You're relegated to clunky attacks and enemies that barely attack you and take barely any damage. If Devil May Cry was a well-oiled machine running at its maximum, Devil May Cry 2 feels like you filled that machine with mayonnaise. The combat system doesn't just feel bad, it got rid of one of the best parts of Devil May Cry 1's interesting battle system. In Devil May Cry 1, you could do a delayed attack to introduce different moves into your combo. Devil May Cry 2 gets rid of this in favor of a directional combo system, which is almost impossible to use because of the lock-on system. This means that most players won't be able to even pull off longer combos or have the stylish fighting that they did in the last game. Not only does this force the player to use the same moves over and over, it de-incentivizes fun play. Not only is the combat incredibly slow and devoid of flavor, it's also incredibly easy. The difficulty was majorly toned down for this sequel, and I believe I died once in the entirety of my first playthrough. The guns are the main culprit that I noticed while playing. They've been powered up insanely to the point where they do as much damage as your sword in the same amount of time. They also stun most enemies when you shoot them, so you can just infinitely use the guns no matter what. The only time I would ever even need to use the sword was to generate combos for more orbs. Getting a higher combo rating nets you more red orbs from enemies, and near the end of the game, I could just shoot an enemy, use my stinger attack, shoot an enemy, use stinger, and repeat until I got a stylish rating and could finish all of them off with my guns, netting me a bunch of red orbs. So even though they removed the interesting attacks that made the first game fun, that doesn't even matter because you can just kill everything with guns anyways. There's a lot more wrong with this game that we'll get into, but this is the glaring problem in the face of it all. This is the central thing that's wrong at the core. Playing it just doesn't even feel like a Devil May Cry game. You know a game is bad if Crobcat has a video on it. Dante ventures through Vida Marley, the fictional city that the game is set in. We're introduced to some new enemies, the Masira, small crawling demon creatures that, along with Finis demons, will be our marionettes or mob enemies for the game. Most of the enemies are mob enemies though, considering they're so easy, but let's not split hairs. Dante's Devil Trigger has also been upgraded for the series, transforming him to a winged being who can shoot rapid-fire bolts of energy from his hands. He can also do some strongish melee attacks when flying, and can fire a boomerang-like attack. Again, the ranged attack is much stronger than the melee here, even in Devil Trigger, so ripping through enemies by holding square is so much more efficient than actually getting up close. Dante makes his way to the outskirts of the city and finds Lucia. Just as he sees her standing at the foot of a small house, the building is blown up and Dante whisks her out of the way. In the aftermath of the blast, Lucia is looking for someone named Mathieu. This elderly woman appears from the rubble and recognizes Dante. Mathieu says that she knew Sparta and she is a part of the Guardians of the Land, and that she fought with Sparta against the demons of the land. She tells Dante of a man named Arius, who is the president of an international public corporation. Arius is using the demon power and is serving a larger master. Dante leaves his decision on whether to help Mathieu or not up to a coin flip, and fate decides that he'll help her. She tells Dante that if he is successful, she'll tell him a story about his father. Devil May Cry 2 does have a bit more story and characterization than its sequel. It's not exactly great, but there's a little bit more here than was previously. Dante ventures through the city, and we find our first boss, whose name I'm not even gonna try and pronounce. He's a large mutated gorilla and will climb on the ceiling, drop down at you, and attack you. It's very, very basic, even compared to the simplest of fights from the previous game. If we compare this to our first boss fight from Devil May Cry, then we've regressed extremely far. Phantom was a difficulty check. It was a section of the game that required the player to readjust and readied them for the rest of what was to come. This boss is fodder. He can easily be killed by just using the guns and Devil Trigger and never touching him with the sword. Most of the bosses of Devil May Cry 2 removed all of the challenging and interesting mechanics that the predecessor had. At that point, they just become large enemies that aren't dealt with in an interesting and heart-pumping way, but a slow, standing, mashing way. Dante kills the monkey and makes his way to the harbor, heading towards the city to find Arius. When he gets to the harbor, he finds a piece of a Devil Trigger amulet. This is one of the things I genuinely thought was an interesting idea in this game, but I don't think it was explored to its full extent. In Devil May Cry 2, you change different aspects of your Devil Trigger based on what amulet pieces you have equipped. There are 3 slots for your amulet. Inserting a gem in one will change your movement ability, the other will change your attack ability, and the third will affect your alternate abilities like healing when attacking. These can be swapped out when you choose and affect the abilities that your Devil Trigger offers you. I think this was an interesting concept that actually offered you some customization in the way of combat. Ultimately, it doesn't matter that much though, and switching from ice to lightning attacks for your DT doesn't really do anything. Here, Dante gains the aerial heart for his amulet, which enables him to fly when in Devil Trigger form. He also gains the quick heart, which enables him to run quickly when in DT. Shortly after this, we're facing our second boss, Yakut. This boss is a tendril monster with 4 tentacles blocking his main body from being attacked. If you get close to his arms, they'll attack you or do a swipe across the ground. If you defeat them, you can get access to the boss's main body and deal damage directly to him. After a few seconds, he'll resummon his tendrils and spit out a poison blast or knock you back with a shield. This fight wasn't difficult, same as all the other ones in this game. The mechanics are incredibly simple, and each attack is telegraphed to the point that you know exactly what's coming before it happens. You can also lock onto the main body and still do damage without defeating the tentacle arms, just with your guns. This doesn't do a ton of damage, but it can be done, avoiding the boss mechanics put in place anyways. Yakut goes down, and Dante finds a motorcycle riding deeper into the city. When Dante arrives, he's met with 2 mini-bosses, Gur and Freck. 2 white wolves that are kind of annoying. They just jump and run around you and barely attack you directly. Another real issue with this game is the enemy AI. Not only are enemies incredibly easy to defeat, but the AI in some cases will cause them to not attack you at all. This is incredibly prevalent with some bosses in the game, but a lot of enemies feel like they're just doing pre-coded actions, not actually trying to attack the player directly. Dante's in the city now and finds Orangera again, defeating him. I'm not sure why they put this boss in here twice, because they don't even make a big affair of it. They don't put him in a cutscene or anything, he's just treated as another enemy. He goes down ridiculously easy, and making a boss that you just fought a few missions ago reappear to only go down in less than a minute just shows the player how ridiculous this whole thing is. As Dante makes his way further into the city, he finds 3 infested tanks blocking his path. I'm not sure if the infested tanks are supposed to be mini-bosses, but they have a bit of health and just fire at you slowly from afar. They don't really move at all, they just stand there. The easiest way to deal with them is to shoot at them for 5 minutes straight, or get up close beside them under the barrel of their tank and just melee attack them while they're down. I don't know why I'm talking about the easiest way to deal with these enemies, because they're non-enemies. There's not strategy here, it's just pressing buttons. After we deal with these three, an infested chopper shows up. These infested enemies are just vehicles that I guess have some sort of goop on them. The design is incredibly lazy, and there's not a lot that makes them interesting whatsoever. This is our third official boss of the game, and this one is a doozy. The fight starts out in the streets and sees the chopper sitting above you while you shoot at it until its health is gone. Then you move about the city across buildings and rooftops, where you battle it finally on top of a large building. The design for this fight is ridiculous. 90% of the time, the chopper is not even attacking you, and if it is, it's shooting off the side of the building, not even aiming in your general direction. Obviously, the developers could have deduced that you would stand in the center of the rooftop, but even with that information, they decided to have the chopper fly directly over top of you and shoot towards the outside of the buildings. When the chopper does decide to actually shoot you, it still misses most of the time, and keep in mind, because the chopper's in the sky, the only thing you can do here is shoot back at it, until you have enough DT, and then shoot at it some more. This fight was so incredibly boring, and was just the clicking point when I realized what this game was going to be. Design elements like this really fly in the face of everything that Kamiya accomplished with Devil May Cry 1. And this is just normal mode. In hard mode, this boss is atrocious, because really nothing is changed. He just has a lot more health and doesn't take a ton of damage, so it takes the same fight and just stretches it out across 15 minutes instead of 5. After this fight, the chopper crashes into the roof and Dante jumps off to avoid it. He's back in the city now, and we see this building transform into a demon. Our fourth boss fight of the game is Nephesturus. This one is just as bland and easy as all the others, but it's really a spit in the face because I think the design of the demon itself is awesome. This demon is basically a part of the building, with ice spikes on its back, and it's shooting beams of sweeping energy from its mouth at you. Its attacks are easy to avoid, and eventually its head separates from its body, and it turns into Nephescapitus. I have quite the reputation for pronouncing things correctly 100% of the time, so forgive me on some of these boss names. This is a floating head that opens up and does damage to you. You just avoid its telegraphed attacks and get beside and deal large damage. It's defeated, and Dante sees a chopper that says Ouroboros on the side flying above him. It lands on a building, and Dante enters to try and reach it. He makes his way through the laboratory in this building and arrives at the helipad, finding Arius boarding the chopper once again. The other thing I haven't talked about with combat that was changed were the upgrade systems. Not only did Devil May Cry 2 get rid of most of the combos that made the last game interesting, but it also got rid of purchasing abilities. In this entry, the only thing that you can do is upgrade the damage output of your weapons, which you don't ever need to do anyways. This just furthers the dumbing down of this game in general. I'm not sure if this decision was made to appeal to more people or make the games simpler, but it seriously detracts from the complexity and player agency that the first game offered. Dante finds Arius boarding the helicopter, and they exchange some words before he summons a large demon to hold Dante off while he escapes. This is another demon that I thought had a pretty cool design. I mean, look at him. Furiataurus is just massive, brimming with hellfire, a huge, gigantic hammer in his hand. He's wild. But, you guessed it, the AI stood in the same exact spot for the whole fight and did the same two actions over and over again while I shot at him. I was on the other side of the arena, and the AI didn't even try to move closer to me. It was just broken. I didn't hit this guy with my sword once. Insane. After he's defeated, he turns to stone, and Dante heads back into the laboratory, which is now about to explode. It's a timed mission with 12 minutes to escape. Dante finds a new sword, Vendetta, which is basically the same thing as Rebellion, the sword you start the game with. The weapons in this game also do not provide any option or change of gameplay. They are just very slight variations on the same thing. I even have trouble calling them variations because they don't change things whatsoever. Dante finds a missile launcher and crashes a plane into a fan, making an escape route. Dante then finds himself in a cemetery and opens an entry underground by solving a puzzle. Once underground, we begin our sixth boss fight of the game, Nocturne. I'm not even sure I totally understood what was supposed to happen with this boss fight. Maybe I did it wrong or something, or maybe it's just that bad. Basically, Nocturne is a flying moth that hovers above you, and there's a ton of these larvae monsters below him. You kill Nocturne very, very quickly with your guns, and then the larvae are just alive around you, and you have to slowly kill them while they bore underground. I'm not sure why this fight just felt so odd, that the boss just went down so quick and then you just spend your time killing trash mobs. It was strange. I played through it 4 different times, twice with Dante, once with Lucia, and once with another character, and I still wasn't sure what was supposed to happen. Another large change from the first game is that you can't buy abilities from divinity statues. You can only use red orbs to buy items, or upgrade the raw damage output of your weapons. This keeps the playstyle of the game static throughout, and by this point in the game I had figured that the way I was fighting should have changed from the beginning, but it hadn't. A portal pops up after killing Nocturne, and Dante heads underground again. Dante then finds himself in a temple of sorts, solving a few puzzles and platforming sections to make his way deeper into the underground fortress. I know I complained about the searching for items in the last game, but at least it gave Dante a reason to be doing something. This game just feels like randomly moving to the next area so that you can fight a boss, and then moving again. There's really no narrative delivered to be telling us why Dante is going to any of these places. Dante finds Bulwark at the center of this temple, our 7th boss, who was controlling the 2 wolves we fought earlier. Now we have to fight him and the wolves at the same time. This was the first time I experienced any real challenge with this game, and that's not to say that the Bulwark fight is good, because it isn't. Bulwark is just constantly in your face, and it did feel like the AI actually knew that Dante was there in this fight. This was the only time I died in my normal playthrough, and also when I found out about gold orbs. Early in the game, you find a gold orb instead of a yellow orb. I was curious as to why they changed the name, but never really looked further into it. Turns out there's some game implications as well. Yellow orbs in the first game, when you died and had one on you, would reset the boss and bring you back to life right before the boss fight. Not totally resetting the level, but giving you another chance to try the whole thing again. Gold orbs bring you back to life right then and there, with full health and full Devil Trigger. Gold orbs would make a return in Devil May Cry 3 as an option. There's a reason they didn't work here though, because the game is already so ridiculously easy that it's unnecessary. Adding on to the pile of the bad AI, the overpowered guns, the telegraphed attacks, throwing the gold orb into the mix is just the cherry on top. Bulwark goes down and we're transported into this spinning orb where we have to avoid this lightning and stay under the enemies above us. This is just an encounter and not a true boss, so it goes down quickly by destroying these purple crystals. This opens a pathway underground and Dante enters, finding a chalice that he came here looking for, but Lucia is already here. Somehow this will help them stop Arius, and Lucia says that she doesn't deserve the power. She tells him to take it to Mathieu. As Lucia leaves, another boss fight starts, Plutonian. Our 8th boss of the game, Plutonian, stands at one end of the arena and throws his chain balls at you. They're not long enough to reach you if you stay on the other side. I used the missile launcher here to switch things up a bit, I guess. Plutonian is constantly spawning beams that cross the room, but are easily dodged, and most of the time didn't even hit me if I was standing directly in them. Plutonian dies and our pathway outside is opened. Dante is confronted with Mathieu, and he tries to give her the chalice, but she refuses it. She asks Dante to save Lucia. She was captured when going to fight Arius. Dante again leaves this up to chance, and fate decides to have him save Lucia. Dante's character was greatly changed from the first game to this sequel. In the first game, he was always the guy to laugh in the face of evil. He was loud and flamboyant, cocky. In this game, he's quiet and brooding. He barely says anything the whole time and is constantly flipping this coin to decide things. I guess I don't have a huge problem with him being the brooding, silent guy, but it's clear that the new team knew they wanted Dante to be cool, and this is what they decided cool is. I think it's much more fitting for Dante's character to be the loud, cocky type, rather than just not saying anything and not really doing anything. Dante confronts Arius to rescue Lucia, who has her captured in a similar way to Trish from the first game. We fight Arius, our 9th boss of the game. Arius mostly summons other monsters to fight for him and doesn't really do much. He stands there and takes a ton of damage from Dante's guns. Every once in a while he'll switch positions around the room and summon more enemies, but he goes down very quickly. Arius summons a demon power and destroys the building, causing Dante and Lucia to jump, and Dante takes his DT form, flying away with Lucia in tow. Lucia laments Dante saving her as she was created by Arius. Dante tells her not to worry about it. They have to find an entrance to the building where Arius is beginning his ritual. They have until the sun is fully eclipsed to find a way in. This level is basically the same as the first one, except that it's been transformed by demon power. Dante has to run around and find 4 different crystals to power up to be able to enter the gate. This level is open and empty and just represents everything that this game is. By going so much bigger and spreading everything out over a larger space, this game has lost the charm that the first game had. You spend a large amount of time just running around this area looking for these crystals. You end up inspecting almost every spot, and the only secrets you'll find here are small caches of red orbs. Eventually, Dante gains access into the building and finds the underworld gate. When he tries to open it, Phantom appears for some reason, and we have to fight him again. He's the same Phantom as before, albeit a little easier, because Dante is way stronger in this game. He goes down very quickly, and then the demon gate starts summoning enemies for you to defeat within a time limit. Defeating all of the enemies within 3 minutes causes the demon gate to open. Dante ventures inside and is met with a normal-looking building. Slowly, over time, Dante will find sacrileges, items that bring this world closer to the demon world, which will change the environment and open new paths for Dante to explore. I actually kind of like this idea. I thought it was an interesting way to change the environment while also tying it into the narrative elements of the game. In this quest for these items, Dante fights Bulwark again, who has the same mechanics as before. Nothing really changed. Once Dante takes the elevator to the top of the changed building, he finds himself in a transformed room, a voidless space. A 3-sided head appears before him, and we have our 10th boss of the game. I really like Trismagia's design. I think the head looks cool when formed together with the bright blue eyes placed all over. When the heads are separate, they have this eerie, gaunt look to them, and the way they blink really freaks me out. Unfortunately, Trismagia's boss fight is just as bland as the rest. He flies above you and separates into 3 different heads, 1 fire, 1 ice, and 1 lightning. They each approach you to attack in different ways, but when they're separate, you can't really damage them, so you have to just kind of avoid getting hit until they come together again, and you can do a little bit of damage and avoid a big attack. Rinse and repeat. Eventually, he is defeated, and Dante arrives to find Arius completing his ritual. Arius is proud that he's found the 4 items he needs to summon the power of Argosax, his master. Dante is calm and collected, and when Arius begins the full ritual, it doesn't work. Dante replaced the coin that Arius needed with his own, rendering the ritual incomplete. We fight Arius one more time, and it's very similar to before. Arius stands on either side of the room, the only difference being that sometimes he shoots at you. He also summons different demons this time, but they're not that much of a threat and don't really do that much damage. Go figure. Dante kills Arius and dispenses with him. Dante and Lucia are outside now, and she tells Dante to kill her, as she was created by Arius and believes that she'll turn into a demon. As this is happening, a beam appears from the sky, opening the portal to the demon world anyways. Lucia offers to go, but Dante leaves her there with his coin, telling her to keep it as a memento of him. He ventures inside the demon portal to defeat Argosax. Argosax is actually kind of an interesting boss. He's a blob at the center of the arena that's made up of all the different bosses that we've fought throughout the game. Griffin is even here for some reason. Phantom, Nephesturus, Furiatorus, Griffin, Orangera, and Yakutgolm are all formed into this one being, and their mechanics each make an appearance. Like I said before, I think this idea is interesting, but of course in Devil May Cry 2 fashion, it's executed poorly. Argosax sits in the middle of the arena, and you're allowed to freely walk around him. He does not move, and a piece of each of the bosses is displayed on a different side of him. When you walk in a certain cone in front of the bosses, they will begin to attack you, and you can attack them. Some of these work, like Griffin shooting out beams at you that you have to dodge, while you just shoot him with your guns, but others, like Furiatorus, do not, as the range on their attacks are not far at all, so you just kill them from afar without being hit whatsoever. Most of it just ends up with you standing there shooting the different bosses until they're dead. I think this could have been an awesome way to end the game, and even a great design philosophy for all of the bosses in the game, making the bosses throughout the game particularly weak only to have them form into one all-powerful being at the end of the game. This isn't really the case though, and Argosax goes out with a whimper. Once he is defeated, our actual final boss comes out, the Despair Embodied. A primordial flame being with huge spiked wings is birthed from the death of Argosax and attacks Dante. This is the single boss fight in the entire game that I can say I actually liked. Despair does punishing attacks and doesn't give you a ton of room to breathe. He's nowhere near the level of Devil May Cry 1 bosses, but he at least attacks Dante. He makes you actually dodge, move out of the way, and watch out for his counterattacks. He's quick and is constantly shooting projectiles at you, flying in the air and raining energy down on you, and getting up close and personal and thrusting his sword in your face. At least out of this whole game, we got one decent boss. Despair is finished, and the game in its final 2 minutes gives us a photo finish. Dante shoots Despair while his sword is twirling above him and defeats the being. Then he rides off into the darkness on his motorcycle. Now you're probably thinking that the story seems really weird and disjointed the whole time, and that's because it is. There's an entire other, albeit shorter version of the game where you play through the game's events with Lucia. I'm not going to spend a ton of time on this, as I feel like I've ripped into Devil May Cry 2 pretty hard, and I'm not a big fan of doing that in general. Lucia's story plays out pretty similarly to Dante's, and you fight mostly the same bosses. The developers try to fit her story in with Dante's and fill in the gaps, but it really feels like an afterthought. We see her talking to Mathieu a few times and going to look for the chalice and these items that Arius needs to complete his ritual. The one important bit of information that we do get is in relation to the ending, though. Dante goes through the portal like normal, and Lucia fights possessed Arius. She then fights Arius Argosax, another completely unique final boss, and these are just as easy and simple as the other bosses in the game, so there really isn't much to be said here. After the final fight, we find out that the coin Dante gave Lucia had the same picture on both sides, so Dante was always controlling fate all along. I'm sure you could have seen this twist coming from a mile away, and it was pretty obvious. It also begs the question as to why Dante didn't just say yes to all of these requests in the first place, or enter the demon portal himself. Because the designers and writers wanted him to be cool, and this was their version of cool. After Dante goes into the portal, he never comes out, and after he defeats Argosax in his playthrough, we see him drive through the demon realm on his motorcycle. Lucia ends up returning to Dante's business and flipping his coin, when she hears the sound of a motorcycle outside and runs off screen, signifying that Dante made it out of the demon realm alive. Going through Lucia's playthrough was a lot of exploring previous levels, but either backwards or slightly changed. She did have a few unique levels, like the water levels, which were very reminiscent of the first game's water levels, except longer and in third person. There was also a water boss, Tateo Besu, which was unique to Lucia's playthrough. He swims around and attacks with lightning strikes, but hitting him with Lucia's underwater gun and using her detonator mines make quick work of him. Lucia plays pretty similarly to Dante as well. Her ranged throwing knives are overpowered, and the bosses and enemies are all just as easy. Beating the game with either character nets you some secret outfits for them, which are sponsored by the clothing company Diesel. These are pretty interesting outfits, and Dante does look pretty cool in his, but when you're using these outfits, a lot of the screens have the Diesel logo plastered on them. This just makes me think they really needed funding for the game and looks like a weird, desperate attempt at finishing the project. I know I've talked a lot about difficulty, and a lot of people are probably saying, "Son, why don't you just play the game on hard mode?" Well, I did actually play through the game on hard mode with Dante, just to see if this fixed any of the issues with the game, and it did fix some. The enemies are a little beefier, and the AI seems to actually be able to tell that you're present in the room with them, causing them to actually attack you pretty frequently, which is a plus. But this still doesn't fix how overpowered the guns in the game are. or the lack of interesting mechanics in the boss fights. It also actually weakens some of the boss fights, I would argue. For example, the infested chopper on normal difficulty is a pretty quick fight, but like I said before, it's easy and you do a lot of shooting while standing around. On hard mode, this boss takes much less damage, but the fight isn't really that much harder because the mechanics are mostly the same, so the only thing this does is drag the fight out to a ridiculous length. This was the case for a lot of the fights in hard mode, and really just made it more of a tedious endeavor rather than a difficult, challenging, or interesting one. Also, solving the game's issues by increasing the difficulty wouldn't get rid of those issues. There's a reason that I'm mostly going to talk about the normal mode for each game, because that's the intended difficulty when playing the game through a base playthrough. Increasing the difficulty should add extra challenge for those who want it, not fix the base game's issues. When you do finally beat hard mode, you unlock Trish, the secret character I was talking about before. Trish surprisingly has most of Dante's moveset from Devil May Cry 1, reintroducing the delayed attacks that we loved so much before. This is cool and well and makes playing the game with her a slightly more interesting time, but it again doesn't fix the game. And even if it did, you shouldn't have to play through the game entirely 3 times just to get a satisfying playthrough. One of the larger additions that Devil May Cry 2 does make that stuck around in the sequels was the Bloody Palace. The Bloody Palace can be played after beating the games on normal. Your goal is to complete as many floors as possible, starting on floor 1 and going all the way up to 9,999. Each floor has a certain number of enemies, and the difficulty of the enemies increase as you move up, and bosses will appear on floors ending in 0. This game mode can provide you more challenge and also net you a ton of red orbs. Devil May Cry 2 was an incredibly disappointing sequel to the first game, and I'll be honest, I really don't like trashing this game, especially when looking at what happened with development. From what little information you can find on the game, you can glean a picture of Capcom rushing the sequel to market to try and capitalize on the previous game's success, and thrusting a new team and director into a development cycle that they were not ready or prepared for. Then after realizing that it wasn't going nearly the way they planned, throwing Itsuno into the driver's seat to try and salvage the pieces. I think that Itsuno wasn't the issue here, and he did genuinely the best with what very little time he had. It's kind of a miracle that a playable game even came of this, given the fact that he had 4 months left to pick up the pieces of a doomed project. The game was released to a negative critical reception, but still saw good sales numbers. Fans and critics agreed that the game was less detailed and required less strategy than the original. Itsuno would go on to redeem himself and his name with the next entries in the series, so why don't we move on to a story that's a little more uplifting. With Devil May Cry 2's less than stellar release, Capcom realized that they had to course correct with the next game in the series. They made many adjustments in the development of the game, like the re-examination of environment sizes and the battle engine to start. They wanted to bring back Dante's cockiness and the difficulty of the game, and just altogether bring the game back in line with the original Devil May Cry. They wanted to allow the player to control the game's weapons in new, stylish ways. The game was focused on style, and they even developed a new camera that kept the character in focus, rather than the dynamic cameras used in previous entries that could get a little wonky at times. Hideaki Itsuno would return as director, and Tsuyoshi Tanaka would return as producer for the third entry. Itsuno was pretty ashamed to be the name that ended up on Devil May Cry 2, and saw Devil May Cry 3 as his redemption. He didn't want to be known as the guy that made Devil May Cry 2. Everything he had was riding on this game, and he would state later in interviews that if Devil May Cry 3 hadn't done well, he would have left Capcom and done something else. This wouldn't be the last time that Capcom would do Itsuno dirty, but we'll get into that later. Kazuma Kaneko would also be brought on to do some work on the Devil Trigger models for the game. Kaneko is famous for his work on the Shin Megami Tensei and Persona series. The production also decided to retcon some things from the past games, as they wanted to focus more on story this time, and delivering some narrative themes meant that certain elements had to be changed. With that, let's see if Devil May Cry 3 lives up to its goals. Devil May Cry 3 is set before the first Devil May Cry. The game opens with 2 people fighting in the rain, Dante and his brother Virgil. A woman is narrating over top of this duel. She's telling us that the story of Sparta is not a myth, because she's met the sons of Sparta. We see Dante stabbed and his twin is triumphant. We see Dante in his recently opened shop much before that duel. A mysterious bald man with scars on his face walks into the shop and asks Dante if he's the son of Sparta. He tells him that he heard it from his brother, and gives Dante an invitation before flipping the table and leaving. Dante is then assailed by multiple demons, and he isn't fazed. We can already see one of the biggest changes that Devil May Cry 3 makes from its predecessor is putting the focus back on cool. Devil May Cry 3 has these insane, over-the-top action sequences that are just so fun to watch. They bring a lightness to the game in the earlier scenes and make the game feel much more fun, rather than this dark and brooding tone that we had with the last game. After this cutscene, we're given our first control over the game as we begin the first mission. There are a ton of new additions to Devil May Cry 3 as the team wanted to greatly overhaul the gameplay after the disappointment with Devil May Cry 2. One of the biggest additions to the game is styles. When we start the game, you can choose from 4 different styles that will each greatly change the gameplay and the way that you use Dante. The 4 that we begin with are Trickster, Swordmaster, Gunslinger, and Royal Guard. Each of these styles can be leveled up, which will upgrade their abilities or give you new ones entirely. Trickster gives you a dash that you can use to avoid enemy attacks, Swordmaster allows you to expand upon your melee attacks, Gunslinger allows you to expand upon your ranged attacks, or guns, and Royal Guard allows you to guard and counter any attack volleyed at you. I started out with Gunslinger and quickly ended up switching to Trickster and using it for the rest of the game, as I really liked having that dash. When Trickster is leveled up to 2, you gain an extra dash and an air teleport, and when its third and final level is reached, you can teleport directly to enemies and you gain a third dash. Royal Guard is the hardest style to master as timing is incredibly important, but if you do master it, it becomes one of the strongest playstyles in the game. We'll gain 2 other styles as we play through the game, but we'll talk about those in a bit. This new system is incredibly well done and has the right amount of complexity and depth, while also being easy to comprehend. Right off the bat, this gives us so much player agency. Effectively, from the beginning, I have 4 different options that could drastically alter the way I play the game, meaning that different people could have greatly different experiences with the same linear narrative. I might have trouble on one boss because it counters my Trickster style well, while another player might have found that boss simple due to them picking Gunslinger. It's an incredible addition to the series and would go on to return in later entries. In addition to this, the game's base combat has brought back delayed combos, and also reintroduced buying abilities. Right off the bat, the combat feels amazing, especially off the back of Devil May Cry 2. One of the biggest issues with that game that I didn't talk about too much was the combo system. Combos did not last very long at all, so if you wanted a higher ranking combo, you kind of had to cheese the system or be constantly shooting in between attacks. Devil May Cry 3's combo system rectifies this. You get rewarded with higher ranks when you switch up your moves. You can't just do the same attack over and over again. But the combo meter also goes down slower, and if the meter goes all the way down, it will just go down to the next rank, not always restarting your entire combo. This makes it much easier and much more organic to keep combos going. This also is just more fun and doesn't make me feel like I have to constantly be mashing square in the middle of attacks. It was honestly just such a relief to not have to use the guns anymore. There's also a lot of other great changes that Devil May Cry 3 makes, and we'll get into all of those in due time. One of my personal favorite changes is this game's introduction of a narrative with some actual depth and weight to it. After Dante decimates the demons, he steps outside and sees that the demons have wrecked his shop. We're introduced to multiple different enemies here, which will act as our fodder for the rest of the game, a la the Marionette. We have a mini-boss battle, and Dante sees a tower rise from the ground in the middle of the city. He sees his brother standing atop the tower and says that it's been nearly a year since they last met. Dante heads towards the tower and decides to make his way to the top. We see Virgil and the bald man, identified as Arkham, at the top. Arkham is speaking, excited about the tower, an edifice constructed by those who revered evil. Virgil doesn't care and is more concerned with Dante's amulet. Arkham tells him that Dante had it on him, and Virgil says that he had no idea of its true power, while holding the twin version of his own. A demon attacks Virgil and he slays it with ease, showing us that we don't yet know the bounds of his true power. Dante continues to weave through the streets heading for the tower. He finds a shotgun in an abandoned bar and sees the entrance to the tower itself. Once inside, Dante meets a three-headed dog, Cerberus, that is chained to the wall and half encased in ice. With this, we get our first boss fight. This is really the true introduction to the combat system of Devil May Cry, because you don't really know how one of these games will play until you've faced a boss. This isn't the hardest boss in the world, but it did make me happy playing it, because after playing and replaying all of the bosses in Devil May Cry 2, it was refreshing to see lots of actual mechanics being used again. Cerberus will throw chunks of ice at you, drop icicles from the ceiling, throw rows of crystals at Dante, and even freeze you in ice if you let him. You can target his 3 heads and each of his legs, but they're all encased in ice. You have to destroy this ice before being able to damage him. He also likes to rotate his heads around, making it difficult to damage one head at once. After a couple tries, I realized the up-close and personal option was my best bet, and I slashed at Cerberus's legs until he fell down. Once he falls down, you can get a ton of damage in on his heads and even destroy them one by one. Once this strategy was apparent to me, I realized that we were playing by Devil May Cry 1 rules again, where there are a handful of strategies that will make your life miles easier, and a lot that won't work. Not Devil May Cry 2, where every strategy works all the time. Once you beat Cerberus, he realizes that you are stronger than you seem, and he gives Dante his blessing and his soul, letting him pass. This also grants you with the Cerberus Devil Arm, which is an iron set of ice nunchucks. There are a multitude of weapons in this game, and I won't get into all of them yet, but I just want to say that this level of variety is amazing. As in every game, we start off with our sword, Rebellion, and this has the basic moveset that we're used to: lifting enemies, regular combo, delayed combo, and stinger. Cerberus plays completely differently. It doesn't have any launchers and doesn't do much damage per hit, but it has the fastest attack speed in the game. It's also a great defensive weapon, as it almost forms a circle around Dante when he swings. Most weapons in the game will follow suit with this, each feeling unique and original. As Dante is about to continue forward, a woman falls through the roof on a motorcycle and shoots a rocket at him. Dante surfs on this missile, diverting it towards the ceiling. She looks at him again before taking off through the doorway ahead. Dante has been changed here, obviously, as we're in prequel territory now. We're seeing a much younger Dante, one that is more cocky, lively, and witty. The first game had a slightly witty and cocky Dante, but not anything to this level. He was still a bit morose and dramatic. The second game had a quiet, stoic, and brooding Dante. This game's Dante is taken up to 11, with his catchphrase for the entry being, "Let's get this party started." This fits the mood of the series much better, as the main point of these games is challenge and fun. This isn't to say that we won't get interesting characters and serious moments along the way, but it's a grand adventure. Its challenging gameplay is paired incredibly well with a main character who is strong, agile, filled with the power of his demon father, and he knows it. This is greatly contrasted by his twin brother Virgil, which we see evidence of in this next cutscene. Virgil is dark and brooding, plotting his machinations atop the Temen Negru. Virgil senses a human guest in the tower, a woman. Arkham tells him that he's been acquainted with that woman, their relationship being left up to mystery for now. Dante arrives fully in the tower now, and we have to make our way upwards. Most of Devil May Cry 3 has you running around and solving puzzles, grabbing items and placing them into slots. This is pretty similar to what we talked about for Devil May Cry 1, but it's a little better. Devil May Cry 1's issue was that it didn't really have too many actual puzzles. They were scarce, and when they did appear, they weren't very in-depth. Devil May Cry 3 rectifies this by introducing some interesting situations for us to solve. Sure, there are moments where you're running around fighting demons and looking for an item only to walk back and take the item somewhere and then the mission's just over. But a lot of the time you're either solving puzzles, fighting demons, or fighting bosses. The pacing is just much better in this game. It blends narrative, gameplay, and combat together very well. I feel like Devil May Cry was great, but it just needed some balancing of those three elements, and Devil May Cry 3 gives us that. Dante makes his way up the tower and is confronted by the second boss of the game, the Bone Millipede. This boss is pretty straightforward if you know how to fight it. The Bone Millipede is a flying well, bone millipede, with its body broken up into sections. It won't attack you physically, just with these energy balls that it summons. It will float back and forth across the arena and flee into these holes that it's made. It will either attack with purple energy balls or blue energy balls. The purple ones hurl themselves straight at you, but the blue ones fall to the ground, creating columns of energy that will rush towards you. The goal here is to stand above the boss when it comes out of one of its hovels and jump on its back. Here you can do tons of damage that you can't from the ground. Other than that, it's a pretty straightforward boss, and I like that it makes you think outside of the box. Having defeated the millipede, Dante enters the next room and finds out he can't open the door in front of him. He's then met by Jester, who tells him that he knows a bit about the tower. He also tells Dante that there's a power generator for the section in that room. Dante gets fed up with Jester's beating around the bush and slashes at him. In doing this, he hits the power generator and it opens the door. Dante shoots at him again before Jester leaves. After this, we're introduced to one of the most annoying enemies in the game, in my opinion at least, the Blood Goyle. Blood Goyles are very well designed enemies, I just hate fighting them. They're gargoyles made out of blood, as their name suggests, and they can't be damaged while they're made of blood. Well, they can be damaged, but if you kill them when they're in blood form, they'll split into two. Their swoop attack can do a bunch of damage, and the only way to kill them without them multiplying is by shooting them first until they turn to stone. Now, this isn't me complaining to say these enemies are bad, they're just annoying. I actually respect the design of most of the enemies in DMC3, as most of them have unique mechanics and interesting themes. After Dante defeats the Blood Goyles, he has to fight Jester. This is our third boss of the game. Jester isn't too difficult, but he'll dodge most ranged attacks. Every once in a while, he'll summon a ton of energy balls that bounce around the arena, but aren't too hard to avoid. You just have to keep attacking him until he goes down. Nothing too complex here. Once he's defeated, he smacks his ass and disappears. Dante opens another section of the main chamber and heads back to where he fought the bone millipede. Only this time, he can make it across the gap with the use of invisible stairs. Devil May Cry 3 also adds the Combat Agitator collectibles. These are statues placed around the world that hold different colored flames. The statues can be attacked, but only with the weapon that matches the color of the flame. The amount of flames determines how high your combo level has to be to destroy them. These usually net you a blue orb fragment. One thing I didn't talk about with the previous two games, though, were secret missions. Secret missions are extra objectives that can be found and completed throughout the course of the game. I honestly didn't even know that they were a thing in the first two games because I never found any. On my first run-throughs of a game, I usually just do the basics of the story and I don't explore around too much. Devil May Cry 3's secret missions were placed a little more out in the open, though. They're usually just small challenges that require you to kill some enemies, smash some objects, or stay above ground for a certain amount of time. This mission required me to defeat these 4 enemies without being hit. Some of these are ridiculously hard and require you to have some late-game abilities to make it easier. These challenges, if completed, will net you a blue orb fragment. Dante makes his way through the tower and eventually arrives at an exit that's blocked off by 2 guardians. These headless gargoyles, Agni and Rudra, block your way. They challenge you to a battle before you can pass. This simple cutscene was one of the moments that I realized how amazing this game really was. Devil May Cry started off with an amazing and interesting combat system and really brought it to new heights with this entry, but what it didn't have much outside of that was character. In that game, you kind of had to infer things based on the design of the bosses. Each boss in this game feels unique and like its own character. They're well made, well written, and interesting. Agni and Rudra are 2 brothers, one ice and one fire, that have guarded this pass forever. Interacting with Dante, he's annoyed by them because they're so talkative. Fighting the Silent Nightmare or the building monster from DMC2 was cool, and they're both interesting designs, but Agni and Rudra have style, personality, character. Their fight is a little challenging as they'll block most of your attacks. Using Cerberus is your best bet because Agni is weak to the ice. The main key to this fight is to bring both brothers' health down at a similar rate. When you kill one of the brothers, their power transfers to the other one, making the remaining brother very difficult to fight. The goal is to kill one brother right before the other so that you don't have to fight the powered up one for too long. The brothers can damage each other though, so if you fight them close together, they have a chance to knock off some health for you. They block most of your attacks, but well-timed dodges and persistence will cause them to lose their swords and give you some time to do a lot of damage. Once Agni and Rudra are defeated, they consider you a worthy opponent. They offer themselves, the blades, up to Dante and ask him to take them with him. He will on one condition: no talking. The Agni and Rudra Devil Arm is ours, and does both ice and fire damage. It's a very useful weapon to have, though I wasn't a big fan of its playstyle. It doesn't have a ton of variety, and I just didn't like the way that it hit. Since we now have 3 Devil Arms to manage, I should mention that we're only allowed to equip 2 at a time. This means at the beginning of each mission, you have to decide which 2 to bring with you. You can change these up at any of the divinity statues throughout the level, but it's an important decision, as some bosses and enemies are weak to some Devil Arms and guns. I love this touch to the game, and it made weapon choice feel impactful. No longer did it feel like you have every weapon at your fingertips, and trying out new combinations is a little bit more of a commitment now. Dante enters a new area with 3 trials that he must pass. 2 are mandatory to move on, as each trial gives you a small gem for completing it. The Trial of the Warrior has you fighting enemies on a small platform, and they can't be damaged until both of these flames are lit. The Technique Trial has you making your way down a hall full of moving spikes to get to the gem at the end. The third trial, that of Wisdom, is the most interesting. If you read the pillar outside of the door to the trial, it says, "What walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, and 3 in the evening." When you enter, you have 3 doors you can enter, a skull and different amounts of gems placed over top. The solution to this puzzle is to pick the door with 4 gems, then 2 gems, then 3 gems. 4 representing a baby crawling on hands and feet, 2 representing an adult walking on 2 legs, and 3 representing an old man walking with the assistance of a cane. This puzzle was well thought out and interesting. It goes to show how far this game has come in its ability to challenge not only the player's combat abilities, but their thought as well. When the trial is complete, Dante has his 3rd gem and makes his way back to the first room. Placing 2 gems into the statue will activate it and shoot an energy blast through the door. But if the 3rd gem is placed, Dante gains the statue's gun itself. This is Artemis, a demon-infused energy weapon. I didn't find a ton of use with Artemis, as it's a little slow and doesn't do too much damage, but I'm sure it has its uses. With access to the path forward gained, Dante heads upstairs. The woman from before is reloading her gun on a balcony and is confronted by Arkham. It's revealed that Arkham is her father and that her mother is dead. She tries to shoot him, but he keeps teleporting around, and she proves to be no match for his power, as he throws her off the edge of the tower. Dante arrives just in time to grab her as she's falling. She shoots Dante in the head and he drops her. She lodges her gun in the wall and Dante walks away. Dante heads further up the tower, collecting the Siren's Shriek, which gains him access to a flaming door from one of the first areas of the tower. He gets access to the roof and heads towards the summit. There, he finds Virgil waiting for him. The two immediately begin their fated duel in the rain, and we have our 5th boss fight. Virgil can be challenging, but his first appearance isn't too hard. He mostly tries to get up close and personal, teleporting beside you and delivering devastating attacks. These attacks can be dodged pretty easily if your timing is right. The hardest thing about the fight is catching him off guard. A lot of the time he blocks your attacks, and he'll catch you in another combo if you're not quick. You have to catch him after attacking to get a couple combos in. Once Virgil is defeated, Dante and his brother throw down in cutscene form. This game is chock full of super interesting and just downright badass cutscenes. That would soon become entirely what Devil May Cry is about. It's the whole thing, and this small idea of making the main character cool that Kamiya had with the first game would become the core appeal of the series. But in DMC3, it's on full display. This shot of Virgil deflecting Dante's bullets back at him, and Dante slashing all of them in a line, is really nuts. I love the over-the-top action, and watching these cutscenes always had me interested. We learn that Dante has been neglecting his power, his birthright, given to him by his father. Dante doesn't even recognize his father anymore. He hates his lineage and doesn't want to own it, where Virgil does. With one last clash of swords, Virgil pushes his blade through Dante's stomach. He tells Dante that power controls everything, and rips the amulet from Dante's neck. This is the same amulet that Dante wears in the other entries to the series. Virgil pushes his hair back one last time and runs Dante through again. Arkham arrives and asks Virgil if he found the amulet, and he tells him he did, that the spell that Sparta cast will now be broken. At this moment, Dante awakens his power and gets up, attacking Virgil. Arkham and Virgil decide to retreat. They have what they came for. We see Dante's full transformation and his acceptance of the power that his father gave him. If you didn't notice by now, Dante doesn't start the game with Devil Trigger. He hasn't gained it yet at this point in his life. This moment is that awakening. Seeing Dante go from rejecting his father to finally accepting the demon powers that he's been given is great. He was defeated by Virgil and really had no choice. He knew that he would be no match for his brother without it. He was forced to accept this part of himself that he didn't particularly like. With this, we gain the Devil Trigger ability. It works similarly to in other games, but I think this version of DT is the least overpowered. In the first two entries, activating DT was something that would turn the tide of battle. You could do massive damage and wreak havoc on a boss. The only problem was that you gained DT way too fast. You could use it multiple times in one boss fight. Wreaking havoc multiple times in one battle means that a lot of your damage output was coming from DT. Here, we still gain DT at the same rate or roundabouts the same, but Devil Trigger doesn't do nearly as much damage yet. It increases attack speed and damage slightly and lets you move around much quicker, but when you first gain it in Mission 8, you only have 3 bars. This means that activating it only gives you a few seconds of this powerful form. Upgrading your DT with purple orbs and making it last longer near the end of the game is when you really start to see its effects and usefulness. I like this change because it no longer makes DT feel like a crutch. It's just an extra boost when you need it. It can be used strategically and not just all the time. Dante and Virgil's battle atop the tower is an epic one, that's for sure. Dante and Virgil were designed to be polar opposites of each other, twins that are the same but ultimately different. Dante is cocky, brash, outlandish, and Virgil is reserved, plotting, scheming. Dante wants to protect people, Virgil wants power. Even just their outfits, red and blue contrasting each other, their swords, rebellion, a beefy, wide blade with a hilt brandishing a large skull, its outward projecting confidence and boasting. Yamato, Virgil's blade is small, thin, practical. Its power is reserved beneath it and not on the surface. This contrast between the two brothers is perfect. In Itsuno's interview with Sphere Hunter, he noted that after Dante had taken down the King of Hell, what else was there left for him to do? The only true power that could be equal to him would be his brother. This dichotomy lasts throughout the game and is wonderful. Dante gets up after Virgil and Arkham retreat and jumps off the summit, killing various demons on his way down. The giant whale that we saw earlier in the game floating around the tower then eats Dante, and we're in the belly of the Leviathan. The Leviathan level is entirely different from the ones we've seen so far. We see the walls of this beast's stomach. Acid pools litter the hallways, and tusks inside its organs block our path. Dante makes his way through, chased by lesser beasts that make themselves home here. Finally, he reaches the heart of the beast, and we get our 6th boss fight. The Heart of Leviathan was a pretty easy one. It's a simple fight, but I love the mechanics that it presents. There are 3 organs here, 1 lung on either side, and the heart in the middle. The ultimate goal is to bring down the heart. You can only damage the heart when you kill one of the lungs, and it's only open for a short period of time before the lung is brought back. There are enemies constantly being spawned, and the lung on the left will absorb any red orbs dropped by these enemies. The lung on the right will absorb any white orbs dropped by the demons. Green orbs dropped can also heal the lungs, and the orbs they accept will power different attacks made by the heart. It's such an interesting design and honestly reminds me of some classic MMO boss fight mechanics. My strategy was to damage the left lung until the heart was open, and then wear it down. Leviathan goes down pretty quick, and afterwards we see Arkham and Virgil conversing over a book. Arkham is talking about the tower, Temen Negru, and fear. Virgil watches off to the side, and it's clear that he's become wary of Arkham. After this, we see the effects that the death of its heart had on Leviathan as it tumbles to the ground. The woman from before sees this and watches as Dante slashes his way out of the Leviathan's eye. He lands in front of her covered in blood, and he notices a welcome sign painted with a jester symbol. The woman and Dante converse and end up fighting multiple demons. This is just so cool. The woman also says she doesn't have a name, and Dante gives her one, Lady. Dante leaves Lady outside to fend for herself as he makes his way inside. Dante enters the tower again, and we have another big puzzle level where we have to get an object to a door to make our way forward. Dante is then met with a red-haired woman who tries to seduce him. Of course, they get into a battle, and this is our 7th boss fight. Navan is constantly surrounded by her murders of crows, and you have to defeat them before damaging her. She'll volley many attacks your way, like sending balls of crows at you, throwing black spikes up from the ground, or if you get too close, she'll do a whirlwind attack. Her attacks are pretty damaging, and sound here is crucial. Most of her abilities can be telegraphed by what she says. When she says, "How's this?" you'll know she's about to volley crows at you. Eventually, she'll open herself up to do damage, and you can get a couple combos in before she turns the ground around her to black and does big damage. Towards the end of the fight, she'll jump back and forth across the room, volleying rows of energy at you. There's also a neat little trick that she'll do where she acts like she's opened up for damage, but if you hit her with a melee attack, she'll kiss you, doing a ton of damage. You have to avoid her in this state and just deal ranged attacks. Eventually, she goes down and she agrees to help us out. She says that Dante's father was a handsome devil, but Dante's no slouch either. A lot of the bosses in the game do this. They reference Sparta, showing that Dante is walking the same path that his father had before. Navan turns herself into a weapon for us, a guitar scythe that can also be used to shoot energy balls at enemies. This weapon is awesome, and I was really excited to use it when I first got it. Sad to say that I never truly ended up learning it very well, as it's kind of difficult to master. It's an interesting concept though, and I love the idea of using a guitar scythe to slice demons down. We see Lady cleaning up the enemies out front, and Virgil and Arkham are making their way to the Lair of Judgment. They are close to opening up the demon world with the tower Temen Negru. As they enter the lair, Virgil turns on Arkham and kills him. He tells Arkham that he's not a real demon, as he attained the power later and wasn't born with it. Arkham tells Virgil the same, that he's incomplete because he's half human. Virgil has no use left for Arkham and leaves him before entering the lair. Dante makes his way back through the tower, finding a neo-generator that he needs to power his way forward. He finds Arkham's body at the same time as Lady. She tells Dante that Arkham was obsessed with becoming the devil and even killed his own wife. Lady then tells Dante to leave. She's clearly distraught over her father's body. I'm not sure if Lady is grieving because she couldn't get her vengeance, because she wasn't the one to pull the trigger, or if she's realizing that this revenge was bittersweet in the end. It's probably a bit of both, but Lady is a complex character, and introducing characters like this is one of the things that DMC3 does best. It crafts an interesting narrative around the wonderful combat and well-developed environments. It picks up its pace on the one area that the previous entries were seriously lacking, and it does it so well. As Dante leaves, Arkham wakes up and Lady points her gun at him. He doesn't seem to remember anything, not even realizing that Lady's mother is dead. He finally realizes what he had done, and says that he succumbed to his influence. He tells Lady that he was manipulated by a devil, by Virgil. He says that Virgil is trying to bring the demon world back, that he's trying to throw the world into chaos. With his dying breath, he tells Lady to stop Virgil. He finally tells Lady that she was a sweet child, just like her mother, and he dies in Lady's arms as she weeps for her father. Lady is now determined to get to Dante's brother. Dante makes his way through the tower and finds a trolley of sorts that takes him to another side of the place. He reaches a torture chamber with the object he's looking for, and a one-eyed, winged beast shows up, thinking that Dante is Sparta, and we have our 8th boss fight. So, Devil May Cry 3 is hard, right? I'm sure there will be swaths of people out there calling me a pleb for saying so, and that I should get good, kid, but it's pretty definitive that DMC3 is one of the hardest in the series, and on its highest difficulty can be placed up there with some of the hardest games ever. Devil May Cry 1 was difficult, but I felt that most of its difficulty was baked-in challenge, and some of it resulted in me being unfamiliar with the control scheme. Devil May Cry 2 was dirt easy, and Devil May Cry 3, when I started it, showed its face. It definitely wasn't one of the hardest games I had played on normal mode, but it was harder than the previous 2 entries. It wasn't mind-numbing hard, it wasn't the type of difficult that made the game feel like it was playing against you, just presenting you challenges that you had to overcome. Reaching the Beowulf fight, though, was the pinnacle of challenge in the game for me. I will say that some of this was the result of the position that I had put myself in, and that's just the nature of these games. You can really screw yourself by ending up with no items or less health or DT than you should have, but Beowulf is no easy ride either. He constantly moves towards you and will deliver a 3-hit combo if you're in front of him. I would learn eventually that this can be pretty easily dodged with Trickster. After this combo, you can get some big damage in on him, but Beowulf has 3 phases. In his second phase, he'll charge around the room and stand at the other corner while he drops cages from the ceiling and tosses them at you. It can be hard to get a good amount of damage on him in this phase, and once you do, he transforms again. In this third phase, he'll do the same thing, but now he's also shooting projectiles from his wings at you. These can be devastating if you get hit by them. I did beat Beowulf in less than 10 tries, but I was starting to get to the frustration stage. I had no more red orbs to spend. I wasn't doing anything wrong with my loadout, I just needed to get better. That's the best thing that these games do, is be unforgiving. They throw you into a situation and tell you to figure it out. It's not always up to using a different strategy. Sometimes you just aren't good enough yet, and one of the best feelings in a game is overcoming a challenge that's incredibly difficult. My adrenaline was pumping, and when I finally beat Beowulf with a sliver of my health left, it was incredibly rewarding. That's what these games are all about, is trying over and over until you get it right, and the sheer amount of satisfaction that you feel when you finally triumph. Beowulf does not die, but retreats. We see the spot where Arkham's body was and realize that it has moved. He's not dead quite yet. Dante grabs the item that he came for in the torture chamber, and it starts to have an effect on him. Jester shows up and tells him that this orb drains the life from him. We see a return to the levels of Devil May Cry 1, where we have to get this object back to its place before our life is drained. The orb empowers us, though, and gives us persistent devil trigger, so we're able to defeat hordes of enemies with ease. This doesn't take the heat off, though. The life-draining missions in DMC1 were pretty easy, and it never felt like I was super pressured to get anywhere, but there was a point in this mission where I was at a sliver of health and just managed to kill a couple enemies at the exact right moment and get some health back. This level is designed so well. You know where you need to go, and you've done these levels before. You're even stronger now with constant devil trigger, but your life drains quick, and enemies can still hit you. Going up against one of these larger scythes and trying to manage not only killing smaller enemies to keep your health up, but your combo, and damaging the larger enemy at the same time, is wild. It's adrenaline pumping, and it makes you feel the pressure and panic. Dante places the orb in the socket and it turns the bridge once again, allowing us to access a different part of the tower. We see this crackling lightning on the floor, and this is one of 2 optional Jester fights in the game. You don't have to complete these, and really the only reward is extra orbs or leveling up your style. Both fights are also pretty similar to the first, with the only difference being that Jester is a little more aggressive, and once his health gets down, he rides a giant smiling ball around. After that, we head back to the tower, and Dante finds a long bridge with a few lesser demons. A chariot and hellish horse appears, and we have our 9th boss battle, not counting the optional Jester one. Garyon will charge at us across the bridge, and the first phase is pretty simple, with us shooting at him until he falls, and then dealing big damage. After this phase, Garyon and Dante fall through the floor to a coliseum. This is where the rest of the battle will take place. Garyon will circle us, shooting missiles from his chariot and charge through the walls, trying to crash into us. Most of the fight is avoiding him and shooting with the guns until he stops long enough to attack him and bring him down. Towards the end of the fight, Garyon will start releasing these red orbs that slow you down if you touch them, and summoning hellfire and javelins to attack you. It can get pretty crazy with all of the projectiles floating around, but it's an ultimately simple fight. Garyon goes down and Dante accepts his soul. Just afterwards, a piece of rubble falls on top of Dante and stops just short of him. This unlocks another style called Quicksilver that allows us to control time. I'll talk about the extra styles a little bit more towards the end of the game. We see Virgil entering the lair, and Beowulf shows up to try and stop him, thinking that he's Dante. Virgil deals with him in seconds, a flick of the wrist, slicing his head in half. He gains Beowulf's power, his devil arm, and we see its power on display. This moment is crucial because this was the battle that I just spent a half an hour trying to beat, one that brought me great frustration and required every ounce of technique and ability that I had learned so far. Seeing Virgil take him down in 1 second makes the player realize Virgil's true strength and really builds him up as an awesome opponent for Dante to face off against. Virgil begins the ritual to bring the demon world forth, placing both amulets at the center of the room and slicing his hand as an offering of blood. Dante makes his way through the tower, finding Virgil in the ritual room. Dante realizes that Virgil stole the amulet to open the door to the demon world, and Virgil tells Dante that it was given to the humans as a gift. The ritual that Virgil started doesn't seem to be working, and he thinks he'll need Dante's blood to fully complete it. Virgil is armed with the Beowulf gauntlets that he got from slaying the beast now, and we have to fight him again. Each Virgil fight is progressively harder, upping the ante just a little bit, and we get to see the power that defeated Beowulf in one fell swoop on full display here. Virgil blocks just as much as he did before, and his openings for us to damage are just as small. His moveset resembles that of Ifrit from the first game. Close quarters fighting and the gauntlets allow him to do a jump attack that rushes downwards diagonally. His other moves are similar to the first fight, and he'll also go into DT mode here, empowering his attacks, making him quicker and stronger. My strategy for this fight was to stay close to Virgil and dodge his attacks with Trickster so that I could take immediate advantage of any openings he offered up. When he was in his Devil Trigger form, I found it best to keep my distance until it ran out, because his attacks can be punishing if they hit. These Virgil fights are so good because they really feel like the cutscene at the beginning of the game. When describing the game, Itsuno had said that he wanted the player to be able to do stuff that's just as cool as what they see in the cutscenes. This fight emulates that, as quickly slipping in and out of damage range, just barely missing the attacks that Virgil volleys at us, and firing on all cylinders. Anxious, high adrenaline, the ultimate combatant, with everything on the line. When Virgil finally goes down, Dante and his brother are still clashing swords. Lady shows up and shoots a missile between them that Virgil slashes in half. She's come to defend Dante, thinking that Virgil forced his brother into this. At this moment, Jester shows up, calling Lady by her real name, Mary. He steals her gun from her and Virgil attacks him, but he catches Yamato before it can make contact. He pushes Virgil off with ease and reveals himself to be Arkham. He tells Virgil that Sparta sacrificed a mortal priestess to seal the demon world away, and at that moment stabs Lady with her own bayonet. Jester reveals that he pitted Dante and Virgil against each other to weaken them. He also had to guide them here to make sure they were kept alive, which is the reason for the Jester appearance. The three of them advance on Arkham, but the spell has already been broken, and the platform begins to rise, opening the tower fully. Arkham knocks the three of them off the platform and rises above them. Arkham is a fantastic villain for this game. On the surface, he's just after power, a lust for the world in its entirety, total control. But the game makes us hate Arkham. It does this by introducing Lady. Before it can make us hate Arkham, it has to make us like Lady. By introducing a female character that's just as spunky, confident, and ferocious as Dante, but mortal, the game makes us interested. Pile on top of that an interesting backstory and believable motivation, and you have someone we can identify with. Not only does Lady want revenge, but after she thinks her father dead and possessed, she forgives him. Maybe not entirely or in so many words, but she can at least find peace in his death. She's no longer angry, she just understands. All of these qualities make a compelling character, and the fact that she's powerful but still mortal and not equal to these demons she surrounds herself with lets us identify with her. When Arkham makes his final betrayal, revealing the fact that he's been controlling everything from behind the scenes, it doesn't just provide the game an interesting twist, it provides it a great villain for us to hate, and also one for the characters in the game to band together against. Anything the three had against each other now has to be left by the wayside, because there's a bigger threat here. The game does this so masterfully, and it takes its time building each of these characters up over the course of the story. It waits until the 13th mission to even put this reveal out there. We're more than halfway through the game, but because the game took its time, we won't forget about these characters for a long time, even after the game has ended, because we can see what brought them together in the first place. Devil May Cry 3 is a fantastic prequel and origin story. We see the tower raised far into the sky, Arkham at its summit. This true core of Temen Negru raises itself through the tower that we've spent the entire game in. This will come into play later as it changes all of the environments that we've seen before. We see Dante and Lady talking about what they're going to do. She realizes that she has to stop him now and feels responsible for all that's happening. Dante asks why she feels responsible and if she really cares that much. We get a real insight into how young Dante is and how young his thought process is. Dante's age has never been canonically revealed, but in DMC3, most people put his age somewhere between 18 to early 20s. This explains why he's so flippant about everything, but it's also just in his character. Dante smiles in the face of evil, not only to appear confident, but to show these demons that he won't be fazed by their facade. Dante decides he needs to fix this too, and starts to head up the tower. In all the fuss, Virgil was caught up in the rubble and fell down one of the canyons created in the floor. Dante comes across the Beowulf gauntlet and greaves set that Virgil was using to fight him, and it's our new devil arm. This weapon was interesting, and like I said before, it resembled Ifrit from the first game. That being said, I should love it, right? I felt like I didn't need movement speed as much in this game because I was mostly using the Trickster style, so I had as much movement speed as I needed. I also just much more preferred the moveset that Rebellion had, so Beowulf wasn't one of my go-tos. Dante makes his way back through the tower. Like I said before, now it's been changed, as the core of the place has been risen up. So entire rooms will be different, or sometimes you'll even see the core in the center of the room. I love this concept of using familiar places, but changing them so drastically so they almost act as a completely new environment. Walls are also broken open, connecting chambers that were not together before. Because of the changed environments, Dante ends up outside of the tower again. He finds his motorcycle and rides up the side of the crumbling building. Unfortunately, Dante's bike is a casualty of the process. In this summary of the game, I've been skipping a lot of these smaller puzzles that don't really have much to talk about, but this next section is one massive puzzle, and it's worth noting. Dante arrives to find the core of the tower taking the place of the center of the room. He has to find 3 gems throughout the next few areas. Each door to the new area has a lock on it that has 3 different colors: purple, green, and red. Throughout the next few areas, we find locks that can be turned to shift the position of the tower. This affects where you end up when you go through the next door. This puzzle was wild and even shifts some rooms that we were in before on their sides or upside down. It was an incredibly interesting mechanic, and I loved the way that it played out. Dante eventually finds all 3 gems and places them back in the center of the room from before, which opens an elevator upwards. We see Arkham completing the ritual atop the core of Temen Negru, and opening up the portal to the demon world. When this happens, Dante's devil trigger starts to go off on its own. We have a healthy amount of backtracking, and Dante makes it higher up the tower, arriving at the library, finding Lady already there. She's distrusting of him because he's a demon. He tells her she can't do this because she's human, but she tells him that her motivation is revenge, and the inability to forgive her father. They both want to stop Arkham, but they both think the other shouldn't be doing it. Lady fires a missile at Dante, and this starts our boss fight against her. Lady is a pretty difficult boss fight. She deflects most of the shots fired at her, and she's quick. If you do manage to hit her, she'll normally roll backwards and fire a couple shots off at you, which you have to dodge. Every once in a while, she'll ready a missile attack, and this is when you can get in to damage her. There aren't a ton of moments where she's weak and you can just do damage. The only time you really get to do a lot of damage is when she starts dropping mines all over the room. At this point, she'll be standing atop one of these pillars. If you get there quick enough, you can get a few hits off on her before she jumps away. Dante closes in on Lady as she shoots at him, and Dante tells her that he'll take care of him. She asks why he even cares, and Dante tells Lady that this is a family matter to him too, as his father was the one to seal the portal in the first place, and his brother was the one trying to open it. Dante promises to make things right for Lady. Dante decides to do the right thing because that's what Dante does. He tries to do right by right people. He doesn't want to be the savior, he doesn't want glory, fame, or power. He doesn't even really always want to help, but when he gets the chance, he does. This is an important fact about the character. As I've said before, Dante isn't an open font of emotions, monologues, and thoughts. He's pretty closed off about what he really feels about things. This isn't standard for a main character unless there's someone that you're supposed to supplant yourself into. Dante definitely isn't that, but holding this information back, the true facts about his personality, and only parsing it out over a few lines and slight looks, makes those bits of information all the more special. We don't know everything about Dante, and we shouldn't. Those feelings and emotions should be gained over time, not all at once. He plays his cards close to the chest. Lady gives Dante her gun, Kalina Ann. In return, she asks for Dante's name. He's never told her, and when he does, she asks him to free her father. He promises to, and this is a very sweet moment between these two characters. I haven't really talked about the music a lot in this game, or the previous games. I wanted to wait for 3 because I think that's where the music starts to really pick up in the series. DMC1 definitely has this ambiance to it, electronic beats with rock influences pumping in and lots of gothic undertones permeating throughout. DMC2 definitely started to flesh the sound for the games out a little bit more, keeping a lot of those electronic tracks, but starting to lean heavier on the rock sound that the games would favor in the future. DMC3, though, really perfects this sound, and serves as a jumping-off point for the rest of the series. The whole soundtrack is 3 discs long, totaling at 3 hours and 18 minutes. It has these atmospheric, pumping, gothic background tracks, and the entire thing culminates in the track Devils Never Cry. This song throws glitchy synths, guitars, and pounding drums in your face, all while the vocals rip onto the battlefield. It somehow perfectly fits the aesthetic that the game was created around. We see Arkham in the Demon Realm assembling the 2 amulets with a sword. It becomes an ethereal purple blade, and when he pulls it from its place in stone, the world quakes and he gains the power he's been searching for. Dante continues to ascend the tower, and there's some interesting platforming sections that aren't terrible, but do slow down the pace a little bit. When he makes it to the top of the tower, he is confronted with his own shadow. This is Doppelganger, our next boss battle. This mirrors the shadow trope that we see in a lot of all forms of media, and can be seen as Dante fighting himself, rather than another demon, or rather fighting off his own inner demons. The poignancy of this metaphor is clear here. The fight with Doppelganger is pretty simple. He will only attack you in the dark, and if he stands in the light, he will reduce in size and be vulnerable to attack. Whenever Dante stands in the light, Doppelganger will rush at him. All that needs to be done is to activate the light switches on the edge of the room, and if timed well, Doppelganger will be open for a big combo. The metaphor continues to seep into the mechanics, as the shadow self being brought into the light will make it small. Or rather, facing your own problems instead of hiding them in the dark will make you realize that they aren't as large as you thought they were. With this boss defeated, we gain the Doppelganger style, which allows you to create copies of yourself on the battlefield. Dante arrives at the summit and enters the Demon Realm. This realm is developed beautifully and looks stunning. Blinding white light surrounding us, a ripped open portal with an eye peeking out, staring at us from above like some Lovecraftian beast. The platforms before you are pieces of rock that fit together perfectly to create a bridge. It's just all so biblical in scope and a truly monumental sight. Dante hops through a portal and a chess battle ensues. This felt like an odd place to put this fight. Throughout the last few chapters, chessmen appear in different areas. They each have different attacks, but most of them have a period of not moving and then will turn red when ready to attack, before letting out a slash, blast of fireballs, or jumping up and falling down on Dante. This battle is the culmination of all of those pieces. It's set up like a chessboard with some pawns, bishops, knights, rooks, a queen, and a king. The best way to handle this is to leave the king for last, because attacking him when a pawn is alive will cause him to change spots with them. Removing all of the other pieces from the board first, and then killing the king is the easiest way to go about this, and once it's done, another portal opens which sends us into the graveyard. This section of the game has gravestones, each representing a different boss from the game. The tablet in the center connects each grave to a gem color, and once a boss is beaten, their corresponding gem will light up. The goal here is to create a circle of lit gems. You don't have to re-beat all of the bosses in the graveyard. The minimum that you can get by with is 3. Agni and Rudra, Cerberus, and Beowulf. I was pretty intimidated by the prospect of having to fight 2 bosses and one of the hardest bosses I'd fought so far, all in one go. The one upside here is that there are some green orbs around the graveyard that you can use to recover health after each boss. Agni and Rudra and Cerberus went down pretty easy, but when it came time to fight Beowulf, it was surprisingly simple. This is a feeling that comes through a lot in these games. Coming back to bosses that were particularly difficult before can give you a feeling of confusion because of how easy they are now. It's similar to remembering your childhood home as this massive place, but revisiting it later, it feels a lot smaller. This thing that's been built up in your mind isn't that hard when you boil it down to its parts. On top of that, I'd grown stronger and gotten better at the game since then. This whole experience in the graveyard gives you a sense of confidence moving forward toward the final battles of the game. The whole area is also designed in this Schroeder's stairs style, resembling Relativity by M.C. Escher. If you do decide to fight all of the bosses in the graveyard, you'll be rewarded with a blue orb fragment, and that just wasn't enough of a reward for me to consider putting myself through that much of a trial. After beating these bosses, the portal is opened and Dante's way forward is cleared. We see Arkham wielding his newfound power and testing things out. His eyes are glowing blue and his form turns into that of the legendary Dark Knight Sparta. He's completed his mission and gathered the power that he wanted. We then see Lady sitting in the library where we left her. Virgil walks past her, revealing himself to be alive still. Dante ventures deep into the demon realm and finds the Samsara, an item used to restore order to space-time rifts. This opens up a new area and he finds Arkham in his new form. Arkham changes his form even further, transforming into an amorphous blob of energy and tendrils. We begin our final battle with Arkham. This fight was surprisingly easy. Arkham doesn't hit super hard and has quite a few blind spots where you can stand and do a lot of damage. When you take a bit of his health down, he'll disappear and summon tons of tendrils from the ground that chase you. These go down in one hit, and Lady's missile launcher takes a lot of them out quick. After they're destroyed, Arkham comes out again and we continue to attack him. Rinse and repeat. Once he's past half health, he tells Dante he can't be defeated. One of his tendrils is slashed off and Virgil arrives to help his brother. The two are reunited and it's great to see them fighting together finally. Virgil tells Arkham he can't control the power of Sparta. We go to battle again, but with Virgil at our side. When he's fighting with us, we can't use our demon form powers, so the trickster dash is out of the question. But it doesn't matter much because the two brothers together do a ton of damage, and Arkham goes down quick. The two finish off Arkham in the coolest way possible that's really best left up to the game to show off itself.
I'll try it your way for once. Remember what we used to say? Jackpot.
When Arkham is defeated, the sword and amulet appear and begin to fall into the crevice in the middle of the arena. Virgil spots the opportunity to grab the power he's been fighting for, and both of the brothers go after the artifacts. Lady is standing on the summit and sees Arkham fall from the portal. Lady aims her pistol at Arkham's head, and he questions why the ritual didn't work, why he didn't end up on the same path as the legendary Sparta. He asks Mary for her help, and she tells him that Mary died a long time ago. Her name is Lady, and she kills him, finally getting the revenge she sought for so long. She lays down laughing, which then turns to crying. Lady's arc has been fulfilled. The realization of her revenge being fulfilled comes with it the realization that she's still in a place of turmoil, that her life has been wrought with death and shambles. Virgil and Dante end up on the top of a waterfall, fighting over the sword. Dante vows to stop Virgil, but his brother wants more power. The final battle of the game begins, our final fight with Virgil. I wouldn't say he's the real antagonist of the game, and I really don't even consider him an antagonist, oddly enough, which he probably is, but here we are. This fight is the other Virgil fights, but taken up to 11. Virgil has all of his other base attacks that we've seen, and then some. He's much quicker and hits much harder. Dodging his attacks requires precision. This fight is only fitting for the end of the game, the trilogy of fights to close out this tale of the two twins, born opposites, destined to repel each other. A similar strategy is used here, though, dodging Virgil's attacks and taking advantage when we can. It's important to play this one a little more defensively, though, as Virgil's attacks are quick and hit hard. He finally goes down, and Dante tells him to get up, that he can do better. The portal to the human world begins to close as the amulets have been separated, but Dante tells Virgil he'll stop him even if it means killing him. The two brothers run at each other one last time, their eternal clash at an end. Dante comes out on top though, Virgil dropping his amulet and the sword as he's slashed through the stomach. He doesn't give Dante the amulet, telling him that it's his. He tells Dante to leave and that he's going to stay, as it was their father's home. He falls backwards off the edge of the cliff, and Dante takes the sword, making his way out of the demon world. He appears in front of the tower, finding Lady at the edge. She asks for her gun back, and Dante returns it to her.
Are you crying?
It's only the rain.
The rain already stopped.
Devils never cry.
I see. Maybe somewhere out there, even a devil may cry when he loses a loved one. Don't you think?
Maybe.
This exchange shows that Dante was affected by his brother's death, that somewhere inside he feels. He just chooses not to show it. The credits roll, and we control Dante, fighting off as many demons as we can before the credits finish. Lady gives us a monologue after the credits saying that she's vowed to kill every demon, but she's realized that there are humans as evil as any devil, and kind and compassionate demons as kind as any humans. She's working with Dante to take down the rest of the devils, and we see Dante finally opening up his business. The last thing we see is a shot of Virgil waking up in the demon world, tracing his father's steps. Devil May Cry 3 has a ton of content even after the game has ended. Beating the game on normal difficulty allows you to play through the game as Virgil. While there isn't really any new story to be had aside from 2 intro cutscenes showing him and Arkham looking for the story of Sparta, Virgil does play entirely different from Dante. Virgil only has one style, the Dark Slayer style. This style allows Virgil to teleport around, teleport in the air or down. It's incredibly useful at closing the distance on enemies. Virgil has Yamato and Beowulf for devil arms. Yamato plays like you think it would. Normal combos, air attacks, upper slashes, downward slash, and the ability to do the Judgment Cut, which summons a ball of blades that you can use to attack enemies from afar. Beowulf works the same as it does in our base playthrough. Virgil also has the addition of summoned swords. These are his ranged weapons, shooting out from around him towards the enemy. There was also a Devil May Cry manga released as a prequel to the game. It takes place about a year before the game and detailed Dante on a job to protect a young girl named Alice, and Virgil and Arkham's plans to resurrect Temen Negru. Each job Dante takes in the manga revolves around some references to Alice in Wonderland. Dante and Virgil eventually cross paths and fight, neither one able to win. These stories were split into 2 books, Code 1, Dante, and Code 2, Virgil. The manga went unfinished, though, as there was a planned 3rd code titled Lady. It would have gone into Lady's backstory and even shown her mother being slain by Arkham. Ultimately, Devil May Cry 3 was a fantastic road for the series to head down. It acted as Itsuno's redemption in his own eyes, and the eyes of the fans at the time. It took the best elements of the first game and took them up a notch, while reversing the decisions made with the last game that weren't so beloved. In the end, it provides challenging and fun action, new characters that are well developed over the course of the game, a story that's intriguing and surprising, and a combined package that makes it one of the, if not the best game of its genre. The game was a success on release in the eyes of critics and fans alike. The level of difficulty in the North American version of the game was criticized. Despite that, its sales were not as impressive as the previous entries in the series on release. It was still considered a success though, and Capcom decided to move forward with another entry in the series. Hey Dad, future son here. If you're seeing this, you're probably watching this video on YouTube. This is where I would have talked about the Devil May Cry animated series, but YouTube has a very cool and not restrictive copyright system. That being said, I'll make this short and sweet. The full version of this video with the Devil May Cry animated series section is up on my Patreon if you'd like to go check it out. Don't worry, you're not going to miss anything or be confused if you don't. The Devil May Cry animated series really only has an effect on Devil May Cry 5's story, and it's mostly just little references. But if you want more Devil May Cry Your Favorite Son content, head on over to the Patreon and watch the full version. It's also just a great way to support me, and if you're into that thing, the link is in the description. Okay, I'm gonna give it back over to past son now. Bye, Dad. Development on Devil May Cry 4 began shortly after the release of 3. The first reveal was at E3 2005, where a montage of footage from the previous games was shown, and the fourth was revealed, with Dante on a snowy mountaintop. Capcom said that this video was only made to show that they were working on the new game, because this trailer doesn't really represent the final product. The development team wasn't sure which direction to go in after 3 and its special edition were released. They were trying to figure out ways to innovate the gameplay, and they landed upon a new character. The game itself was developed for next-generation hardware, which furthered their goal of innovation in gameplay and story. The team was worried about backlash after introducing a new character, and determined that Dante had to be in the game. They were worried that they would be facing a Metal Gear Solid 2 situation where fans were outraged that Snake wasn't the playable main character, being replaced with Raiden. The PlayStation 3 was to be released in November of 2006, and the team wasn't yet comfortable with the console's capabilities. They were using the same engine used on other Capcom games, Dead Rising and Lost Planet. Even though they were using an internal engine, Hiroyuki Kobayashi said that the transition to next generation was a hard step. The team first showed off a demo at TGS 2006, picturing Dante fighting the boss Burial. Capcom staff considered the visuals a miracle because of how rough the production was. Kobayashi also stated that the visuals were meant to make you feel like you were in the air, and the Devilbringer effects could not have been done on second-gen consoles. As stated before, including Dante as a playable character was a decision made out of fear of backlash. The team wanted Dante to be significantly more powerful than the new main character, Nero. They wanted players to be able to distinguish between a veteran and a rookie. The story was written by Bingo Murahashi, who collaborated with Yuji Shimomura, who worked on the earlier games. Shimomura had a lot of issues writing the character Nero and quit Capcom during the production of the game, only to return at Itsuno's request. The characters were designed by Tatsuya Yoshikawa, who consulted with several members of the staff before work had begun. They were designed to emphasize their moves. Yoshikawa also stated that designing Nero was one of the biggest challenges of his career, because the character had to be accepted by the public and fit the universe. The game was released for PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 on January 31st, 2008 in Japan, and February 5th, 2008 in North America, with the PC version launching in July of the same year. Devil May Cry 4 takes place after Devil May Cry 2, so just for a quick recap of the timeline, because we've been at this for a bit now, Devil May Cry 3, then 1, then 2, then 4. Devil May Cry 4's opening credits are fantastic. We hear one of the characters from the game, Kyrie, performing an opera song, Out of Darkness. At the same time, we see our new main character, Nero, rushing toward the chapel, fighting off demons along the way. Reading a little deeper into the song, it's one of 2 in-universe musical pieces in the entire series, and acts as a hymn to Sparta. Before we really get into things, I just want to say that this game looks amazing. I'm playing the Special Edition released on PlayStation 4, so the graphics are a little revamped. It didn't look exactly like this in 2008, but boy, it is still a huge upgrade from Devil May Cry 3, and you can really see the enormous jump that this generation of consoles made. Outside of even graphics, all of the environments are incredibly detailed. They look wonderful and are just so aesthetically pleasing. The character models are distinct and interesting. I just love it. Nero arrives at the chapel just in time to catch the end of Kyrie's performance. This chapel is the Order of the Sword, who worship the legendary demon knight Sparta. I think this choice for the world building is great and makes a believable change to the universe of DMC. The High Priest Sanctus is giving a sermon as Nero watches from the crowd, still playing music in his headphones. Kyrie sits down beside Nero to find a gift from him, and soon afterwards he begins to leave the service. Nero has a unique attribute, his Devil Bringer. His right arm is demonic, with a hard red shell-like skin glowing with light blue streaks throughout. He hides it in a sling so as not to alert the Order to his condition. His arm begins to glow as the church hears something from the roof. At that moment, Dante crashes through the ceiling and begins taking out other members of the Order as they rush to attack him. Kyrie's brother, Credo, rushes to help as well, but the knights are no match for Dante as he begins slaughtering them one by one. Credo holds Sanctus's lifeless body in his arms, and Kyrie falls in front of Dante. Nero sees Dante staring at the girl and rushes to save her, delivering a kick to Dante's face.
Get out of here! I will return with help! You stall him until then!
This fight between Nero and Dante becomes our first mission and tutorial for the game. This is the first time I noticed the game actually has a full tutorial that really teaches you how to play the game. DMC3 had something close to this, but it wasn't as full-on as this one. We learned the basic returning mechanics, jump, side roll, shooting, and basic combos, but we also learned to use Nero's Devil Bringer. Pressing circle when close to an enemy will initiate a Buster move. These normally deal a large amount of damage and can change based on what enemy you're fighting. The Devil Bringer also allows us to snatch enemies from afar and bring them to us by locking on and hitting circle when at a distance. I'll go a little more in depth with the combat and its intricacies in a bit. You're allowed to fight Dante on your own, and when you beat him, Nero tosses him at the statue of Sparta, impaling him with his own sword, Rebellion. Of course, this doesn't kill Dante, only telling Nero that he must have underestimated him. Dante tells Nero that they are the same, both part demon, and shows Nero that the Knights of the Order were demons as well. as Nero sees a dead Order Knight on the ground in his true demonic form. Dante leaves on a cryptic note and says that business beckons. I think this beginning section of making Dante the villain of the game was an interesting choice. It's first of all a good way to make the player identify with the new character, and also experience the past character in their new form. I'm sure you can tell that Dante won't be the villain of this game, and I don't really think that's a huge reveal to the player, but more to Nero himself. I want to briefly go through the upgrade systems before we get into the game more and story, so we know what we're dealing with. Devil May Cry 4 uses the same orb system that the last games did, with some slight adjustments. The red orbs this time are strictly used to buy items, and our abilities and weapon upgrades come from Proud Souls. Proud Souls are not dropped from enemies, but are gained at the end of a mission, and are based on your clear time, stylish points, how many orbs you found, and any bonuses or penalties you receive during the course of the mission. This could be taking no damage, using no items, or penalties from using gold orbs or continues. The Proud Souls let you buy new abilities like combos for your sword, speed for your character, charge shots for your gun, or upgrades to the reach of your Devilbringer. There are a bunch of things to upgrade in DMC4, and unless you gain S rankings on every single mission your first time through, you probably won't buy every single upgrade in one playthrough. Past games did a similar thing with red orb scarcity, but I think it really works here because the abilities can greatly affect your playstyle. One big change in this fourth entry is that Nero does not have multiple weapons or guns. He starts off with his sword, Red Queen, his Devilbringer arm, and Blue Rose, his pistol. You don't gain any other weapons throughout your playthrough with Nero, only upgrading your abilities with the weapons that you already have. The team wanted to use this method to innovate gameplay for this entry. By removing the myriad of guns on offer, they would allow you to transform a few weapons into different things based on your purchases. I do think that this can change your playstyle on your first playthrough, but that still slightly railroads the player into one path, which I wasn't the biggest fan of. The other thing is that I was playing the Special Edition released for the PlayStation 4. The only problem with this edition is that automatically, when you buy it, you start off with 300,000 red orbs and 200,000 Proud Souls, way more than you need to make Nero OP right off the bat. I wanted to have a natural playthrough of the game to get a sense of the difficulty and the challenge that the bosses presented, so I tried not to spend any of these orbs or souls, only using what I had earned in the game. A couple times in the footage you might see my souls or orbs dip slightly below that number, and I ensure this was always my small brain doing my math incorrectly. I'm sure this was included to give returning players a way to get powerful very quickly, but it kind of ruins the experience for someone new to the game. Kyrie brings Nero his sword to the chapel, Red Queen. This is the main weapon you'll be using for most of the game. There's a new interesting mechanic that's introduced with it as well, the Exceed gauge. Red Queen has some sort of motor on it, and it can be revved up like an engine. You can do this in battle to increase your Exceed gauge, powering up your next few attacks. I'll be honest, while this mechanic is interesting, I barely ever used it in my normal playthrough. I actually would mostly forget that I even had it half the time. I felt like the Devilbringer was interesting enough to keep me satiated, and Nero's playstyle was already pretty chock full of attacks that I felt like I didn't really need it, on normal mode at least. It also felt like revving the sword up took a while, and in the middle of battle, I generally didn't have a ton of time to stand there just to power up my next attack. Credo, Kyrie, and Nero all leave the chapel to see civilians being slaughtered by Scarecrow demons. These are this game's fodder enemy, like the marionettes or Seven Hells before them. Nero saves Kyrie and a child, and begins to fight the Scarecrows. DMC4 definitely brings back the cool from the previous games, and this scene of Nero slashing down Scarecrows with the track Shall Never Surrender in the background is just great.
Go! Get out of here!
Not so fast.
Nero makes his way through the city, heading for Fortuna Castle. Right away, Nero receives a new upgrade for his Devilbringer, which allows him to snatch onto glowing nodes in the air, pulling himself towards them and launching himself upwards. There are multiple upgrades that Nero receives to his arm throughout the game that aren't related to combat, and mostly have to do with exploration. These can't be bought from the upgrades section, they are only received through the story. I do like these upgrades, and I think they work well with Nero as a character. I wasn't really upset at all that Dante wasn't the main protagonist of the game, and switching him out for Nero definitely breathed new life into the series. Something I always thought the series needed in the beginning was more interesting and developed characters. 3 did this fantastic, and 4 expands upon that idea very well. Nero continues to make his way across the city streets, and eventually into a warehouse district, where we find that secret missions and combat educators have made a return. Secret missions are similar to previous entries, giving you a new challenge with a generally high level of difficulty, and rewarding you with a blue orb fragment for doing so. The combat educators work similarly as well. Their flames represent the level of combo you must achieve, and the color indicates the character you must complete them with, providing you a blue orb fragment and some red orbs on completion. Nero arrives on the outskirts of the city, an abandoned canyon full of dilapidated buildings. Here he finds a Hellgate and watches as Burial, a massive centaur-like demon, emerge from the demon world. I love the effects here, and each of the bosses are incredibly detailed. Burial senses Nero's power, noting that in 2,000 years he has not seen a human as strong as him. The two begin to square off and we get our first boss fight. Burial is relatively simple as a boss fight. If you stand in front of him, he'll swing his massive Hellfire sword at you, doing a lot of damage. You can stand in his blind spot behind him, but eventually he'll swing his sword around to the side, so dodging these attacks is a must. If you deal enough damage to him, his flames will disperse, and he'll be stagnant for a period of time. If you do even more damage in this period, he'll fall to the ground, allowing you to deal some massive damage before he gets back up. Eventually, though, he'll reignite his flames in a wide area of attack. Using your snatch on such a large boss, as with all of the other bosses in the game, will not bring him to you, but will provide an easy way for you to rush to him. After you've taken down his health bar, Burial realizes that Nero is not human, and says that he's just like he was. Burial vows to restore his power and jumps back into the Hellgate, retreating to the demon realm. Nero finds a set of mines that run through the mountains. Traversing through them and arriving on the other side spits him out on the top of a snowy mountain. One of the things that these games do great, and is on full display here and in 3, is landscape. It looks particularly beautiful in DMC4, but there are certain points in the series where the camera will position itself to give you a gorgeous view of the land around you. The designers clearly took these moments to show off the scope of their world, and their ability to construct gorgeous views that I just want to stop and stare at is wonderful and completely unrepresented in conversations about these games. Nero makes his way through the snowy mountains, and we're introduced to a new enemy, the Frost. These demons will shoot ice projectiles at you and even freeze you if you let them. If they get low enough on health, they'll encase themselves in an ice shell. In the beginning of the game, Nero moves very slow, and he doesn't have a ton of attacks at his disposal, just a basic combo, a lift attack, and some delayed combos. You'd think this would make the game feel very slow, but you are quickly outfitted with enough Proud Souls to upgrade and buy Streak, which is Nero's version of Stinger, a downward slash, and upgraded Snatch, which will be the bread and butter of our combos moving forward. Once these are unlocked in the early game, Nero really starts to open up in his playstyle. I was a little worried in the beginning because of how little Nero felt like he actually had, but once he opens up, his combos can be quick and devastating. I was still really accustomed to having the dashes that I had in DMC3, using these to blast an enemy away and then dash towards them to continue my attack. But Nero does the opposite. He deals devastating damage, pushing the enemies away, and then snatches them toward himself, continuing the combo. I really love Nero's playstyle, and getting accustomed to it felt like something familiar. Nero arrives at Fortuna Castle and sees a few scarecrows on the bridge. Just as he begins to attack, a scantily clad woman arrives and begins to defeat them with ease. This is Gloria, and she's a new member of the Order of the Sword. She tells him that she'll join with the other members of the Order, and Nero continues inside of Fortuna Castle. One of the interesting things that this game does is take its time to explore an environment. Every section of Fortuna Castle will not be open to us from this mission, and we'll explore the entirety of the place over the next few missions. The game paces out these large and interesting environments over the course of an hour or two, building things up, and I really like this way of spacing out the content. The first room we enter is this large open space with a coffin in the center that we need to destroy. Looming over all of this is a painting of Sanctus watching down over us. Eventually you arrive at a library and are confronted with the Bianco Angelo, white suits of armor that are possessed by demons. These guys took me a while to get used to. They block most attacks from the front and must be attacked from above or behind to get a combo in. The Buster attack will see Nero repeatedly stabbing their own javelins into them. Nero finds the Anima Mercury, another Devilbringer upgrade that gives him the ability to use gyro blades. These are moving bladed structures that are in many rooms throughout the rest of the game. They are charged by hitting them with Buster and can be hit again to push them forward. How far they go is dependent on how fast their blades are moving, and can be sped up by hitting them with your sword. These can be used to hit enemies and destroy hordes of demons in one go, or more likely to destroy these blue barriers that are all over the castle. Nero returns to the main energy room and uses the gyro blade to destroy the coffin in the center, which reveals a small energy source that can't be used yet. Nero explores the castle further and finds a room locked off that can only be unlocked by placing 4 gyro blades on the pedestals. I wasn't really a big fan of these gyro blade puzzles. They're interesting but tend to move a little slow and don't provide a ton of challenge. Moving through this door, Nero arrives in the courtyard and finds another Hellgate. He finds 2 small blue creatures that he begins to attack. This is the start of our second boss fight, Baal. After attacking these creatures for a few minutes, the true boss reveals himself. He's a giant toad that has 2 anglerfish-like creatures attached to his antenna. Baal will jump around the courtyard and try to land on top of you. If you're in front of him, he'll try to freeze you with his ice breath. If you get frozen, he'll eat you and do a ton of damage. Once you get some significant damage off on him, he'll disappear again, and you'll have to attack his feelers until he shows himself. He'll try to jump at you and eat you, and dodging this attack is a must. Later in the fight, Baal will shoot projectiles of ice at you and continue his same pattern as before. Once he goes down, Nero punches him to death, and he notices another 6 of Baal's brothers trying to get out of the Hellgate, but he manages to push them back and close the gate before they can get out. Nero receives a corpse of one of the Rusalka, the feelers that Baal had on his antennas, which allows his arm to glow blue when a secret is nearby. This could be a cache of hidden red orbs, a blue orb fragment, or a secret mission. I think this was a neat addition, but wasn't very necessary. I do think Devil May Cry's secrets are generally pretty well hidden, so that can cause a lot of players to miss some content. So I can understand why the developers would have chosen to add this mechanic, but it also cheapens the collectibles themselves. Nero heads out of the courtyard and we're introduced to the most annoying enemy in the game, the Mephisto. These are shadow-like demons that slightly resemble the Scythes from DMC1. They attack with a long blade that jets out from their hands. The real issue is that they take very little damage unless they are uncloaked. They're only uncloaked when you shoot them, and they can be damaged heavily in their true bug-like form. The only problem is that it takes a really long time to uncloak them, and the fights against them stop becoming challenging very quickly and start becoming annoying very early after their introduction. Nero makes it through the Grand Hall and eventually finds an underground laboratory. We see the resurrection of Sanctus by the Order. Nero heads through the laboratory and finds a dice game that he needs to complete to get into the next room. This game has you hitting a large die in the center of the room. The number that it lands on will determine the number of spaces that the Nero doppelganger moves. Each space is a different color and represents a different outcome. White spaces do nothing, red spaces summon enemies, yellow teleports the Nero statue to another yellow platform, Blue makes red orbs either rain down or appear in chests, and purple, which only appears on higher difficulties, summons stronger enemies and possibly even bosses. You can cheat the die by hitting it with Buster when the number that you want is face up. Once Nero makes his way through the room, he finds Agnes's laboratory. Agnes is trying to unlock the power of Yamato, and we have to fight him. This isn't much of a boss fight as it is an encounter. Agnes is summoning Glad Eye to attack us. These are flying swords that will charge at us continuously. When they are staggered and fall to the ground, we can use Buster on them to throw them at the glass, separating us and Agnes. Once the glass is destroyed, we pull ourselves through the glass, and the fight is over. Agnes says that he's been trying to wake the power of Yamato, but Nero accidentally wakes the power of the sword while Agnes is trying to kill him. Nero takes Yamato and unlocks his Devil Trigger power. Nero's Devil Trigger form doesn't look like Dante's and Virgil's. It's not a demonic shapeshift, but rather a large blue demon spirit thing appearing over him, and his eyes glow red. It honestly kind of reminds me of a JoJo stand, but I do like the change in design. I think it separates Nero a bit from the rest. Unfortunately, I didn't find Nero's DT to be that powerful at all. You can increase the gauge with purple orbs as usual, and you can also increase the speed at which the meter drains when using it, and unlock some new abilities for it. Even after I had all these, the DT still felt kind of weak. I'm not sure why, but it just didn't seem to be very useful. I used it to success in 2 later boss fights, but it didn't really feel like an extra trick that I had in my bag at all times. Nero unlocks the way forward by dropping a bridge that leads through a waterfall at the back of Fortuna Castle. This leads into a set of mining caverns, and on the other side is a lush green forest with rays of light shining down. Nero meets Dante again. He only gives us one piece of information.
Must be the effect of the gate. Sorry, kid. This is gonna have to wait.
The scene kind of felt out of place because Dante's just there for like half a second and then leaves. It didn't really feel like it had a ton of implication other than to show that Dante is still around and that he knows more than Nero does. The Order is sitting around a table with Credo, Gloria, and Sanctus all present. Agnes rushes through the door, frustrated and angry that Nero has resurrected Yamato. Sanctus tells Credo to apprehend Nero, and Gloria offers to track down Dante if Nero can't. Credo questions Gloria's motivations, but Sanctus tells him that she brought them the sword Sparta, which has gotten them closer to their goal of resurrecting the Savior.
Can you apprehend this boy?
If that is your wish. Though who will then track Dante?
I will find Dante.
You can guarantee his capture then?
Absolutely.
Nero makes his way through the forest, solving puzzles and killing demons. He's attacked by a long snake-like demon, eventually arriving at the forest's Hellgate. There, the snake reveals itself to be Echidna, a demoness that rules the great forests in the spiritual world. The fight against Echidna can be difficult because a lot of her attacks are quick. She'll fly around the area, rushing at you and doing some decent damage. She'll also stand with her body revealed and swipe down at you, or whip her tail across the ground. Some of these attacks can be pretty quick and do a bit of damage. It's also hard to damage her when she's flying. Thankfully, she has 2 moves where she can be heavily damaged. One where she unfurls her body and starts spitting out eggs that spawn small enemies, and another where she plants herself in the ground and begins launching spikes from the earth. These 2 sections can be used to get a ton of damage in, and if played right, can make this fight very quick. Echidna escapes back into the Hellgate after Nero grabs her tail with his Devilbringer. The gate closes behind her, and Nero receives the Sephirothic Fruit, which will allow us access into different areas around the forest. Nero makes his way into these new areas and eventually finds his way out, arriving at the Order's fortress. There, he finds Credo waiting for him. Nero starts asking questions, and Credo attacks him. In this, he realizes that Nero has demonic power.
I want to hurt you. I won't do that to Kyrie. Hurt me? You don't get it, do you? chosen to take the next step in evolution. To become something far more than just human.
Kratos then transforms into his demonic form. I like the demon forms used for the Order in this game because they mostly resemble angels. Their designs are regal, and especially in Agnes's case, they can look pretty grotesque. This isn't the case with Kratos though, as he looks truly like an angelic knight, but with small hints of demon in him, the red eyes and black chest. Kratos is a pretty challenging fight. Kratos counters a lot of attacks, and his shield will block most attacks from the front. The only way I could get good damage on him was to attack him from above or behind. He kind of fights like one of the demon knights, but a lot stronger and faster. His attacks are mostly not that punishing if you do get hit, but he volleys a ton of them at you. He'll teleport away from you and throw spears as well as a volley of golden throwing knives. Most of his attacks are large combos as well, so if you get caught up in those, you can take some good damage. When Kratos is defeated, he realizes that Nero has become stronger. Kyrie shows up just to see Nero standing over her brother, and she is terrified at the news that Nero is a demon. Agnes arrives just in time to slip whispers into Kyrie's ear. Kratos and Nero both tell him to let Kyrie go, but he doesn't listen to them. He tells Kratos that Sanctus ordered him to take Kyrie.
His Holiness predicted your defeat, and so ordered that your sister be utilized.
What?
If you want her, then come and get her. For I cannot guarantee her fate.
Agnes transforms and flies off with the girl. Kratos and Nero set aside their differences and become allies, both heading to the Order headquarters to rescue Kyrie. Kratos is an interesting character because he's really a pawn of the Order. Everyone but Sanctus is really a pawn in a much grander scheme, but because of his love for his sister, he wakes up to this. The up and down relationship with the main character makes our opinion on him roller coaster with it. I like Kratos, and I think he's also a reflection of what can happen when you think you're doing the right thing. Kratos didn't realize that he was a part of something so corrupt and only realized it when his sister was being used. Nero heads to the headquarters. I love the design of this building. It's this brutalist, flat, huge tower. It has no frills, just gray stone and a golden insignia. It's not lavish, just practical, and it goes in complete contrast of the chapels that we see earlier in the game. This is a reflection of the true nature of the Order. It's not what it seems from the outside, regal and holy, but truly much more sinister and tyrannical. Nero makes his way inside, but finds the way forward, a bridge, blocked by some demonic tentacles holding it up. He ventures into the depths of the headquarters and finds the Key of Cronus. This allows us to hit these small devices with our Devilbringer and slow down time. This is really just used as a puzzle mechanic, normally having to dodge and weave through lasers or jump on moving platforms. With this, he makes his way to Agnes's room and finds Kyrie in some sort of cage, being held by a light. The Agnes fight is actually ridiculously easy. He can be stunned with short combos, and he just takes a ton of damage in general. He summons the same flying swords from before, and these can be used in the same way. If they're pulled out of the sky, they can be used to damage Agnes. The most annoying thing that Agnes does is fly in the center of the room and try to regenerate his health. If he gets this move off, he'll kill anything he summoned and regain its health, plus some of yours. Agnes says time to die before this happens though, and it can be stopped pretty easily by tossing a sword at him or hitting him a couple of times. Agnes goes to attack Nero but is stopped by Sanctus, who speaks to him through one of the demon knights. He tells him to leave and prepare for it. One of the knights takes Kyrie, and Agnes flies away. Before they can leave, Nero grabs for Kyrie and only finds her necklace in his hand. They all get away, and Nero is left with just the gift he gave the girl he loved. This is a huge moment for Nero because he's failed. This is our hero at his lowest point. He's angry at himself, at the Order, and he can't stomach the fact that he may have just lost Kyrie. I liked this show of emotion for Nero. It really makes us relate to him as a character more. Dante is cool, but it can be hard to relate to him sometimes, as he only shows brief emotion in a few spots throughout the series. But Nero is someone we can stand in the shoes of. We can understand what it's like to lose, to fail, to feel frustrated and lost. In this fit of anger, Nero punches the ground, and this turns the demonic tendrils to ice, causing them to break and free the bridge. Nero makes his way back to the entrance, and we're introduced to an even more powerful version of the Mephisto enemies from earlier, the Faust. Great. Nero makes his way through the fortress using the Key of Cronus to get past more lasers and some spinning blades. He's forced to leave behind his relics to gain access to the inner parts of the fortress. Nero arrives in a chamber to find Dante waiting for him, who counters every attack he makes and brushes him off like a buzzing fly. Dante says he wants Yamato because it was his brother's. Now we have to fight Dante. Now this, right here, is the fight. This is considered easily the hardest fight in the game, and sometimes even the hardest fight in the series, and I do not contend with that consideration. And, I mean, it should be. It's Dante, after all. It's the character that we've been playing for 3 games now, the son of Sparta, the descendant of the legendary Dark Knight. That being said, it's insane. Essentially, we're fighting in a small room, and Dante will switch between every one of his styles at some point in the fight. Trickster, Swordmaster, Gunslinger, and Royal Guard. Each of these plays differently, just like the character did in the last game. But on top of this, Dante is fast as hell and counters or dodges just about every attack that you throw at him. Really, the only way to do any damage to him is to confuse him. Rarely ever can you get more than 1 hit on him at a time, so you have to be incredibly conservative. If you try to take 2 slashes, he'll just dodge and stinger you. I found out that Dante blocks all of your shots fired at him by firing back at you, but you can kind of use this to catch him off guard. If you get close to him while shooting, you can get an attack in before he gets a chance to do anything else. But you really have to be just as good as him to win this fight. You have to dodge attacks like he does and be ready to counter anything if it's possible. This is everything you've learned up to this point with Nero, but it's also everything you've learned up to this point about Dante. I had to try this multiple times, and when I finally beat it, I had to use a gold orb and all of my items, which weren't many, but still. Nero manages to hit Rebellion out of Dante's hand, but he catches it anyways. Even though we've beaten him, he was just playing with us. He tells Nero that he can't just have Yamato floating around in the wrong hands, because it's such a powerful weapon.
I can't have something of that kind of power floating around now, can I? It's gotta stay in the family.
I need this.
Then keep it. Now that you're calm and cool, get going. Hey! What's your name?
Nero. You're Dante, right? Not a bad name.
Neither is yours.
The two have this sweet moment as Nero leaves, and Gloria shows up. She reveals herself to be Trish, and the Gloria moniker was just a disguise. I really like Trish, and I think she's an interesting character. Her and Dante obviously have a lengthy past, so I was really happy to see her return in the actual story for this game, and not just as a costume or unlockable character. There are a couple references here to hint that Nero is somehow related to Dante or Virgil. He awakened Yamato, he has white hair. Dante says he wants to keep the sword in the family, then leaves it with Nero. It wasn't officially revealed in this game, but there was heavy speculation at the time that Nero was Virgil's son. It just wasn't officially confirmed. Nero continues to make his way up the tower and finally arrives at the summit, finding Sanctus atop a large statue, glowing with light. He's beginning the ritual to resurrect the Savior, and he reveals that he has Kyrie hidden inside a gem in the Savior. Sanctus wants to merge Kyrie and Nero together at the core of the Savior, bringing about his full resurrection. We fight Sanctus here, who is a super annoying fight. He floats above us, shielded from damage. He has 2 small turrets that will shoot down at you, but can be used to snatch onto and reach Sanctus quickly. Hitting Sanctus with melee a couple of times will break his shield, and hitting it again will take it out entirely. This will leave him vulnerable to attack, and you can buster him to deliver some punishing damage. After this, he'll regenerate his shield. He uses a lot of attacks like fire projectiles, waves of energy, and lightning that he shoots at the ground. When he gets to about a quarter of his health, the Savior awakens and begins to punch the platform you're on. The same strategy can be used to defeat Sanctus, except that when you break his shield once, you only get a short time frame to break it fully before he'll go back into the Savior and hit the platform again, regenerating his shield fully. This part was kind of annoying because if you get hit at all after the first shield break, he'll head back into the Savior, and you have to be so fast to be able to defeat him. Eventually, when his shield is fully down and you do enough damage, the fight is over. As Nero attacks Sanctus, he uses the Savior to grab Nero and reveals that he had originally wanted to use Dante to absorb into the Savior, but because Nero is there and already has Yamato, the plan is complete. Sanctus takes Yamato, and just at that point, Kratos shows up, striking down Sanctus.
You have betrayed us. I
served the dream of a world you spoke of. The savior you preached of. But you used my sister, Kyrie, who has nothing to do with this. And that is beyond forgiveness.
love for a sibling. How foolish. All that is needed is absolute power.
Sanctus reveals that Nero is a descendant of Sparta blood, which I'm sure you could have guessed by now. Nero tries to escape the Savior's grip with his Devilbringer, but it doesn't work. Dante tries to rouse Nero, telling him not to give up.
So melodramatic. Besides, if you die without giving my sword back, I'm gonna be pissed. Then come and get it.
Nero is absorbed into the Savior and is floating in a black void when he sees Kyrie. He hears her singing the song from the beginning, and she's just out of his reach. Nero is trapped inside the Savior, and there's nothing he can do to get out. With the plan complete, the Savior begins to fully awaken and rises from the earth, flying high in the sky. Before Kratos dies, he tells Dante and Trish that Yamato was the key to opening the real Hellgate that lies beneath the city. He says that Dante is the only one who can stop the Savior. Kratos tells them to save Kyrie and Nero before he falls and turns into light, disappearing. Trish begins to evacuate the city, and Dante heads to close the Hellgates throughout. We see Agnes now has Yamato and uses it underneath the city to awaken the final Hellgate. This Hellgate stands over the city, and a horde of thousands and thousands of demons begin to flood out over the town, slaughtering innocents in the streets. I like that we begin to see a lot of the world of DMC in this game. Rather than just isolated incidents or islands, we can see that there are actually other people there and not just our main characters. The Order Knights and the demons are fighting in the city, a massive holy war with Sanctus and the Savior watching over all. Dante is watching this as it happens as well. So, at this point in the game, you switch to playing as Dante. I'm sure you knew this was going to happen as I outlined it pretty heavily in the development section. The team had said they wanted the audiences to still be able to play as Dante, and they made that happen. I think the team was a little nervous with just venturing out into full new character territory and wanted to give the fans something they knew. I do like this idea, don't get me wrong, and I did like playing as Dante, but boy, the execution was rough. That isn't to say Dante plays poorly, though. After I got used to it again, I think I liked playing as Dante more than Nero because he's just so much more powerful. Dante doesn't have the Devil Bringer, of course, but he does retain his styles from DMC3, at least the 4 base ones. You can level up each of these styles with Proud Souls rather than Orbs. He also starts off with Ebony and Ivory, Rebellion, and Coyote, his shotgun. All of these weapons can be leveled up, and we are refunded all of the Proud Souls we earned while playing as Nero, so we start off with a pretty powerful Dante. Rebellion uses a similar moveset from the previous games: Stinger, delayed combos, downward slash, air hike, all the favorites. Dante's guns can use a charge shot, and we can switch styles with the D-pad. Of course, you know me, I used mostly Trickster for this playthrough. Dante also has his Devil Trigger right away, of course, and it's much more powerful than Nero's, I felt. Dante in general is much more powerful than Nero, and this was by design. Capcom wanted Dante to feel like a veteran, while Nero felt like a rookie. This is all fine and good. Bringing back Dante in this new era is great. I liked playing as him, and I enjoyed having his cockiness and smiling in the face of evil. I liked the way he dispensed with demons like it was nothing, but the big problem here is the content that they throw Dante into. Dante is heading back through the world to destroy the Hellgates that Nero already faced. Nero just merely closed them, he didn't destroy them, so you know what that means. Hours of backtracking and defeating the same bosses we've already fought. Now, to give credit where credit is due, a lot of the areas are changed, like Fortuna Castle being covered in ice, so we end up taking paths that we didn't before. I still just felt like this was a way to either extend the game or shoehorn Dante in to please fans. But the problem still stands that we're redoing the same things over again, fighting the same bosses. It almost felt like I was just going back through the game with a different character, which is something that they could have done instead of making Dante in the main story. I just feel like this game could have been much shorter. Dante heads back through the Order headquarters while it's on self-destruct mode, and the place explodes as Dante makes it out just in time. We see a flashback of when Trish and Dante found out about the Order. Lady showed up to Devil May Cry and told the two about the Order, and we learn that the story of Sparta says that Sparta was the feudal lord of the city of Fortuna, and the people worshipped him as a god. Lady says that the Order has been butting in on her jobs and catching demons. The Order had been targeting devil arms, demonic weapons. She thinks they should go after the Order because she thinks they're up to no good. Trish leaves before the two are done talking and leaves a note that says, "See you there." Dante is back in the forests now, and Echidna has changed the place. At each of the exits of an area are purple clouds that will either teleport you to a different area or back to the beginning. We have to take an odd path through the forest to get out, which ends up with Dante eventually arriving back at Echidna, and we have to fight her again. I'm not going to retread these boss mechanics because they're mostly the same. The fights just change slightly since we're coming at them with a different playstyle now. Most of the fights are much easier than before because 1, we've already done them, and 2, Dante provides us much more power and moveset changes. As Dante, we backtrack through the forest and Forest Falls. We eventually arrive back at Fortuna Castle and fight one of Baal's brothers, Dagon. This nets us a new gun, Pandora. Pandora is a missile launcher in a briefcase that can transform into different firing modes. At first, it just shoots big blasts, but by upgrading it, you can input different stick movements when shooting to make it fire a laser cannon or turn into a Gatling gun. It's an incredibly interesting weapon and just furthers to diversify Dante's playstyle. Dante falls through the floor and we have a poisonous gas level. This is definitely not a contest to the other draining health levels in the series, and it definitely doesn't rival the adrenaline felt when playing the DMC3 one, but it's a similar setup. Your health is slowly draining until you escape the poisonous gas, so you have to be careful about getting hit. Dante makes his way out of Fortuna Castle through the labs and ends up back at Burial's gate. We kill him with ease, and Dante destroys the Hellgate in amazing fashion.
Satisfied. You are set free.
For beating him, we receive Lucifer, a new devil arm. It allows us to direct melee attack and throw swords around that hover in the air. They attach themselves to enemies who run into them and will damage enemies repeatedly. This weapon was actually really interesting, and playing with it was fun. It changed up the gameplay quite a bit, and mostly has you inadvertently attacking enemies rather than directly. I didn't like not knowing whether enemies were dead right away or not though, so I didn't use it a ton. Dante finally arrives back at Fortuna and faces hordes of enemies in the streets before arriving at the chapel, where everything started. Dante plays with Agnes a bit before the two go head-to-head. There's this kind of odd theater play-like cutscene that they have, and I guess it's supposed to play into Dante's lax view of the situation.
You summon and kill. Summon and kill. I fail to see the logic here. Said it. The price to pay for power?
They are but stubborn and foolish.
We fight Agnes again with Dante. It's generally the same as the last fight, except that we don't have Devil Bringer, so we aren't hitting him with swords, but he still goes down pretty easy. Agnes is confused at how he lost the battle, and Dante tells him that humans possess something that demons don't. Agnes begs Dante to tell him what that is for his research, but Dante shoots Agnes and destroys his research. Dante finds the inner sanctum and takes Yamato back for himself. With this, he destroys the final Hellgate above Fortuna, but the Savior is still looming over them from above. Dante tells Trish to help the innocents and get them far away, while he deals with the Savior. Dante gets up close and personal with the Savior and Sanctus, and he realizes that Sanctus's true form is inside. This is our big duel with the Savior, and our last mission for Dante. Since Dante is outfitted with Yamato now, he can use another style called Dark Slayer, putting Yamato to its full use. The Dark Slayer style is meant to be used with other weapons, but resembles Virgil's moveset from DMC3. Dante's goal here is to destroy all of the blue gems on the Savior's body. The Savior can be knocked down or stunned by the use of cannons, or the stun blades mounted around the floating platforms. This will enable us to either climb on his body or use other platforms to attack his gems. The Savior is constantly attacking though, punching the platforms you're on and sending tons of large balls of energy at us. Once all of his gems are destroyed, he can finally be damaged. The Savior will do all the same attacks, except now he'll start a huge charged up blast that will do a devastating amount of damage to Dante. You need the Savior to get close to a platform so you can melee damage him or hit his hands after he attacks. Dante shoves Yamato into the Savior's chest gem and shoots at it until it passes through into his body. This sends the sword into where Nero is trapped, and Dante begins to call on Nero to wake up.
Then you gotta take it out from the inside. Time to wake up, kid! You're missing out on all the fun! Nero! An opportunity to save the world doesn't happen every day, you know. Savor it.
Nero begins to awaken with the power of the sword and takes the power for himself. Dante is holding off the Savior from the outside while Nero looks for Sanctus on the inside to finally defeat the demon himself. So, remember that dice game? Well, the developers are about to take that up to a 10. Nero finds himself in a room with another set of dice games, except this time there are multiple ascending platforms, each with more spaces and a purple space located near a portal. We have to land the dice on the purple space to move forward and access the portal. This is a fine idea and doesn't really provide a ton of challenge when using the buster mechanic on the dice. The only problem here is that each one of these portals causes us to fight one of the bosses again. This acts as DMC4's graveyard of sorts. Yes, that's right. Not only did we fight all of these bosses a second time with Dante, we're about to fight them a third time. I really thought this was unnecessary, and I get the idea of having the graveyard is cool and interesting, but if we've already fought them with Dante, then what's the point of doing it again? It really felt like they were stretching the game out at this point. Regardless, we make our way through the portals, fighting other forms of Burial, Baal, Echidna, and Agnes. This leads us to the final portal, and Nero heads through. Nero finds Kyrie inside the core of the Savior and sees Sanctus fully charged. Red eyes, black veins crawling up his skin. I love this final boss design. He looks truly powerful and corrupted. Sanctus tells him that they should have just went with Dante as their catalyst for the ritual, and Nero shames Sanctus for using Kyrie and all of this. Sanctus is wielding the Sword of Sparta and teleporting all around us. This is our final battle. This is a much more powered-up version of the Sanctus fight from earlier. He's a little quicker and his attacks are stronger, but the mechanics are about the same. He'll attack from above us and we have to destroy his shield to stun and damage him. Once damaged past half health, the Savior will get on the ground and use the Sword of Sparta to send waves of projectiles at us, but in the end he goes down pretty easy. Sanctus doesn't understand why he doesn't have the same power as Sparta. Nero tells him it's because Sanctus lacks a heart. Sanctus threatens to kill Kyrie, and Nero uses Yamato and his Devilbringer to finish him. He cuts open the core and catches Kyrie in his arms. Outside, the Savior falls mid-punch, while Nero and Kyrie escape from the gem in the Savior's chest. The Savior is still alive, though, something still left inside. The Savior punches the ground, and we have to buster his arm and then his head to finish it. Nero finally crushes the Savior's head with Devilbringer, causing his body to fall on Fortuna. In the aftermath, Nero tells Dante that he owes him, but Dante says he had his reasons for helping him. Nero tries to give Yamato back to Dante, but Dante tells him to keep it.
Keep it.
What? I thought this meant a lot to you.
That's the only kind of gift worth giving. I want to entrust it to you, so I am. What you do from here is your call.
Hey, Dante. Will we meet again?
Nero asks Dante if they'll meet again, but Dante just waves as he walks away, and Nero accepts Yamato into his Devilbringer. Nero and Kyrie share a peaceful moment looking at the ruined Fortuna. Though their moment is interrupted by a small horde of scarecrows, we get another end credit sequence where we're allowed to freely fight the enemies appearing. You can get the true ending, or rather just an extra cutscene after the credits, if you manage to defend Kyrie from getting attacked for 90 seconds during this sequence. Before we see that cutscene, though, we get an extended cutscene sequence with a melancholic version of Shall Never Surrender playing in the background.
Our enemy shall fall as we uprise to claim our fate.
Nero and Kyrie watch the doves fly above them and hold hands as they look upon their city in peace. The final extra cutscene shows Lady arriving back at Devil May Cry, thanking Dante and Trish for getting rid of the Order. She shows them their payment, which is a small roll of cash, which Trish isn't satisfied with. The ladies want Dante to take a side, and he doesn't really care about the money. The group gets another call and it's a customer with the password, so the group heads out. There are 3 other playable characters that you play as, so I'll go over that briefly. First up is Virgil, which was added in the special edition of the game, just like DMC3. Virgil plays pretty similarly. He has a concentration gauge that will rise when you stand still, or let Virgil complete certain animations like sheathing his sword. Virgil also has a DT that acts similarly to Dante's. He has Yamato and Beowulf at his disposal. Yamato has similar movesets to the other swords in the game, and Virgil can use his summoning swords as ranged weapons, and to summon a circle around him. Virgil was pretty fun to play around with in this game, and his playstyle was much faster than the other characters, with quick bursts of damage rather than a continuous flow. Trish is also a playable character this time around. She mainly uses her bare knuckles to fight and the sword Sparta. These 2 weapons are used interchangeably, switching in and out during combos. Her bare knuckles act like Beowulf, and Sparta is used the same as previous games, throwing waves of energy at foes and twirling itself around in the air. Trish has a DT that she can use to power up her speed and attacks. The last playable character is Lady, who's actually pretty interesting. She mostly uses ranged weapons, Kalina Ann, dual pistols, and a shotgun, but she can also use her bayonet to attack enemies in melee range. Her DT doesn't actually activate a power-up, but releases a ton of grenades around her based on how many sections of the gauge are filled. All in all, Devil May Cry 4 was an interesting direction to take the series. It branched out with its characters, taking a new path with the story, and started expanding upon the lore of the world as well as the characters themselves. It also innovated and changed the way the games play, introducing new and interesting mechanics while still keeping some of the challenge that the previous games had. I think the first half of DMC4 is amazing, and I really enjoyed playing it, but the second half kind of fell flat with all of the backtracking, even though the last 2 bosses made for a photo finish. The story was one of the highlights for me, as I think that the characters introduced and the focus on Nero and his development was interesting and kept me engaged. Devil May Cry 4 did incredibly well with sales, shipping 2 million copies in its first month. This more than exceeded Capcom's expectations. Critics also praised the game, and fans had mostly positive reactions to it as well. The natural expectation here is that Capcom would move forward with a 5th game in the series right away, but Capcom decided to take a different approach. Two years after the release of Devil May Cry 4, rumors began to circulate about the next game in the series. One in particular had come from Game Informer, which had said that the game would be developed by Western studio Ninja Theory. The next game in the series was officially announced during TGS 2010 as a complete reboot of the franchise, titled DMC Devil May Cry. The trailer showed a smoking, black-haired Dante fighting off demons in a dilapidated playground. It also showed a younger Dante being tortured and questioned. Dante's new style was obviously shocking to a lot of people. Some were excited and some were extremely worried. Before we get too deep into this, we have to ask the question of why did Capcom even want to reboot the series in the first place? This is a question that I asked myself so many times throughout the course of making this video. Why, off of the great success that was Devil May Cry 4, which followed one of the best received games in the series, would Capcom decide to throw it all away and start over? This was an incredibly odd and unnecessary choice that they didn't need to make, but they made it nonetheless. The only reason I can really land on was that Capcom wasn't satisfied with Devil May Cry 4's sales. Even though it was impressive for the series, there were other action games getting much better numbers. Capcom's Alex Jones stated in an interview with Eurogamer that DMC4 sold 2.7 million, but we looked at the market and saw that there were other action games selling 4 million, 5 million, all these copies. Part of our goal is to go back to the roots, dig deeper, and try to expand upon those ideas to make the series accessible to a wider audience. Now I see. Capcom wanted to make Devil May Cry more accessible and capture a wider audience, rather than just their niche fan base. But there's two parties at play in the development of this game, Capcom and Ninja Theory. Ninja Theory were hired to make the game based on their work with Heavenly Sword. Ninja Theory wanted to make a game that would set Devil May Cry apart from other action titles. They also wanted to design the combat so that it could be easily accessible to new players, while also providing gameplay that advanced players would enjoy. Now, the reason I think it's important to distinguish between Capcom and Ninja Theory here is because I think Ninja Theory had one vision and Capcom had another. Capcom wanted to appeal to audiences and make a game that would sell like the other action games. Ninja Theory had a vision of a realistic version of Devil May Cry, something more grounded and narrative. I don't think that these two ideas particularly clash, but these two motives should be known before we get into the game, because plotting them out beforehand helps us realize why our final product is the way it is. The TGS trailer that was shown off seems to show a troubled Dante, one that's scrawny and haunted by his past. This is clearly in contrast to what is seen in later footage, a much brighter, kind of hardcore vibe. It's kind of odd to describe the footage for this game, or the game in general, because even though I've described the two main motives behind the game, I'm sure there were hundreds of other factors in the design of these characters and this world. Regardless, the trailers before release looked very different than the early TGS footage that was shown, and it's clear that changes were made. The game was incredibly divisive. Some people love it and some people hate it. I can see where both sides land at on this, and to be honest, I'm not sure I've even decided which side I'm on yet, or if I'll be on a side by the end of this. There's a bit of controversy behind the marketing and release of this game that has to do with death threats and Ninja Theory's responses to those threats. I'm not going to get into that because there are other videos specifically on that subject. Just know it was pretty ugly and unseemly. Regardless of controversy, fans were interested to see what was about to happen to the Devil May Cry series, good or bad. DMC Devil May Cry released on PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 on January 15th, 2013, and on PC January 24th, 2013. I'll be honest, I wasn't going into this game with the highest of expectations. Reboots are one thing, and on their own they can be kind of a flip of the coin. You can get something great or something awful. It really does feel like a huge gamble. But I view reboots mostly as a Hail Mary, used at the end of a franchise's life when it's lost its relevancy, or has had quite a few bad titles and needs to switch hands to someone new. But an unnecessary reboot, made when the series was still going strong and fans were happy, is just so strange. So imagine my dismay when DMC Devil May Cry opens with this scene.
No, this is not a veiled threat. This is a direct one. Should you fail to comply, the collapse of the economy will be on your head. I will make sure that you are stripped of power, shamed, and hated. Is that clear enough for you? Ah. Friday it is, then. You have a good night, Mr. President.
Did you get it, my darling?
Over $1 trillion.
Oh.
Soon I will own everything worth owning.
Wow, this scene. It's written so poorly that I can't believe it. First of all, this is Mundus. Yeah, Mundus bros not like this. So he's gonna be our big bad. But I can genuinely see someone thinking about how to make a villain hated and seem like he's powerful. Well, what if he's blackmailing somebody? That's bad, right? But wait, what if he's blackmailing the president? Yeah, and he's blackmailing him for $1 trillion. It's just so corny and really poorly delivered. It seems like something from those free movies that are on Tubi or something Neil Breen would write. A lot of the game is like this. I don't think the writing is steadily this bad through the whole thing. It has its ups and downs, but it can be really, really corny at times. Mundus and Lilith are conversing when he senses something. He senses Dante in the city and vows to kill him when he finds him. Then we get this intro, conveying the new vibe that we're about to experience. Strippers, strobe lights, booze, and sex. Dante wakes up in his camper where he lives. He's surrounded by pizza and empty alcohol bottles, and the news plays in the background. A masked vigilante group called The Order are delivering a message to the people, telling them they're asleep and that they should wake up. A woman knocks on Dante's door and he stands in the doorway, naked, talking to her. She tells him that the hunter demon is on his trail and that he needs to leave. The hunter shoots a claw at Dante's camper, dragging it towards him. And there's this sequence where Dante is flying through the air naked and different things are covering up his junk. It's odd. This whole thing is so jarring, especially coming off the back of Devil May Cry 4, seeing this wholesome story about Nero saving Kyrie, finding his destiny and saving the world, and being realm swamped into some other universe where Dante says fuck a lot and drinks booze.
Get your filthy fucking claw off my trailer.
The game gives us a bit of a tutorial on how to control this version of Dante. Just to be clear, I'm playing the definitive edition of DMC, which fixed quite a bit of mechanics that didn't work. I'll point some of these changes out as I go along, but I won't list all of them. The main concept of the combat is mostly in line with what we've seen before. Combos that decrease based on repeating moves. We have our pistols, Ebony and Ivory, and Rebellion. We have normal combos and delayed, but now our upward slash and downward slash are mapped to circle, instead of being a directional input. This decision makes sense as the main goal for the game was to grab a wider audience, and this single button input is easier for people to comprehend who weren't fans of the series. The other change in line with this is the evade, which is now mapped to the left bumper. This is changed from the signature roll directional input that we see in most DMC games and becomes more of a trickster dash rather than a roll. I do think the combat is genuinely pretty fun. It has its weak points, which we'll get into, but it works well for the most part, and the way that the game expands upon it is very interesting. It's a little faster than previous games, and as I'm sure you could have guessed, the difficulty has been reduced. We still have all the classic orbs. Green, white, gold, and red orbs again just function for buying items. We upgrade our abilities through these upgrade points, which are rewarded based on gaining white orbs. We also gain upgrade points at the end of missions depending on our ranking. Dante runs across the pier, attempting to escape the hunter that's chasing him. He sees the woman again, and she introduces herself as Kat. She's a psychic and tells Dante that he's in limbo, which is like a demon realm of sorts. They can see each other, and because Kat is a psychic, she can communicate with Dante. But she can't affect limbo, and he can't affect the physical world in limbo. She tells Dante that the hunter dragged him in there to defeat him. She tells him that they have to get away from the hunter, and Dante begins to follow her. Here, we're introduced to another large change DMC makes to the series, and that's platforming. In previous games, platforming was used very sparsely. Maybe one or two pretty small sections had it, but it was never really the grand focus. DMC puts this into a major focus, making it almost equal to combat. Dante is granted with a double jump automatically and will be given a ton of other traversal techniques moving forward. Following Kat, Dante makes his way through the pier, and the hunter jumps on the Ferris wheel, ripping it from its anchors, making it tear across the buildings below. We see the real-world news report of this happening, and it's being blamed on the Order, calling them terrorists. We get our first secret mission, which manifest themselves as golden doors placed throughout the world. Dante must have a key to enter these, which can be found in hidden places throughout the world. In the base game, doors were color-coded, and the keys gathered had to match the color of the door. This was fixed in the definitive edition to make them all gold. A secret mission will reward us with either a health cross fragment — health crosses are this game's blue orbs — or a devil trigger cross fragment, which are this game's purple orb. As Dante makes his way across the pier, a white wig lands on his head, and he looks at himself in the mirror, exclaiming, Not in a million years. It's laughable how confident Ninja Theory were about this version of Dante, how they thought he would be the definitive version moving forward, and how that vision just fell flat on its face. Dante eventually gets to the end of the pier, and the hunter traps him in. Kat finally tells Dante to fight the hunter because it's his only way out, but she launches a Molotov at the beast first, allowing Dante to damage it. This is our first boss fight, which after about 20 minutes of building this guy up to be unbeatable, he should be pretty difficult. That's where you'd be wrong. The mechanics here are incredibly simple. The hunter slashes at us with a dagger which can be evaded. Sometimes he'll do a spin slash or crawl into the shadows, launching a spinning blade at us. He's easily dealt with by hitting him in the face until he's staggered, and then doing a lot of damage while he lays there. This is one of my biggest problems with DMC, is just how simplistic the boss fights are. Bosses are really the bread and butter of the Devil May Cry series, and without those, what is there? On top of that, there are very few bosses in this game, 6 in total, which is staggeringly low when looking back at previous entries. After Dante kills the hunter, he reminisces about his mother, thinking about the amulet that she gave him. There are cameras watching the carnage at the pier, and Dante walks on the sidewalk when Kat pulls up in her car, telling Dante that her boss, the head of the Order, wants to meet and says that he knows Dante. Dante reluctantly gets in the car, and Kat takes him to the Order's headquarters. Mundus and his wife Lilith are waiting for him to show his face as they watch the news reports of the terrorist attacks. Kat and Dante arrive at the headquarters, hidden in an unassuming back alley garage. Dante meets the leader of the Order, who asks him if Dante remembers him. He says no. The leader and Dante apparently both had their memories wiped when they were kids, their pasts hidden from them for a reason. This man introduces himself as Virgil and tells Dante that they are fighting a war of information. Dante doesn't want to work with the Order because he works alone. Virgil is very righteous here. He believes they're fighting the good fight, and he wants Dante to help him. Dante doesn't really care, and Dante doesn't want a part of it. Virgil wants a chance to show Dante who he really is, so the three drive out to an estate with an iron-wrought sign that says Paradise. Kat makes a graffiti ritual symbol on the ground which opens a rift to Limbo. Dante heads into Limbo and begins to explore the house. He finds a room he remembers with a picture of a man named Sparta, his father. Unlocking this past gives him a new weapon, Arbiter. This is a demon weapon, and weapons aren't switched in and out in DMC, they're all kind of available at once. This makes for very fluid combat encounters and actually is a huge strong point of this game. Using the Arbiter or any demon weapon requires you to hold the right trigger, and then use your attack buttons to lift or pull off combos. Because we only have to use the right trigger to use this weapon, we can switch back and forth between it and Rebellion at will, and it really creates a flow of combat that feels stylish. Arbiter, as all demonic weapons, is a heavy weapon, but slow. It works well against shields. This weapon can also be used to destroy environmental objects matching its sigil. Dante continues to make his way through the house, seeing visions of two boys fighting with wooden swords, him and Virgil. Dante continues to find little mementos through the home, which send him into these broken dream worlds where he has to use his abilities to platform across to an end goal. With the Arbiter weapon, we also gain the ability to pull platforms or enemies towards us. This sort of works like Nero's Devilbringer and adds a whole lot more variety to combat encounters. Traversing to the end of the dream world, Dante knocks a steel chain holding a statue loose, and the statue's head turns, looking at him and sending him back to the manor. As he explores, he sees visions of his mother running away, warning Sparta that the intruders have found them. Dante finds another painting, this time of his mother, Eva. He gains an angelic weapon from her, which works similar to the demonic weapons, but we use the left trigger to activate the weapon. This effectively lets us switch in and out of 3 different weapons, Rebellion, Arbiter, and Osiris at will. It's incredibly nice to be able to have this freedom in combat and lets the player decide how they want to approach situations. Osiris and all angelic weapons are mostly crowd-oriented, doing less damage but attacking more enemies at once. This is one of DMC's really strong suits, is this fluidity of combat. I don't think that it's necessarily what the original series was going for, but it's obviously trying to do its own thing here. This combat style also makes it easier for new players to do some really wild and stylish combos, while advanced players have a lot more room for exploration. We can also use the angelic weapons to destroy environmental objects matching its sigil, and we can use an angelic pull, which pulls us toward the enemy instead of the other way around. This transfer to movement as well, being able to pull Dante around on platforms and throw himself in the air, is something great. Dante explores the manor and reveals the full story of his childhood. Virgil was his brother, Eva and Sparta their parents. Mundus found them and killed his mother when she was trying to protect them. Dante returns to Virgil and Kat, telling him that he knows the truth of his past now. Dante tells Virgil that he wants to know more. He wants to know where he comes from and who's responsible. Virgil and Dante talk on a playground, and Virgil tells Dante that the demons and angels have been warring for centuries, and that it's a crime to fraternize with the other side. The spawn of an angel and demon is called a Nephilim, and that's exactly what the brothers are. In this version of the tale, Eva was an angel and not a human. I think this dichotomy could be interesting. Introducing the two sides into the story has some good opportunity for storytelling, but I don't feel like they explore it to its full extent here. As Kat and Dante are walking the streets, Dante is pulled into limbo through one of the cameras that Mundus has placed throughout the city. He's forced to fight his way out and bring a church down with him by accident. Dante and Kat head to the Virility Factory because she sensed an ancient succubus beneath the place years ago. Virility is a beverage that people drink in this world and turns out to really be another method of control used by Mundus. This game likes to throw motivations and messages in your face through the use of text placed on surfaces in Limbo. When Kat creates a rift to Limbo inside of the factory, words like obesity, stupidity, and poison are plastered all over the world. This pops up throughout the whole game, even sometimes appearing as trapped whenever Dante finds himself in a bad situation. This is incredibly overt and is a great example of the old show don't tell rule being completely ignored. This type of symbolism and metaphor is just so in your face that it makes any sort of message pointless. Dante makes his way through the factory in Limbo, finding the mixing room, which appears as a grotesque amalgamation of blobs and organs in tanks being pumped into a central being. They track the central being underground, trying to find the succubus. Kat flips the world on its side and sends Dante down an air tunnel, forcing him to get to the end before the time runs out. The game has a lot of timed sequences like this, where the world is either changing and trying to swallow Dante up, or he has a time limit and has to platform his way through the area quickly. This does well to create a tension and a purpose for the platforming. There are quite a few other platforming sections, though, that don't have this purpose and just exist to pad out the time and fill the game with more environments, rather than give them a reason for being there. These sections become extremely tedious about halfway through the game and really start to drag on near the end. This is mostly because what we've seen from the platforming so far doesn't really evolve for the rest of the game. The hand has already been shown, and we're not really going to get anything new aside from a dash forward. Dante makes it to the end of the air tunnel and arrives at the succubus's lair. We get to see how Dante facing big demons has changed, and this Dante is far less witty and much more annoying.
I'm your prime date, you ugly sack of shit. You missed it. My name, by the way, is Dante.
Dante, son of Sparta and Eva, the Lord.
Yeah, but you can call me Dante the Demon Killer. Has a nice ring to it, don't you think?
These cutscenes are where the bad writing is really turned up to full. The succubus says "fuck you" a bunch of times, and we begin our fight with her. This is our second boss fight of the game. There are 3 platforms here, left, right, and middle. The succubus will swipe at us with her claws, and we have to do damage to her until she is stunned, and then demon pull one of her tubes out. She'll spit out acidic goo that we have to avoid by angel jumping to another platform, and then we do it again 2 more times. This drops the succubus into the acid pool below her, and we head out. When we head out, Dante realizes she's still alive, and while floating down this acid river, he sends her flying into the spinning fan, crushing her head. Dante gains a new weapon by defeating the succubus, Eryx, which is a pair of enlarged fire gauntlets that can be swapped out with Arbiter as a demon weapon. They work mostly in the same way, heavy, slow attacks. Mundus senses Succubus's death while making love with Lilith, and he realizes this was Dante's doing. Dante and Kat are riding in a car, and we learn that Kat suffered childhood abuse in her foster home from her demon foster father. She found her way into Limbo to escape the physical world, where she found Virgil. He ended up rescuing her from her foster home, and now she wants to deal with every demon left. This is kind of a parallel to Lady, clearly. Lady took umbrage with her father for killing her mother, and her motivation was to take out the rest of the demons. The group arrives at the Raptor News Network tower. They want to take out Bob Barbas, the main newscaster at the network. He's actually a demon and works for Mundus to control the media. We've seen him reporting on the Order throughout the game. Kat sends Dante into Limbo, which is an upside-down version of their world at this point. This really ends up creating some stunning visuals and just shows how great this game looks. I'm not the biggest fan of its overall style, as it can be a little corny, but I have to give credit where credit is due and say that this game looks fantastic. Its environments are detailed and well crafted, and they all look gorgeous. Dante makes his way to the tower, fighting through a prison along the way. He ends up finding a one-eyed demon being attacked by harpies who stole his mechanical eye. Dante decides to help him by finding the harpy's nest. Dante makes his way through an upside-down train station, finding the harpy's nest and returning the eye. The demon recognizes Dante immediately as the son of Sparta and introduces himself as Phineas. He's a demon inventor, and he helps Dante get to the tower. The two find a statue of a woman named Asiel, an ancient Nephilim. He tells Dante there used to be a whole race of Nephilim, but they were too much of a threat because they could cross worlds and had the power of both angels and demons. Dante heads to the statue and unlocks a memory of his mother, telling him that she will give him the power to forge his own path. Here, Dante unlocks Devil Trigger, which is activated by pressing both thumbstick buttons at once. Okay, here's my DMC Devil Trigger rant. First of all, not a big fan of how it looks. Dante's DT mode has always been a special part of the series. Past games would even see them bringing industry veterans on just to design that one look. Usually Dante touts a demonic form, steel armor covering his body, wings sprouting from his back, but here, his coat just turns red, his hair white, and the world changes color. It's like they regressed the character Dante as a whole and then expect you to be surprised that his final form is just OG Dante. I also feel like it's a huge missed opportunity here to incorporate Dante's Nephilim bloodline. You could have these angelic wings sprouting from his back, white and regal, but with this demonic form, mostly red but with little tinges of blue throughout. Make his Devil Trigger a cross between father and mother, inheriting something from both. But no, he's still just a dude. Second is the way Devil Trigger works. Dante gets increased power, speed, and armor, and all enemies just begin to float around him. This causes a huge issue in that Dante has to pull every enemy to him or pull himself to every enemy, which just wastes time when DT is active. This is a big problem because DT is so short in this game, even with upgrades. So Devil Trigger always feels wasted and never really feels like you're getting the full effect of Dante's power. Dante makes his way through to the tower and sees that he's gained a patch of white hair because of his Devil Trigger ability. Phineas leads Dante as far as he can, but he tells Dante the only way to hit Mundus hard is to attack his weakness. He tells Dante his weakness is Lilith, who is pregnant with his spawn. Dante heads off to the tower and the bridge is broken by the tower's beams along the way. Dante swings his way into the TV covering the front of the tower. Dante appears inside the Raptor News Network TV channel and has to jump on different platforms, acting as the graphics for the network. I actually thought this was a really interesting touch to Dante fighting this media-related demon. We begin our fight against Bob Barbas inside of the Raptor Network globe, and Bob talks to us through the newscast that's currently being aired in the real world.
My personal view on the terrorists is that they are disgusting, degrading, ghastly, sleazy, prurient, and generally nauseating. The worst of them is Dante. The whole world would benefit greatly by his non-existence.
I actually didn't mind this fight that much. It's still pretty simple compared to the previous games, but it felt unique aside all of the others. We have to ground slam different glowing platforms to make Bob susceptible to damage. He has 3 attacks while he isn't damageable: a purple spinning attack, 2 green beams that move back and forth, and a wall attack where we have to jump through these small holes. Each time we damage Bob enough, we jump into his eye and see footage of Dante killing demons from a helicopter, while Bob is telling the world about what a bad person Dante is.
Shocking footage of the terrorist, known as Dante, at the Bellevue Pier recently. So what do we know about this Dante? Several people have now come forward, and investigators have pieced together a shocking history of violence.
I actually really like this touch. It makes the boss fight interesting and shows how Mundus is controlling the population's view of things. It also keeps the fight interesting. Unfortunately, we have to do the same thing to Bob 3 times to down him, while he uses the same attacks on us. Before he goes down, he shows Dante a newscast that tells the public that SWAT teams have found the Order's headquarters and are going to apprehend Kat and Virgil, dead or alive. We finish off Bob and he spouts some Bill O'Reilly memes, making the reference or parody a little too overt. Dante shoots Bob through the newscast and he dies in the real world. Dante receives another angel weapon, Aquila, 2 spinning blades that do some great crowd control damage. Mundus senses Bob's death but isn't worried. Dante makes his way to the Order's headquarters to save Kat and Virgil, but can see the SWAT teams invading from Limbo. He can't do anything to stop them as they're in the physical world. He finds Kat and she creates sigils that Dante can pull to affect the real world. They make their way through the headquarters and find Virgil underground. Virgil wants to stay and retrieve the data before they leave, but Kat is the only one in the physical world, so she has to transfer the data while Dante holds off the demons. After they get the data, the SWAT team is about to enter, but Kat has no way out in the real world. Virgil wants to leave her, but Dante stays to help her so she doesn't get killed. He stays with her while she's arrested, and this scene is actually pretty well done.
Please hold on for as long as you can. I will come back for you.
Dante having to watch while Kat is beaten and shot is incredible. The split between the human world and Limbo has been set up the entire game, so having it come to a head with real consequences here is actually a high point of the story. I'm afraid there won't be many more of those though, so don't get your hopes up. Dante heads for Lilith's club. There she sends him into a Limbo world game show where he has to platform and defeat groups of enemies to survive. I thought this part was pretty interesting as well, even though there's no reason for Lilith to have a game show aesthetic. Bob Barbas's thing fit his characterization, but Lilith's seems a little out of place here. Dante makes it face to face with Lilith finally, and she lets Mundus's spawn out. We have our 4th boss fight here. Our main goal is to damage Lilith, but the spawn will attack us. We have to open up the spawn by hitting his eye and staggering him. Then Lilith can be pulled out and damaged shortly. The spawn uses some pretty simplistic attacks, and the fight would be pretty forgettable if it weren't for the imagery. Dante defeats Lilith with her child safely returned to her. Dante says he won't kill her, but she has to come with them. Dante contacts Mundus and tells him they want to do a trade. Kat's life for his child's life. The SWAT team brings Kat to the location, with Dante offering up Lilith safely. Virgil and Dante have their guns trained forward while both girls walk back to their groups. As Lilith is walking, Virgil decides to get greedy and shoots Lilith's stomach, killing the baby, and then putting a bullet in her head. Mundus lashes out at this, pushing all of his power into one wave of energy that he sends out across the city. This causes the city to break apart and begin crumbling down. Virgil and Kat make their way through the crumbling industrial area, and Virgil has a V on the inside of his dash. Custom car, I guess? Dante is in limbo and time slows down while Dante moves obstructions out of their way. He gets them out safely and Mundus watches as the city burns. Kat wakes up as Dante and Virgil debate what Virgil did. Kat tells them she went into limbo while being tortured and learned the layout of Mundus's tower. Dante and Virgil infiltrate the tower while Kat draws their paths forward. Dante heads in the front door while Virgil goes in another way to help Dante's path. There are these little sequences where Kat's chalk sketches of the building appear over the real world, showing the way towards the objective. I thought this was a nice stylized touch and brought us closer to Dante's thoughts. There are some moments like these, sparse throughout the game, that show Ninja Theory had some good ideas in concept. The execution and placement of them was just a little off. Dante makes his way through the tower, avoiding lasers with Virgil's assistance, and eventually meets up with Virgil himself. He gives Dante a taser, which in Limbo acts as an exploding dart gun. I didn't use this weapon very much, but it's meant to take down flying enemies easily or stun shielded ones. Dante arrives at the top of the tower and enters its core. This mission was kind of where the game started to drag for me. It was a lot of platforming sections where you eventually arrive at a flat open platform, defeat 3 groups of enemies, and move on. The enemies are just varying combinations of the demons that we've seen throughout the game, and the combat and platforming just started to get tired. I really think the Devil May Cry games are done justice by their bosses. There are so many boss fights that act to split up missions, chapters, deliver narrative information. When you go so long without fighting a boss and you're just fighting these same groups over and over, you start to see how monotonous it all is. Dante makes his way up the core of the tower, eventually arriving at a locked room with Virgil. There are 4 pathways, and each has a core that needs to be powered on. Once it is, the locks in the center of the room can be turned on to match up with their pedestal. This is really dragged out by fighting a group of enemies at the core and back at the central area each time a core is activated. It just all feels so slow, and because we're fighting these same enemies, it doesn't feel like we're getting any new challenge or variety. Once the door is unlocked, Virgil waits for Dante to confront Mundus so that he can distract him. While distracted, Virgil will destroy the Hellgate, making Mundus vulnerable. Dante aggravates Mundus, telling him he enjoyed killing his child. Mundus throws Dante backwards, through buildings and pieces of rubble. Just as he's about to tear Dante's heart from his chest, Virgil destroys the Hellgate, and runs Mundus through with Yamato. When the Hellgate is destroyed, the normal world and Limbo begin to merge. Demons appear in the real world, and we have this they live moment where everyone can see what the advertisements and media really represent, which is done with no amount of subtlety whatsoever. Dante tosses Mundus off of the roof, and we see his spit travel down and hit Mundus as he lands. Weird choice, but okay. Mundus gathers all of the rubble around himself, protecting his physical form and turning into a monstrous mass of flame and concrete. This was really the only boss design that felt like it was on the level of Devil May Cry Demon Boss. Its grand scope and nature really felt like the scale that we've been used to before, not these hunters and succubi. The first half of it is mostly interactive cutscenes. Dante watches as Mundus absorbs Virgil into his core, and Dante has to fight the demon alone. We have 2 buildings here to stand on. Mundus will smash his fists into the building, and we have to attack them. Destroying a hand will make one of his eyes vulnerable to a devil pull. Every once in a while, Mundus will spew acid across the platform, and we have to angel pull to the other one. After destroying both hands, we have to slash at Mundus's mouth. With Mundus weakened, Virgil slashes through the body at the center, and Dante grabs Virgil before the demon collapses. Virgil and Dante stand in the wake of the destruction. When they reunite, we see Twitter posts from people around the world talking about demons appearing in the world. I'm sorry, but I really don't think Twitter needs to be in a Devil May Cry game. Just my opinion. Dante, Virgil, and Kat watch over the world, talking about how mankind will be free. Virgil says the path is clear for them to rule.
The path is clear for us to rule. What did you just say? The path is clear for us to rule. To rule what? This. Everything.
Virgil.
You mean like Mundus? No. No. We'll be nothing like Mundus. We'll respect our subjects, not enslave them.
Subjects?
He means you. He means humans.
I thought we were fighting for freedom.
This little twist that isn't really a twist comes way too late in the story and just feels like it was out of left field. I'm sure you could have guessed that we'd be fighting Virgil, but making it appear in the last 5 minutes of the game isn't really the choice I would have gone with. I would have liked to see Virgil and Dante split before the end of the game. Having this fallout happen earlier would have given reason for Virgil to attack when Mundus was down. Regardless, we have one final boss battle with Virgil, which has its own problems. You remember fighting Virgil in DMC 3, how we built up over the course of 3 fights through the entire game? How that final fight was one of the hardest bosses in the entire thing, and it required every ounce of technique and ability that we'd learned to beat him. This fight doesn't have any of that. Virgil is incredibly easy. He has some quick attacks that are easily dodged, and then he just stands open for Dante to attack. He'll jump from above, slashing downward, he'll slash forward and teleport to you and slash some more. That's about it, other than shooting some ethereal swords at you. Every fifth of health you take down, Dante tosses him aside, and Virgil gets back up to come at you again. Eventually, during the last section, he'll summon a doppelganger, which makes things a little heated, but nothing you can't handle easily. This last fight doesn't do Virgil justice, and it doesn't do Dante justice. It just kind of ends with a whimper. Dante enters DT and shoves his sword into Virgil's chest. He wants to kill him, but Kat convinces him not to. Virgil tells Dante that he's not human, and he never will be. Dante now has white hair after the battle with his brother, and he tells Kat that he doesn't know who he is anymore.
I know exactly who you are. You are Dante. Nothing more and nothing less.
It's almost like the developers talking to their character after the game was released, and Ninja Theory and Dante walk off into the city, never to be seen again. There was a DLC released for the game called Virgil's Downfall. It was made to set up a sequel to DMC. You control Virgil as he makes his way through hell, confronting a vision of Dante, Kat, and ultimately growing his hatred and corruption for his brother. Virgil uses Yamato and ends up with a Hell and Angel version of the weapon. Its gameplay was interesting, and I enjoyed playing as Virgil, even if some of the angel pulls didn't work right most of the time. The story kind of falls flat, though, just like the game itself. Most of it's told through these animated cutscenes. I'm assuming the developers didn't have enough money for the full cutscenes from the base game. At the end, Virgil has become entirely corrupted and has an army of demons at his side. There was also a prequel comic released detailing Kat and Virgil's backstories before the game. It shows Kat's induction into the Order and the two trying to find Dante and their plans to take down Mundus. DMC was just a really strange choice, but ultimately, as much as it might not seem like it, I don't hate it. I think that its combat was interesting enough and its platforming sections were beautiful with gorgeous environments surrounding them. There was obvious problems with the game's writing and design, everything deciding to be a little too Western for its own good. I think this game would have been served so much better if it wasn't called DMC. It could have been called Hell World, and the main character and his brother could have been Derek and Victor instead of Dante and Virgil. Trying to separate this game from the rest of the series and view it on its own, though, is an almost impossible task, and it's really not even my goal for this video. On its own, DMC I think would have been an interesting project for Ninja Theory and a well-done action game with some lackluster writing. As a DMC game, it doesn't do the series justice at all and completely fails to understand why the originals were so beloved in the first place. I didn't talk about it much, but Hideaki Itsuno did have some input on the game, helping out from behind the scenes. Surely not as much of a heavy hand as before, but he was there. The game did not do very well sales-wise. Capcom was originally hoping to ship 2 million copies by the end of the financial year, and had to adjust that figure to 1.2 million. Capcom didn't release too many sales numbers while the game was releasing, but they stated that its sales were solid, but definitely made less than Devil May Cry 4. The release of the definitive edition would bring in more sales, and Itsuno was happy with the game's performance. He said that if it had been a world-changing hit, it might have changed the course of the series by becoming the new DMC. But at the same time, if it was a lot less successful than it might have just been a flash-in-the-pan failure that never got followed through with the definitive edition. In a way, I'm actually really pleased of where we were able to hit those two separate extremes. Itsuno clearly didn't want this to be the new Devil May Cry, but just like before, Capcom would return to Itsuno to save the series in the fans' eyes once again. With the releases of the Devil May Cry 4 Special Edition and the DMC Definitive Edition, both financial successes, fans were anticipating the idea of a fifth Devil May Cry game. Rumors circulated for a while, with tweets from Itsuno, Instagram posts from Ruben Langdon and Johnny Young Bosch, and domain name registrations. The community was abuzz with fervent excitement. The game was developed on the RE engine, first used in Resident Evil 7 Biohazard. Some of the team members had worked on Resident Evil 7 and were therefore experienced with the engine. Capcom staff from the DMC reboot would also return, willing to make a sequel to Devil May Cry 4 instead. The team wanted to listen to the fans' opinions and make sure that the game appealed to them. Itsuno took a similar approach, wanting to make the game challenging to appeal to longtime fans. Itsuno also wanted to make a game that was more enjoyable than Devil May Cry 4, with more content and appeal to a larger audience. Itsuno specifically cited that he wanted to give players the style of a Hollywood movie, pushing the game towards a more cinematic feel. With the cinematic feel of the game, it needed a good story. Itsuno stated that the story's main theme was love, something Capcom had wanted to capture since Devil May Cry 1. With the RE engine in tow, the team was aiming for a photorealistic look, focusing much more on realism than previous games to get this cinematic feel. It's clear that the focus for this game was story, but the team also put a heavy focus on gameplay, as with any Devil May Cry entry. They wanted multiple characters to be playable, and they wanted to make each character distinct from one another, to separate them and also outline their purpose in the story. Gameplay and story were intertwined in this way. The music was also given focus, intertwining gameplay and music with the stylish combos in the game. Tons of different composers and writers were brought on to work on the soundtrack, and if you ever told me that Suicide Silence would be making a song for Devil May Cry, I'd tell you you were insane. The game was planned to be announced in 2017, but its announcement would be pushed back to E3 2018. The announcement showed civilians being slaughtered by demons on the streets, and it showed off Nero and his gameplay, along with a few boss fights, and Dante cruising on a motorcycle. Devil May Cry 5 was released for Windows, PS4, and Xbox One on March 8, 2019. Unfortunately, Amazon Luna would not get the game until December 9th, a big failing on Capcom's part to capture all the Amazon Luna gamers out there. Devil May Cry 5 includes, among other things, a short movie called The History of Devil May Cry that briefly recaps the story of each game, not including DMC, of course. This is to catch players up who have missed previous entries or haven't played any of the games at all. Each game has these interesting flat illustrations of cutscenes and is backed by signature tracks from each entry. The true game opens, though, on a quote from A Poison Tree by William Blake. This will become more prevalent through the story and will make more sense as we go on. We see crowds standing outside some sort of demonic figure, some onlooking, some kneeling and praying. We see Morrison smoking a cigar outside of the structure, asking Dante if he'll be able to make it through this. Morrison is a character from the Devil May Cry animated series who acts as a job broker for Devil May Cry. We see Dante inside, fighting a battle against a large, throned demon, being pushed back again and again. Nero thinks Dante has this under control, but a new character shows up and tells him to not underestimate this demon. This new character's name is V. V also mentions that this demon is the one who took Nero's arm. At this point, we get control of Nero and we're going through our tutorial phase. First thing to note here is that the game looks gorgeous. The environments are incredibly detailed and the team did a wonderful job scanning the actors and modeling the characters. Each person in this game looks incredibly realistic, and the development of the look of this series has really begun to give these characters new life. The overall aesthetic of this game is quite a bit different too, mostly in subtle ways, and the larger ways graphical. Obviously, the graphics have been incredibly updated in the 11 years since the release of Devil May Cry 4, but there's also this new aesthetic. Not only are the characters photorealistic, but everything in the game is. Enemies look incredibly detailed, environments look realistic, and the game tends to veer more towards this grim tone with its world, rather than the cartoony demonic feel that we're used to. This is in line with the story and the cinematic feel that the game was going for itself, so everything fits well. As we begin to play Nero, we see the changes made to his character since the last entry. We still have Red Queen available to us, the same Exceed Gauge mechanic that I wouldn't use in Devil May Cry 4, which I actually used quite a bit this time around instead of mostly ignoring it like last time. Nero also has Blue Rose, which has some adjustments. Blue Rose still has its charge shot, but now Nero can load 3 charges into the bullet by holding down the shoot button, and store 3 shots that will each hit multiple times. This works a lot better than the previous iteration, and I found myself using it a lot more. Nero's basic moveset is pretty similar to the last game, his delayed combos and focus on aerial attacks, unlocking things like Streak and Hard Way as we go. The biggest change to Nero's character are the Devil Breaker arms. As was shown in the announcement and mentioned briefly by V, someone stole Nero's Devilbringer arm. He is now outfitted with multiple interchangeable cybernetic arms that each have different effects. These still give Nero the ability to pull enemies towards him or him toward enemies, but the Devil Breaker itself will have different moves based on the breaker being used. Basic ones like Overture will see Nero shooting out a blast of electricity in front of him, and arms like Punchline will eject themselves from Nero's body and hit enemies multiple times. There are 8 different arms from the base game and 5 from DLC. This was an interesting change for multiple reasons. Breakers can be picked up from around the world, and Nero has a magazine that can hold a specific amount of breakers for him to use. With this, breakers are not forever. They, well, break. If you get hit while using one, or take a hit in the wrong spot, or decide to destruct the thing on your own to get out of a tight situation, they're destroyed and you move up to the next one. This was designed to make it so that players are constantly changing things up, switching in and out of different breakers and trying new things based on the situation, and picking new ones up along the way. The really interesting design choice here is that you can't switch these out at will without destroying one. Your magazine is ordered, and you can only use the next breaker if you destroy the first. In the beginning, I thought this was an oversight by the team. Then I realized that this makes you think about what breakers you choose to have in your magazine at the beginning of the missions, and which ones you decide to pick up or not as you're traversing demonic realms. This adds a layer of strategy to playing as Nero, and I actually respect the design of the Devil Breaker as one small choice that can drastically change the way that you play. Nero makes his way through the fortress, meeting up again with V and his flying companion, Griffin. V tells him that they can't do this without him, and Nero finds Dante. Dante is losing his battle against the throned demon, who we'll learn soon is named Urizen. Lady and Trish are among the defeated as well, being tossed to the ground. We see Nero rev up his Red Queen and get ready to save Dante and the girls, only he doesn't. We were never meant to win here, and having a scripted loss this early in the game is an amazing choice. It puts the story into focus, combining it with gameplay. Thus far, we haven't had a battle we can't win, and we definitely haven't seen Dante lose. Also, with the challenge of the series always being at the forefront, a lot of players could assume that Itsuno just decided to kick it up a notch and make this boss incredibly hard. Nero is pushed back by Urizen, covered in blood and limping. Dante still isn't down though and takes his Devil Trigger form to try and put a stop to Urizen. Dante tells V to get Nero out of here.
Can still fight! Go! You're just dead weight! Back up!
Come on! Let go! We must leave here. It's far stronger than we ever could have imagined.
The path to the throne is blocked off, and Urizen delivers a blow to Dante, punching him out of his DT form and shattering Rebellion in the process. The battle is lost. Nero curses Dante for calling him dead weight, but V tells him that they need to leave and he needs to find a way to get stronger to help. If Dante is defeated, Nero will be the only one left to defeat Urizen, the Demon King. As Nero and V leave the fortress, tentacles sprout from the ground and begin impaling civilians. I love the beginning of this game. It all starts on a loss, which, like I said before, is something that's never really happened to this scale. Dante has been defeated, Urizen is slowly taking over the city, and Nero is powerless to stop him. A great new change that Devil May Cry 5 makes is the timeline loading screens. I really love the UI in this game. It all just looks so clean and sharp, reflecting the look and feel of the game itself. The blue highlights and the classic font make everything intuitive and just fit very well with the aesthetic of the game. After we complete a mission loading into the next one, the screen will show us our timeline so far, showing the name of the mission, the date and time the mission took place on, and even has colors representing the characters that were played or appeared in any given mission. It's a nice addition as well because some missions or cutscenes end up taking place before the current events of the story, or simultaneously with other missions. It's a small addition, but a welcome one. We get an opening credits cutscene introducing us to another new character, Nico, a gunsmith who acts as our roving arms dealer and upgrader. Nico and Nero started a mobile Devil May Cry business together that they run out of an RV. Nico can be called upon during missions, acting as a divinity statue, selling us ability upgrades, items, and devil breakers. Nico and Nero's relationship is great and one of the highlights for me of DMC5. They're a great pairing, and they have this brother-sister dynamic.
Your ward now, is he?
His research wasn't half bad. Came in handy. Mildly thank you for that.
You have to do that in here. It already smells like gas.
That's you!
Nico smokes and Nero doesn't like it. They're always messing with each other and trying to lighten the mood. Nico isn't just some random character, though. Her father was Agnes from DMC4, and her mother was a gunsmith that happened to create Dante's ebony and ivory pistols. The opening credits play over this awesome montage of Nico smashing demons with the RV and Nero slow-mo jumping across the rolling RV, shooting every demon in sight. It's a wonderful way to fully bring us into the first mission, and it just shows that Devil May Cry hasn't lost that cool factor. Devil Trigger, Nero's battle theme, plays over the whole thing, making it a perfect introduction to the game. Nero and Nico crash into a horde of demons attacking some military troops, and Nero shows the full extent of his Devil Breaker. Nero makes his way through the bridge in Redgrave City, and we face our first boss, the Qliphoth Roots. It's a pretty simple start to the DMC5 bosses, but it'll only get more challenging and complex from here. The main point of attack here is the body of the Roots, and the tendrils will swing at us, spear Nero, and appear from underground. It's a pretty simple and quick fight, and I think it was mostly made to finish off the tutorial from earlier, showing us how to use the Devil Breaker and Exceed. Nico says that the soldiers from before told her the Roots are taking over everywhere.
Yamato did this.
We flash back to April, 2 months ago. Nico and Nero are working in the garage. We hear Kyrie off-screen calling the two to dinner. Nico leaves Nero in the garage, and a hooded stranger shows up.
You need something? What is it? You hungry? Well, you're in luck, pal, 'cause food's ready and Kitty always makes too much. Hope you like loud talkers, too, 'cause got a pair of those upstairs. You see something you like? What the hell? You a demon?
Nero, the food's getting
Kitty, get back inside now!
I'm taking this back.
He says, "I'm taking this back," transforming the Devilbringer into Yamato and opening a portal before disappearing. Nero is bleeding profusely and slowly crawling towards the open portal before losing consciousness. Nero's Devilbringer being ripped away from him in this way, at home, where he feels the most safe, only serves to further make Nero feel powerless. There are still things out there in this world that Nero can't face, and he's lost twice now to Urizen. Once it cost him his arm, and the second time it cost him Dante and his pride. This will be the genesis of Nero's character for the rest of the game, and will serve as the basis for the development that we see. Nero and Nico get stuck at a blockade of caution tape, and before Nero ventures out on his own, Nico gives him a letter from Morrison. This letter is one of many small pieces of in-world literature that we can find in the library and are gained by playing the game. These serve to build the world and the lore up a little more, which is always welcome in my eyes, though I don't feel they really utilized this to its full potential. Morrison talks about meeting Dante for the first time when he still went by the alias Tony Redgrave. This is a reference back to the animated series and Redgrave City, Dante's hometown. Nero makes his way through the city, and we're introduced to some new enemies, the Hellcana among them. These enemies resemble the Hell Pride from DMC3. Our base enemies for this entry are the Empusa. They are bug-like mantid demons that have colored variations, red, green, and base. Nero finds his way into a mansion, and I'd like to point out the difference in mission structure for this game. It greatly differs from most of the other series, in that most levels are linear and completely separate from levels in other missions. We've kind of lost the find an object and gain entry to another place loop that the previous entries loved so much. There is one item that can be picked up to remove Qliphoth roots from your path, called a Nidhogg hatchling, but they're rarely used and aren't unique. There's multiple that can be picked up and used. I think this move away from that classic gameplay loop is probably a good one, even though I think it fit those classic entries better. I consider this change an evolution rather than a reduction. The team also included a new mechanic that lets you hold down the left stick to see the path you need to take for your main objective. This was a welcome sight. It was all too common in previous games that I would go looking for secrets and only get railroaded into the story, unable to return. If you get lost along the way, or if you just want to make sure you don't wander into a boss battle, then this mechanic is perfect. Secret missions have also been greatly changed. They now appear as markings on walls or other surfaces in the world. These are perspective puzzles that you have to view from the correct spot while standing on a platform to activate. Other than that, they're similar to the previous games, being mostly timed encounters, not getting hit, not touching the ground before getting to the objective, etc. And they of course reward you with a blue orb fragment. Nero finds a payphone in Redgrave City that he can call Nico with, and she'll come running, bringing the mobile Devil May Cry to him. Also, forgive my Mega Man arm here, the special edition of the game comes with some DLC breakers, and I just had to try it out, at the expense of your immersion. A cutscene is played each time you call Nico, showing her trying to get to your location, however ridiculous it may be. This was such a little touch that it was completely unnecessary and 100% appreciated. It's the little things that make these games, and show that the team really has love for the final product. These payphones mostly act as a last-ditch chance to get items and upgrades before a boss battle. One thing I should note that DMC5 does away with is non-upgrade items. We still have our blue orbs, purple orbs, and gold orbs, but the vital stars and demon stars are no longer. You have to complete fights in one go unless you have a gold orb, that is. The team also decided to add the ability to revive using red orbs instead of gold orbs, but this fee increases incredibly quickly, so it's not recommended. Nero ends up on a church parapet and is met with a massive demon that wants nothing more than to defeat him. This is Goliath, and he's what I consider our first real boss fight. Goliath is a gargantuan horned beast with a flaming mouth in his stomach that he uses to shoot projectiles at you. Goliath has multiple attacks that get progressively meatier as the fight goes on. Here, he'll just swing at us and slam his fist into the ground. Once we get his health low enough, though, he'll jump in the air and crash into the roof of the church, sending us through to the inside. Inside the church, he'll lunge at us, swing pillars, and even create a vortex with his stomach mouth that will draw Nero in. When he points it at the ceiling, the roof collapses and the fight is taken to the outside. Giving this fight 3 phases that each change location really serves to make it feel like a genuine epic battle and not just an arena brawl. Outside, Goliath will try to suck Nero into his stomach, shoot fireballs at him, throw rocks, and do a double ground slam. Movement is the key to this fight and not taking too much damage, as Goliath's attacks can be punishing. If enough damage is done to Goliath in a short period of time, or one of his fireballs is redirected back at him, he'll be stunned and we can do massive damage. Once we defeat Goliath, Griffin, V's companion, flies in, and the cane-twirling mystery himself appears, summoning his panther demon Shadow to weaken Goliath.
Little wanderer, I be home.
As Goliath crumbles before them, V and Nero wonder if Dante is still alive inside the Qliphoth, the giant plant-like demon structure where the battle against Urizen took place. This is an underworld tree that thrives on human blood, and it's taking over the city. Nero wants to venture into the Qliphoth and find out if Dante is alive, but V tells him they need to kill some demons in the city first. Nico shows up and uses Goliath's horn to create a new devil breaker for Nero to use. Punchline. This breaker detaches from Nero's arm and flies at enemies, repeatedly hitting them. Nero and V decide to split up to cover more ground. Nico stays back for now, and Nero heads deeper into the city, which is covered in Qliphoth roots and broken buildings. We're introduced to the new version of jump points, which work mostly by standing on platforms, which Nero can use his Devil Breaker from to pull himself up. These don't really show up in the game too much, they're very sporadic. Nero makes his way into the sewers and pops out the other side, inside of an abandoned building. Here we meet the Death Scissors, the newest incarnation of the Sin Scissors. We can take the hard route and attack them over and over until they drop their scissors, or parry their attack, which gives us a window to kill them with one bullet. This was a classic strategy back in the original Devil May Cry that I wish I knew about during my first playthrough of that game. There's even a reference to it within a secret mission where you're forced to kill one of the Death Scissors with this strategy, within a set time frame, of course. I know I've said it before, but I just want to reiterate that this game looks gorgeous. All of the environments are so detailed and beautiful. Each building, room, and area feels like it was lived in at some point. You can easily imagine people walking around these rooms, going about their daily lives. Just look at what happens when I hit this bookshelf. Nero finds a payphone and stalks up before his next battle. He's introduced to another massive demon named Artemis. This is our third boss fight. Artemis is the physical manifestation of the Devil Arm from Devil May Cry 3, as Trish used it in their battle against Urizen. When they lost, Urizen gained the weapon and transformed it into his demonic servant. The demon itself resembles a seraphim angel, and its attacks are projectile heavy. Shooting many different waves of energy bolts or beams at us, Artemis will also release small demon enemies that will shoot their own projectiles at us. These can be shot and turned into an anchor for Nero to pull himself towards. This will launch you towards the boss, which is useful because she moves around a lot. Artemis will try to do a large AoE attack in the center of the Colosseum, but this can be stopped if enough damage is done, staggering her and opening her up for attacks. Nero eventually wins, slashing Artemis's chest open and noticing someone inside. He catches the woman that falls from Artemis covered in a blue goo. This is Lady. Urizen fused the Devil Arm with Lady to create a living being. Nico teases Nero, telling him that she's going to tell Kyrie that he's holding a naked woman in his arms. We now jump to V's perspective, and he's journeying across the city by himself. We're now given control of him as our newest playable character. DMC5 has a few playable characters, and each is uniquely different. They all have their own individual playstyle. V is the epitome of this, and a completely new evolution of the Devil May Cry formula, entirely changing the gameplay. I'll just say it here, I'm probably in the minority, but I love V, as a story character and as a playable character. When playing V, he can't attack enemies directly, just like in the cutscenes that we've seen so far. V uses his demon followers to fight demons themselves. He commands them and their attacks and goes in for the finishing blow. V has two companions that are always available to him, Griffin and Shadow. Shadow is your melee demon, getting up close and personal to enemies and dealing bigger damage with heavier attacks. Griffin is your long-range companion, dealing smaller damage from further away. Each of these companions can be upgraded, and they can gain new abilities through Nico. V also has a Devil Trigger gauge, with which he can summon his third companion, Nightmare. Nightmare is a large goo monster that appears from the sky, through walls, or underground when summoned. He's incredibly powerful and can do a ton of damage in quick bursts. He can be upgraded to let V control him individually, but from the get-go, he plays on his own. The interesting thing about Nightmare is that he can open up secrets when summoned. He can break open new paths that weren't available before, so summoning him often and in new areas is encouraged. If you haven't realized yet, each of these demons are a reference to different demons from the original Devil May Cry. Griffin and Nightmare representing their respective bosses, and Shadow representing the shadow demons that appear in the game. Like I said, I love how V plays. I know that some people didn't have the same reaction to V's playstyle, considering the fact that he mostly sits back away from fights and has others do the fighting for him, but this is completely reflective of V's character. He's scrawny, not very strong, and reflective. It would only make sense that he stays away from battles and has his companions do the fighting for him, hopping in to take the finishing blow. I will say, V doesn't quite compare to the incredibly quick, fast-paced action of fighting with Nero, but it's a fun change, and I respect the team for introducing a new character that is kind of the opposite of the Devil Hunters that we're used to seeing. The music in this game is also taken up an insane notch. In the past few games, we usually have a signature theme that acts as an overture for the entire game, bleeding into other songs and usually the battle theme. Here, each character has their own battle theme that are all amazing and fitting to their personalities. These battle themes don't only represent the character that you're playing at the time, they represent the situation that the character is in at that moment. The more stylish your combos, the more that is added to the battle theme, the louder and heavier it gets, ramping up the action ramps up the music. This is a fantastic choice, and in retrospect, seems like a no-brainer. V makes his way through the streets of Redgrave City, trudging a path with his demonic companions, and comes across Nidhogg, a demon tethered to a Qliphoth root with 3 Hydra-like plant heads protecting him. This fight is a bit reminiscent of Yakut Golem from Devil May Cry 2, the center of the boss being the part that needs attacked, with tentacles protecting it from being hurt. Nidhogg can still be attacked without killing the Hydra heads, but if all 3 are dead at once, Nidhogg will go down, allowing us to get in a bunch of attacks before he recovers. Nidhogg will slash at us with his Baraka Blade arms, using normal slashes, a spinning lunge attack, and some downward slams. The Hydra heads will each attack us with smaller attacks and slashes, and also puke projectile acid at us. This fight is pretty simple if the heads are taken down quickly, and Nidhogg is stunned.
The cut worm forgives the plow. What do you say?
V finishes off the boss on his own, reciting a line of poetry from his book that he carries around. V finishes off Nidhogg and sees a large chunk of one of the Qliphoth roots collapse. As the blockade disintegrates, it reveals an even larger demon wandering around the streets, though, and V realizes that he can't compete with that kind of strength yet, so he retreats. In doing so, the group is attacked before they can get away and sent through the ground into the sewers. V sees groups of Qliphoth roots in the underground and starts removing them. V also makes his way through the sewers, a construction yard, and eventually above ground again, before noticing 2 demons talking to each other. One of them, Malphus, is looking for the Devil Sword Sparta. She commands the Elder Geryon Knight to find and destroy it, but V won't let him get that far. The Elder Geryon Knight is a reference to Geryon himself from DMC3. This time, though, the beast has a rider. Geryon will charge at V, shooting death rays, and eventually charge up during the fight. He'll change the world around you and teleport, upgrading his speed and attacks for a short time. He can also slow time, just like the original Geryon. The issue with Geryon isn't that he'll hit V incredibly hard. He can, but his moves can be avoided. Your companions, however, will take a lot of damage during the fight. V's companions can't truly die, but they can be put in a condition called stalemate. During this, they sink into the ground and turn into a small orb until they can recover and be revived. You can speed this process up by standing close to them, but standing close to where an enemy died isn't something you always want to do with V. Your companions will die a lot, and it's just a fact of playing as V. Spawning Nightmare to do big damage, avoiding charge attacks, and getting your companions back up are all the name of the game for this fight. Geryon himself dies, but the rider lives and makes a break for it. He gets away, and V wants to track down the Devil Sword Sparta before Malphus can get to it. Griffin tells V that he can't possibly lift the sword in his physical condition, but V tells him it's for Nero, not him. At this point, we jump back to Nero himself, who's inside the camper with the unconscious lady and Nico. They see the same giant steel demon that V saw earlier, roaming the streets. This is Gilgamesh, and the game doesn't prevent itself from throwing us immediately into another boss fight. Gilgamesh has 4 legs and 2 antennas. His weak spot is on his back, though, which is high in the air. The antennas will shoot bolts at Nero, which can be disabled by shooting them. There are 2 ways we can get up to damage Gilgamesh. Periodically, when standing under him, he'll drop his body, which gives us enough time to jump on his back and attack his vulnerable spot. We can also damage these spots on his legs to create jump points that will propel us upward, landing on his back. This isn't an incredibly difficult fight. Gilgamesh will mostly shoot at you, drop fiery bombs on you, and try to damage you with his body. But it just felt so grandiose, so epic, and its size and scope were perfectly in line with what I was expecting for this game. This is more than I could have imagined for Devil May Cry, taking down massive Goliath demons, navigating interesting mechanics, and overcoming challenge. Once Gilgamesh is damaged, his body crashes through the ground, and we see V walking in the underground with his companions. The beast is left for us to finish off. Nero realizes that each of the demons he's faced are Qliphoth roots themselves, products of the demonic tree taking over the city. When Nero returns to the RV, Lady is awake, telling Nero and Nico of what happened at Urizen's throne. Lady dares to ask the question of whether they can trust V or not, and Nero isn't sure of that himself. Nico and Lady have an endearing moment together, and at this point in the story, we get to choose our character, V or Nero. I chose V on my original playthrough because I wanted to see what all this new character had to offer. Like I said before, I love V's playstyle, and its incredibly interesting dynamic reflects his actual character in the game. It's a new and fresh idea for the series, and I really respect it. The only downside to him is that he doesn't have enough versatility. Nero will achieve some upgrades to his combat abilities throughout the game, and one of them being constant new Devil Breakers, and another that we'll talk about later. But V doesn't get this level of upgrades. For the most part, what you see is what you get. He has ability upgrades that can be purchased through Nico, but he doesn't get any earth-shattering gameplay changers. I can write this off as V being a new character and the gameplay itself being incredibly new, but playing him does start to get old after a little bit. We make our way through the subway station and arrive at a public theater. Nero and V both arrive at the same time when our next boss, Proto-Angelo and Scudo-Angelo, show up. These are references to Nero-Angelo, the demon-possessed Virgil from the first game. The theater crumbles around them and the whole room begins to slide down the cliff ahead. We have to fight these bosses on a sliding theater room, making its way towards an impending crash. Pretty cool if you ask me. These enemies aren't anything wild, especially with an AI Nero helping us out. It was cool to actually see another Devil Hunter fighting alongside the character I was playing for the first time in the Devil May Cry series. These end up becoming mostly normal enemies later on, so I wouldn't really consider it a full-fledged boss fight. Also, it's just mass chaos with Griffin, Shadow, Nightmare, V, and Nero all running around doing damage. The theater starts to crumble as it falls further down the cliffside. Eventually, the two hop off of the theater before it can crash below. V remembers his past, looking at a home in the distance. He can remember the broken playground that they're standing on. He tells Nero that they have to part ways because he has to seek out the Devil Sword Sparta. We're back to Nero again as Lady and Nico catch up with him. Nero makes his way into the open cliff face and traverses the cavern, finding a bloodstream along the way. Bloodstreams are small portals that can transport anyone through the Qliphoth roots. With this, he begins ascending the actual tree itself. Nero eventually reaches Urizen's throne, but doesn't find Dante's body. Urizen tells Nero that he is power absolute, and we begin the same fight we had at the beginning of the game. This time, we're a lot stronger.
Your name sucks.
I am without a name. I am power absolute.
Well, no name. I'll be sure to put that on your tombstone.
You will suffer and die.
I'll show you dead weight.
Before this fight, Nero remarks, "I'll show you dead weight," signifying that the last words Dante said to him are still ringing in his head. This fight can be pretty difficult, as it should be. He's the Demon King, after all. Urizen has a crystal that guards any attack you volley against him. It has to be destroyed before Urizen can even be damaged. He'll throw fireballs at us, rain projectiles from the sky, the ground, and sweep a death laser in front of him. These attacks can be avoided, but it requires great attention, ability, and focus, just to even get the crystal down. Nero is giving his everything in this battle just to remove Urizen's protective barrier. Once he does, he slashes the Demon King's hand, actually damaging him. Urizen catches Nero and tosses him backward. Urizen finally rises from his throne, changing his form, opening the Qliphoth fully, and we have to fight him again. This time he's stronger and has a new moveset, his protective crystal intact once again. This fight doesn't last long as it's another scripted loss. Nero loses again at the hands of Urizen. The buildup of this antagonist is amazing. He is single-handedly defeating the most powerful characters that we know of in this universe, and there's nothing they can do about it. It serves to create the perfect villain of ultimate power and tyranny. Just as Nero is within Urizen's tentacular grasp, something launches from the sky, freeing Nero from the grips of the Demon King. A flying demon with massive wings and a flaming body faces Urizen, the last thing Nero sees before he loses consciousness. We flash back a few weeks ago, and Morrison is walking into Devil May Cry. Dante is relaxing and the lights are off. Dante can't pay his bills because he's not getting enough work. Morrison tells him he's got a job for him, and the lights come on. The client is V, and he introduces himself to Dante.
You can call me V.
Okay, V. Why don't you tell me everything about this job?
A powerful demon is about to resurrect, and we need your help, Dante.
Now that's a familiar tune. Do you have any idea how many times I've heard that exact same line?
This is special.
Special? Okay. So what's so special about this one?
This demon is your reason. Your reason for fighting.
This demon got a name?
Dante asks V what the demon's name is, and we see him mouth the word Virgil before the screen cuts to black. We're back to playing as V, weaving through the caverns outside Redgrave City. V finds the Devil Sword Sparta, and Shadow spots Dante lying in a crevice near where the sword is found. He's still alive, and V says that the sword was concealing Dante's presence. V moves toward Dante, raising the sword above Dante's body, slamming it down before Dante opens his eyes. We jump back and we see a first-person view from Dante's perspective, as a child. His mother, Eva, is hiding him in a closet while their home is being invaded.
Dante, no matter what happens, you mustn't leave. I need to find Virgil. I promise I'll be back. I know this is hard. You must listen to me. Be a big boy, a man, huh? If I don't return, you must run.
She tells him she's going to look for Virgil, and that if she doesn't come back, he has to start a new life. We hear her screams as she looks for Dante's brother. Back in the present, Dante is awake, realizing he's been out for a month. I love this version of Dante because he's clearly getting older. He's got scruff, he's aging, and he's moving just a bit slower. Nothing crazy or that prevents him from being a threat to the demons, but we can see the effects that aging is having on him. We flash back again to see Dante, Trish, Lady, and V all heading into Urizen's throne room. V backs out at the last minute, leaving the job to the pros. Finally, 10 missions in, we get to play as Dante. Dante plays pretty similarly to how he has in past games. Most of his differences will come from different devil arms and guns that he receives throughout the game. For now, he starts off with Rebellion, its basic movesets and upgrades still intact, and Balrog, which acts as the gauntlet for this game. He also has Ebony and Ivory and a shotgun. Dante has his Devil Trigger available immediately, and he has his own unique playstyle, just like the other two characters, but the reasons for which we'll get into in a bit. Dante also comes equipped with his 4 original forms from DMC 3 and 4, Trickster, Swordmaster, Gunsmith, and Royal Guard. These all mostly play how they did before, with some small changes and upgrades. You know I went with Trickster because I'm a bitch. Dante moves through the Qliphoth, eventually reaching Urizen, and we know how this battle ends.
O king of stench and filth. I'm impressed. Those are 2 of the most badass women in the world. And I only know one other guy who can defeat them. Jackpot.
Dante.
We're back to the present, and Dante is now armed with the Devil Sword Sparta, Rebellion having been destroyed in the battle against Urizen. V is too weak to go on, his body seemingly slowly turning into dust. Dante heads out alone, and we find Kalina Ann, somewhere in the ruins of Redgrave City. Kalina Ann is incredibly useful, dispelling groups of enemies with little effort. It can even be upgraded to allow for charged shots, which do more damage. Dante comes across the rider that we fought as V before, Cavalier Angelo, another demon controlled by Urizen, a stronger version of the Angelos we fought before. Cavalier Angelo will block a lot of attacks with his steel wings. He has to be attacked when vulnerable or from behind. Damaging him enough will cause him to stagger and then teleport, charging himself up. During this phase, he can be damaged down to stagger again. Most of his attacks are slashes or teleports. He moves quickly and does a bit of damage, but goes down pretty easy. When Dante knocks a piece of his armor off, it fuses with a motorcycle on the ground, and he begins slicing away. These pieces all merge to form a new steel motorcycle from the armor of a demon. Trish is inside of Cavalier Angelo, and Dante leaves her on the ground, as V comes running to catch up with him. This is kind of out of character for Dante to leave Trish broken, newly awoken after being demonically possessed with a stranger she barely even knows. Trish wakes up beside V, asking him about Urizen. She also asks what V is, but he says he's a shadow of his former self and agrees to tell her the story of his birth.
Twin brother.
Dante. Heavy chain that does freeze my...
In order to defeat his younger brother, he could only do one thing with the crumbling flesh and feelings. He needed to separate man from devil with the strength of the Yamato. And eventually, the man became a true devil.
We know for sure at this point that this is Virgil, his human form being V and his demonic form being Urizen. Getting rid of his last shred of humanity, Virgil got the power that he had always wanted, that he had always craved. V reveals that he's crumbling because he's running out of demonic power. He reflects on, with the separation of his human soul, the crimes that he's committed in pursuit of power. This part of Virgil seems to realize what he's done and regret those things. V thought that Dante could help him, right his wrongs. Trish has no sympathy for V, and she tells him he needs to see this through. We see Dante speeding through the streets on the Cavalier, and we're given the new weapon in full. The motorcycle acts as a crowd control weapon that can actually do big damage when focused. It can do big impacts from above or fling enemies around in the air. The Cavalier is an interesting weapon, but one that I didn't use too much. It does greatly change Dante's playstyle, though, and makes you think about attacks much more before you initiate them. Dante makes it to his childhood home. I really have to say that I love what Devil May Cry 5 does for the series thematically. I like that it begins to flesh out the backstory of things like this. It gives us a real picture of Dante and Virgil, who they are as people and who they were before all of this. Dante decides to impale himself with rebellion, to try and get the same awakening that Virgil had. It works, as Dante accepts rebellion into himself, absorbing the Devil Sword Sparta and gaining a new form. Sin Devil Trigger. Dante arrives at the battle between Nero and Urizen, summoning his new sword, Devil Sword Dante. This is such an amazing moment for Dante as a character, shedding rebellion and the sword Sparta to create his own legacy, far removed from living in the shadow of his own father. Devil Sword Dante summons swords around as we fight and changes each of our styles just a bit. This changes the moveset of Swordmaster greatly, and adds things like having the summoned swords hover around Dante's feet in Trickster or behind him in Gunslinger. This is a great upgrade to each of the styles and changes them significantly. Dante now has access to another Devil Trigger gauge, the Sin Devil Trigger gauge. This can be filled by charging up and funneling the DT gauge into it. It costs quite a bit to use, but is a total explosion of power, resulting in a ton of damage. Dante is free to fly around and throw huge slashes out at his enemy, and while this is a very powerful attack, the Sin Devil Trigger gauge is small and can only be used in short bursts. It also doesn't regenerate health like the DT mode does, making you more vulnerable and sacrificing some protection to use it. The entire game is built around these risk-reward systems that give you more for venturing out and trying to be on the offensive. This is just one of those examples. Urizen has his protective crystal again, using some similar attacks from the first fight, but also launching volleys of tentacles at us while he stands. He uses his tentacles and ground pounds a lot more, but still launches waves and waves of projectiles at us. It's an incredibly intense fight, especially on the higher difficulties. Dante defeats Urizen, but he's not fully down for the count. Urizen has already started the transformation of the Qliphoth, and we see this from the outside. A massive plant-like structure extending into the heavens. With the Qliphoth fully unleashed, Urizen disappears into his portal of blood, and Dante is left with an empty throne. Dante is reunited with the group, all back together. Trish tells Dante that the power of the Qliphoth fruit is unparalleled, and that Mundus himself used it to become the ruler of the underworld. Dante is introduced to Nico formally, and she gives him a new weapon, Dr. Faust. This is a cowboy hat that Dante can wear and acts as a gun, not a full devil arm. When Dante dons the hat, he starts to dance like Michael Jackson, and upon further examination, this was a reference to a Japanese pop star who wore a similar hat and stole moves from Michael Jackson. I also view this as a bit of a slight jab at the comment Ninja Theory made about Dante being a gay cowboy at GDC, but that's all conjecture. Dr. Faust is an incredibly interesting gun. You use red orbs to fire it, and damaging enemies with it will reward you with more red orbs for defeating them. This furthers the risk-reward system that Devil May Cry 5 cements itself in. The weapon itself doesn't do a ton of damage, but dinking enemies with it and then finishing them off with other weapons can be an extremely rewarding endeavor. Nero starts to confront Dante about his dead weight comment, and V interrupts them, saying he has a duty to see this mission through. The three decide to split up, and we get to choose our character. In my original playthrough, I chose Dante. Dante's playstyle, while similar at first to other games, becomes incredibly diverse after gaining Cavalier, Dr. Faust, and Devil Sword Dante. He just has so many options at his disposal, and I love Capcom for giving him the full treatment this time around. Dante begins to descend the Qliphoth, fighting groups of enemies on each level down. The three Devil Hunters regroup for a moment before they're separated again, each with their own mission this time. V is up first, as he is pulled into a spiritual realm by Malphus and separated from his companions. V must enter 3 doors and recover each one of his demons one by one. Each door, V has a choice of which companion to receive back into his arsenal, and then must fight a shade of a former boss with them: Goliath, Artemis, and Cavalier Angelo. This really shows you how much of a group V and his demons are. They each play their part in making the powers work, and without even one of them, the fighting becomes that much harder. When V exits the spirit world, he ventures deeper into the Qliphoth, eventually finding Malphus's lair, but much too weak to fight her on his own. Just at that moment, Nero shows up, and we get to see how he got there. His Diverging Point mission leads him into the Qliphoth and eventually ending up where we found him, saving V from certain death. We have to fight Malphus here, and she's pretty tough. Malphus herself is a 3-headed demon residing on top of a chicken-like thing. She'll charge at you multiple times throughout the battle and summon portals that she can attack you through. She'll also toss spikes your way and slam her body into the ground. Ultimately, the goal is to reach her back and attack. You can stagger the beast she rides on and get a chance to do some good damage, but it isn't easily done. At certain points, she'll go into a frenzy and start flailing about, rushing all over the arena and doing a ton of damage. V is luckily there to help us throughout the fight, tossing us fresh Devil Breakers. I had to use quite a bit of gold orbs throughout this fight, but eventually she went down. V thanks Nero for saving him, and he's clearly incredibly weak at this point, barely able to walk, but he's determined to move forward, towards Urizen. This is V's last request, and Nero obliges, helping him make his way there. Now it's time to see Dante's side of the story as he descends the Qliphoth like the rest. Dante ends up in a frozen lair, caging a beast that he recognizes. King Cerberus is chained up here. He's the leader of the Cerberus clan, much stronger than the Cerberus that we fought in DMC3. The only similarity to the Cerberus fight that we see is really the model and slightly some of the moves. Each Cerberus head here has a different power, one frost, one fire, and one lightning. King Cerberus will switch to different heads throughout the fight, using different moves and powers. When he switches form, we have to move away from him because he lets out a huge blast in the changing. He shoots a lot of projectiles at us, from the ceiling, from the ground, balls of energy that track us, waves of frost and fire. King Cerberus is no match for our new powers, though, and he's defeated with ease, and a gold orb or two. This way of bringing back bosses or paying homage to the great encounters of the past is wonderful. It really is a love letter to the series, as Fox Cade orchestrated in his wonderful DMC5 retrospective. These bosses and references act as two things. One, to veterans of the series, a respectful reminiscence of the past, and two, to new players, interesting new bosses, the likes of which they haven't seen before. Defeating King Cerberus earns Dante a new devil arm of the same name. This is a variation of Cerberus from DMC3. This time, it gives us the power of each of the king's heads. Triangle activates the freezing nunchaku, and in Swordmaster we can use Circle to enable a fiery bow staff, or hold Circle to use the whirling lightning sections. Nero and V are limping through the caverns of the Qliphoth, and V decides to reveal the truth to the Devil Hunter.
V, you gotta rest. Nero, I will tell you everything. There is no demon named Urizen. Only a man who threw away his humanity in an endless pursuit of power. He is Dante's older brother. Dante's brother? Yes. And his real name is Virgil.
Dante finally arrives at the end of the Qliphoth, and with that, finds Urizen standing before the fruit of the tree itself. The fruit has projected an image of the brothers' childhood home in front of them, and Dante tells Virgil that their mother searched for him too. That's what she died trying to do. Dante is too late, however, as Virgil eats the fruit, shedding his armor and taking his true form. Dante tells Virgil that he's lost his last shred of humanity, and Virgil is completely possessed, overcome with power. This fight is similar to the previous ones, except Urizen is implementing some new kicks, punches, and abilities along the way. He's just as powerful as before, if not more, hitting harder and moving faster. He can teleport and move around now, making the stationary fight mobile. Urizen can be staggered like most other bosses by hitting him with the right amount of damage. Urizen complicates and upgrades as we go on, charging up and gaining more powers. He gains the ability to teleport Dante towards him and freeze him in time. This battle, like most of the others with Urizen, does feel truly epic in scale and scope. We're fighting the ultimate, powerful form of Virgil, cleansed of all of his humanity. He's enacting every volley, every piece of ability and technique against us, but dodging his attacks, waiting for the right moments, and dealing damage when able, we can bring him down. Nero and V arrive just in time to see the end of the battle. V narrates this perfectly.
They're brothers? Why are they fighting each other?
To see one's justice through, a man must fight for it, even if the one who stands before him is his kin.
That's ridiculous.
The brothers of blood disagree on the very reason of their existence. They must fight.
They are two complete opposites, one craving, wanting, needing power to survive, the other existing to help others from demons. Yet this eternal difference, this consequential divide, brings them together, always. Dante is braggadocious in his win, of course. Nero confirms the situation with Dante as V approaches Urizen's almost unconscious body. Dante tells V to get back, but he wants to end it with his own hands. This is literally the demonic form of Virgil and his humanity speaking to one another. The demon inside him wants nothing but power. He craves defeating his brother over everything. The humanity in him may realize the wrongs he's committed, but his humanity is not whole. He's corrupted, represented by the cracks in his skin and the failing physicality. The descendants of Sparta realize too late what is happening and don't get a chance to stop V before he merges with Urizen.
You and I, but you've lost me, and I've lost you. Yet we are connected by that one feeling. While thy branches mix with mine, and our roots together join.
This brings back Virgil in full. Virgil's character model is wonderfully crafted. He has this perfect look. He's incredibly detailed and almost too perfect looking, just like the other characters in the game. But he also has this energy about him, this smarmy face of a villain, and this look in his eyes that just fits the character. The confidence, the bravado, the will. Dante and his brother clash swords, and Virgil tells Dante to get back to full strength. After that, they will settle their dispute. Dante and Nero have a moment, and he tells Nero to go home.
Of all the fun, Dante!
You don't get it.
Let me guess. I'm dead weight? Well, you can
That's
shove
not
it
it,
up.
Nero.
What is it then?
He's your father!
What?
I had the feeling the first time I saw you, but I just wasn't sure. And then I saw how the Yamato reacted. And I was certain. He's your father. Now he needs an ass kicking. But I can't have you go kill your old man.
The Qliphoth itself begins to unfurl, and we see Virgil stand atop it, just as he did the Temen Nigru. Lady, Nico, and Trish all watch as the Qliphoth begins to fall. Nico gives us one last gift, the Kalina Ann 2. Since we obtained the Kalina Ann earlier in the game, we're able to wield both in unison, delivering ultra-powerful beams of energy to demon faces. As Dante makes his way up the Qliphoth, he's confronted with V's companions. Now discarded and with nowhere left to go, they decide to hedge their bets against the demon hunter. We fight Griffin first, Shadow second, and then all three in one final battle. I took this moment incredibly hard. The demons reveal themselves to be Virgil's discarded thoughts during his time as Nello Angelo. V was one of my favorite characters playing through the game. He was new, fresh, and interesting. When I realized that I'd have to bring them down by my own hand to defeat Virgil, it was a blow, a somber moment. This fight emulates all of the moves that we used throughout the game and puts an emphasis on the references made with each of these characters. It's like fighting V himself before the final battle. When they're defeated, Griffin survives for long enough to warn Dante that Virgil is much more powerful. Dante treats the moment with incredible respect that Dante isn't normally prone to showing.
Flight. And the end of Virgil's nightmares. Godspeed, Dante. You'll need it.
Rest in peace, little chicken. It's been a bash.
Nero, Nico, Trish, and Lady are all heading down the Qliphoth in the RV, but Nero is livid, distraught at the news of his father, angry, confused. He jumps from the van to deal with this himself. Dante reaches the top of the Qliphoth, finding his brother waiting for him.
If you want it, then you'll have to take it. But you already knew that.
I had a feeling you'd say that.
How many times have we fought?
Hard to say. It's the only memory I have of us since we were kids. Time to finish this, Virgil. Once and for all.
This is the penultimate moment that the game has been building to, the final confrontation between these two brothers, fighting eternally. The Virgil fight quite resembles the ones in DMC3. He uses much similar movesets, and this is clearly on purpose. Our goal here is the same, to catch him off guard and make our moves when we can, avoiding everything else. During the battle, Virgil will summon a doppelganger to fight alongside him. He'll also take a DT form, charging through the arena at Dante, dealing tons of damage if we're hit. This fight is pretty difficult, requiring all of the abilities we've gained throughout the game. SDT isn't even really that useful because if we use it when Virgil is vulnerable, it only deals so much damage. It's almost worth it to just regain the health from DT. It also doesn't help that Virgil gains health from his DT form. We win, but Virgil still knocks Dante into a pillar. Virgil asks Dante if Nero is his son, and Dante confirms this for him. The two decide to end the duel, both taking their SDT forms and charging at each other. The moment before their blades meet, though, a demon arises from the Qliphoth to break them up. We flash back to see Nero climbing the tree. He finds a payphone and decides to call Kyrie and tell her of this new revelation. She gives him reassurance, backup that he knows what is best, what's right and what's wrong.
I couldn't protect Credo. To this day, I hate myself for not having enough strength. But this time is different. I swear! I'm not letting you die!
Nero breaks up the fight, regaining his arm in the process and gaining his DT transformation. Nero tells them this fight is over. Dante tries to stop him, but he's too powerful. They decide that if Virgil beats Nero, then he's proven he's stronger than Dante. So we begin our final battle. We fight Virgil with Nero's new Devil Trigger abilities, which are incredibly powerful. He has arms that sprout from his back and can act as his Devil Breaker. He does incredible damage when in DT form, and now has a buster move like DMC4. This moment was the perfect timing to have Nero transform and gain his DT. The character evolution of Nero across the course of the game was beautiful. Nero has always lost, even when he's won. He's still lost something. He saved Kyrie in DMC4, but was unable to protect Credo. In DMC5, he helped defeat Urizen, but at the cost of his pride. He's tired of losing, and he's given so much to get where he is. He knows his lineage now, and he's not ready to see his father and uncle kill one another, so he puts a stop to it. Drastically changing Nero's gameplay at the end of the game, right before the last battle, is also a risky choice, but one that encourages the player to go back and try out harder difficulties, or just replay the game in general. Nero defeats Virgil, and the three relatives realize that the Qliphoth roots are spreading and need to be severed at the base. Dante and Virgil decide to journey into the underworld and destroy the roots, sealing the portal back.
If you do that, you can't come back.
Why do you think I'm going? Somebody's got to keep an eye on your old man.
You can't just expect me to stay here while you both go in.
It's because you're here we can go. We're trusting you with things on this side. Capiche?
Make haste, Dante.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, wait!
Take care, Nero. Adios.
I won't lose next time. Hold on to that until then.
We see Nero and Nico sharing a moment in the RV on the way home as Nero peruses through the book his father gave him. Kitty calls him and he tells her he's coming home. They're confronted with some demons before making it all the way, and Nico gives us a devil breaker that fits over Nero's arm, allowing us to still use the devil breakers with Nero's new appendage. We fight demons over the credits in true Devil May Cry fashion. After the credits end, we see the Qliphoth collapse as Virgil and Dante severed the roots. We see them in the underworld taking down hordes of demons. After the game is officially over, Lady and Trish are at Devil May Cry, fighting over who will get Dante's office, as they've heard no word from either of the brothers. Morrison comes in and breaks the bad news that he has the deed to the business, and has a new job for the women. The last scene of the game shows Dante and Virgil fighting their eternal battle in the underworld, going at it again and again. They're keeping score, but they aren't doing it very well, as neither of them agree on who's winning. Some demons decide to interrupt their brotherly competition, and they're forced to oblige their battle request.
Don't you dare say it, jackpot!
After the release of DMC5, a light novel was released titled Devil May Cry 5 Before the Nightmare. It takes place before the game and adds a lot more explanation to the story. I can't say I loved reading the book because the translation I was reading was very broken, but it does provide some interesting lore. It details Nero and Nico meeting for the first time. Dante returns to V. de Marley and meets back up with Mathieu and Lucia, taking down a demon Balrog and receiving the gauntlets in the process. We see Nero losing his arm from Nico's perspective, and we also see Dante's first battle with Urizen and Nero recovering from the loss of his arm. I think books like these are incredibly interesting. These games aren't always exactly easy to throw a lot of lore and background into, so secondary pieces of media like this provide a lot of context. The special edition of the game would see the addition of Virgil as a playable character. Through the Virgil mode, you could play as him through every mission in the game. I really wish Capcom had added this mode for each character, because on each subsequent playthrough, there are only a finite number of missions you're allowed to play with every character. I'd love to be able to play through the whole game as Dante, for example. Virgil's moveset sees him using Yamato, Beowulf, which he starts with as a replacement for Balrog, and Mirage Edge. I had great fun swapping back and forth between weapons at will with Virgil, tying combos together perfectly. It wasn't that the other characters couldn't do this, it just felt so much more natural with him. Virgil can also build concentration, which increases his attack speed and power. He has a DT and SDT gauge, which allow him to summon a doppelganger or take his full SDT form. Virgil plays quick, teleporting using his summoned daggers to shoot at enemies and rip through crowds like it's nobody's business. Virgil also has his own battle theme, which is possibly my favorite song in the game. This game was fantastic. Everything from the gameplay to the wonderful visuals and the superb story built up to everything I wanted in a Devil May Cry game. I think that this is the pinnacle of the series. It's the perfect balance of action, character development, lore, and intrigue. Hideaki Itsuno and Capcom have outdone themselves on this entry, and I genuinely cannot wait to see what comes next. Devil May Cry 5 would go on to receive praise from critics and fans alike. It would also become the #1 selling entry in the franchise to date. Devil May Cry is a beautiful series, blending stylish action, interesting characters, and unique gameplay into one beautiful package. The series has developed over its long run in the gaming industry, going from an almost Resident Evil sequel to one of the best games I've played in a long time. Each game in the series is unique though, and represents or puts something entirely different at the forefront. Devil May Cry 1 was an ability check, a setting up of atmosphere, technical ability. Devil May Cry 1 was an ability check, a setting up of atmosphere, style, mechanics, and technical ability. Devil May Cry 2 was a journey off course, but a representation of an idea, of a larger world. Devil May Cry 3 was a golden era, a showcase of everything that had come before it and new innovative ideas that would change the story for years. Devil May Cry 4 was a more cinematic venture with new interesting mechanics and characters that I would grow to love. DMC Devil May Cry was another journey off course, but an interesting what-if experiment. And Devil May Cry 5 is the culmination of it all. Lessons learned and chances taken. It's the peak of everything we have so far. There's also so much more to these games that I couldn't even fit into this video. Extra costumes, taunts, and the biggest thing, the aftergame. These games take on an entirely new life after you've beaten the first difficulty. They become this new, transformed thing that is a completely different experience. So where is Devil May Cry now? Seeing as the most recent entry was just released 2 years ago, we probably won't be seeing the series for quite a bit, at least on consoles. Devil May Cry 6 is probably being worked on, though nothing has been confirmed, and rumors state that we won't see it for another several years. It's quite obvious that Capcom would want to make another entry in this series, as the last one was their highest selling yet. It was also announced in 2018 that Adi Shankar, the producer of Netflix's Castlevania series, had acquired the rights to make a Devil May Cry animated series. The future for this series looks particularly bright. If you were like me and are holding back from dipping your toe in these waters, I would say take the chance. Dive in. Because every entry in this series is a unique experience that you won't get elsewhere. Bye, Dad. Hey, Dad. I just want to say thank you so much for watching this video. I put a ton of work into this one. This was easily my most ambitious and biggest project yet. The fact that you guys keep watching me and supporting me is amazing, and it motivates me to just keep working harder and making more content. The fact that you guys keep watching me and supporting me is fantastic, and it really motivates me to work harder and make more and better content. I have a ton of things planned for the future, so keep your eyes out because 2022 is going to be a big year. If you want to support me, I have a Patreon page where I sometimes upload uncut versions of my videos like this one. I'm also working on some extra content for the Patreon that's going to be coming out in January or February. That being said, I want to give an extra special thank you to the people that do support me over there. My official dads, like Michael Choiri, Christopher Garcia, Prototype Snipe, Patrick Sean Briseno, Calm That Noise Network, Sloppy Joe 11, Saishi, Isaac Dandridge, Kokujin, Donut Stalker, The Brunette Girl from ABBA, and Strupp. Thank you, all official dads. I also want to thank the one and only Good Dad for subscribing at the Good Dad tier, Lyris Dirgehart. Thank you for your support. I'm also going to be streaming a lot more soon, so keep your eye out for that. My Twitch is in the description. You can follow me on Twitter to get updates and notifications. Thanks again for your support. Bye, Dad.